Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So in today's video, we are going to see the complete data analyst portfolio project. And in this project, we are going to see from basic to advanced complete video step by step. And this is mainly for who are, learning as a beginner or at an intermediate level. So the experienced people also go ahead and watch this because we are going to use some advanced functionalities, some advanced DAX functions, conditional filterings, and conditional formattings, action filters likewise. All right. So before going ahead, we will see the overview of an project. So right now in front of your screen, whatever you are seeing, this will be our final output, and this is an complete total we can say an interactive dashboard which we are going to build. So first of all, we are going to see the SQL project or the SQL part, in which we will be firing some queries and we will be getting the results as per our customer requirement. And after that, what we will do, we will build this dashboard and we will be comparing our values which we are getting in Power BI. We will compare those with our SQL project, or we can say SQL queries. All right. So this will be, a two-way validation, which will help our customer that, yeah, whatever numbers we are showing into this particular dashboards are, we can say, pinpoint and very much correct. All right. So first of all, you can see in front of your screen, you can see at the top, we have added an KPI over here, and this KPI is actually built, as per the new card visual which was released in June 2023, that is in last month. And with respect to that, this particular card visual has been built, and you will be getting an idea of how to build this as well into this particular dashboard. All right. So this will be an helpful for you because we are going to use some advanced functionality in this. So at the top, you can see this is an KPI which gives us total revenue, average order values, pizzas sold, total orders, and with respect to that, what are the average pizzas per order, right? Then we can see there is a daily trend for total orders, which is a column chart. Then we have a monthly trend, which is, a line chart, so which gives us the trend for monthly orders. Then we will go ahead and find the donut charts, or we will design the donut charts, which will give an idea of the percentage of sales by pizza category and pizza size. Then we have this funnel chart, which gives us the total pizzas sold by pizza category. And at the left hand navigation pane, you can see we have two buttons over here. I will come back to that buttons. So first, what we will see, you can see I have added a few text lines over here, which gives an insight of that particular charts which are mentioned over here. It is not a deep level, but just an overall or higher level of insights from which client can know that what insights or what is an that particular output from this particular chart or particular what we can say, that particular visualization. All right. So this gives us what are the busiest days and times, and here we have a sales performance. Okay. So here you can see busiest days and times from these two particular charts. We have an output over here, and from these two particular three charts, we have an sales performance with respect to category and size. All right. And at the top, you can see there are two filters by which we are going to operate this entire dashboard. And also, not only by this particular filter, we have some action filters also onto this dashboard. So first, let's operate it by using pizza category. So let's see if you want to see it for chicken or if you want to see it for classic. All right. So with respect to that, you can see the dashboard is changing. All right. So let's say we want to see it for classic, supreme, and veggie. So you can see we can see those particular values for whatever the pizza category we are choosing. All right. Similarly, if you want to see the data with respect to end date and start date, so you can enter the data over here. You can see the calendar is there. Here is the start calendar and here is the end calendar, and you can operate by using this particular slider also. So whenever I'm changing, you can see the data is changing with respect to that, and we are getting the output for that. All right. So not only this, we can see on this particular filter, there are some interactive filters also. So when I click on this bar, you can see we are getting the filtration of the values of this particular dashboard, or we can say of this entire dashboard. All right. So in this way, we can go ahead and design our dashboard. So right now, you can see you can see here these are So not only this, on this particular charts, if you can see, there are some action filters or interactive filters. So whenever I'm clicking on, let's say you want to see the data for Sunday. So when I click on Sunday, you can see all the charts are changing its value with respect to this particular filter. If I want to see it for Friday, you can see the values are changing and we can see the data for Friday. As well as, let's say we want to see it by pizza category. Okay, so when I click on, let's say, classic pizza, so you can see we will get the entire dashboard filtered for pizza category. Similarly, let's see we want to see for large pizza size. So when I click on this, you can see all the values are changing and we are getting the respective values onto this particular dashboard. So this is what an overall overview of this first dashboard. Then you can see I have added the two buttons over here. So right now you can see this is a home button which is in dark color. So right now this button has been selected. You can see the small arrow over here. It is nothing but that we are right now onto this particular dashboard. So if you want to see on the or if you want to move on the next dashboard, that is best or worst seller, so I will just click on this and you can see I have been redirected to our next dashboard, that is a best or worst seller. You can see it has been selected over here. So let me give you an overview of this dashboard. So at the top, I have kept the KPIs as same, okay, because the KPI gives us an overall idea and which will be same for all the dashboards, right? Then we can see I have, this is nothing but the best and worst seller pizza. We will be finding the best pizzas, best five, top five pizzas, and worst is nothing but the bottom five pizzas, okay. So this is the top five pizzas by revenue. These are the top five pizzas by quantity. Then we have top five pizzas by total orders. Similar, we will be finding by worst seller, that is the bottom five pizzas. And from here, we will get an overall idea that which pizza is performing best or which is an underperforming pizza, and what marketing actions can be taken with respect to that, what business decisions can be taken. All right. And similar way, we have an insights added over here. So with respect to revenue, quantity, and total order, which is the best pizza, and with similar measures, which is the worst pizza. Okay. So with respect to that, the business owner or a restaurant owner can take an decision that which are the underperforming or best performing, and then he can go ahead and take more further actions, like to give some discounts or to stop that particular pizza category which is not selling much. All right. So on this as well, we can see this, there are some filters available. So if you want to see for only chicken pizza, the filters will be operated with respect to that, and you will be getting the values with respect to that. All right. So in this way, we will be using this particular dashboard, and this is a complete dynamic, and we will see the step by step solution how to prepare each and every chart. All right. So now let's see what steps we are going to perform into this particular video. We will just see the brief or the introduction of the steps which we are going to perform, and in further part of video I will in detail explain each and every part and each and every step of this particular video. So the part one, what we will be doing here is we will be using an MS SQL server into this, and in MS SQL server, the first step what we will be doing is an importing the data into our MS SQL server. So we will be having a raw data. I will explain how what is the raw data actually, and this particular raw data we will be using, to import into our MS SQL server. We will see those steps. Then next, what we will do, we will see how to create a database into MS SQL server. Okay, and then we will import the files. Okay, then the third step what we will be doing is we will be writing the SQL queries into our MS SQL server database. So into this particular project, we are having a problem statement which is given for us by our client, and with the use of that particular statements, we will be firing some SQL queries and we will be getting those results. We will be also capturing those results, and we will see how to make a document as well. And the database queries which we are going to use are some of them are complex, some of them are easy, but we have a combination of both. So it will be a great learning for you if you already know MS SQL server or if you know queries as well. And most important part here is, guys, whatever queries I am using, these queries can be used in any SQL servers. Okay, or we can say I can say in any SQL databases. You can use the same queries in MySQL as well, in Postgres as well, or in Oracle as well. Okay, because whatever functions will be used, those are I can say are standard function or ASCII standard functions, right? Then let's move ahead. So next, what we will be going to see here is we will see how to create a report from MS SQL Server, because only writing queries and firing it is not enough. We have to create a report in such a way that so that these reports are helpful for a client as well as a new resource who will be working on this particular project whenever you are leaving from this particular project, right? So the document is necessary, and this is an helpful document because from this document we will be comparing our Power BI result with this document. So it is an supporting document, yeah, that supporting document that yeah, whatever we are showing in Power BI, it is matching with our SQL queries. Okay, so this is a very important thing. Whatever queries you are writing, save those queries as well as save the screenshot. Okay, and we will see how to do that, right? Then next, that is the part two, which we will be seeing is a Power BI. So in this particular, we are going to make Power BI desktop tool, and by using Power BI, we will be seeing some steps over here. So let's move ahead. Which steps we are going to see? So first, we will connect our MS SQL server with Power BI, right? So what data source we are going to use? The data source for us will be MS SQL server, because we have already imported our data into our MS SQL server, and we will connect our Power BI to MS SQL server directly, and we will start building our reports. So if you don't have MS SQL server, not to worry, you can directly use a flat file connection or CSV file connections, because the data which we are having is a CSV file, and you can directly use that file to connect with Power BI, and you can build the same reports, follow the same steps. Okay, so this is if you don't have an MS SQL server database installed in your system. So moving ahead, so what steps we will be seeing in Power BI is we will see some data cleaning process, and in this data cleaning process, we are going to see in Power Query tool. Okay, so we'll be using the transforming data tools or some functions in Power Query where we will do some data cleaning. All right. So moving ahead, we will do some data processing. So we will also clean or use some what we can say DAX functionalities in Power BI to get an custom columns, or we can say conditional columns into our report with respect to which or with respect to the problem statement we are having from our client. All right. So moving ahead, then or later we will be doing some data visualization. We will be building some charts. We will be using some advanced functionality to format those charts. All right. So we will see everything step by step. Next, we will build this particular what we can say dynamic and beautiful dashboard. So this is the first dashboard which I already shown you, and the second one we will be building this is the best and worst seller dashboards. We can see this will be our second dashboard. I will explain each and every step of this particular dashboard as well. Okay, so now moving ahead to our first step into this particular project is to understand what is the problem statement which is provided for us by our client. Okay, so now the client have divided the problem statement in two sections. The first section is the KPIs requirement. Okay, so he want us to design the KPIs with respect to whatever measures he have provided us. So the first measure he is asking us to design is the total revenue. Okay, and he have explained us the what is the total revenue meant. So the total revenue is nothing but the sum of total price of all the pizza orders. So total pizza orders, whatever the total price they are, what is the total price, that is nothing but the total revenue. So we'll just using the sum function over here. The second is average order value. So average order value is nothing but the average amount spent per order. Okay, so it is nothing but the average amount spent per order, and it is calculated by dividing the total revenue by total number of orders. So we have a formula as well here. So then total pizza sold. So this is nothing but sum of all the quantities of the pizza sold. The fourth one is the total orders. So it is nothing but the total number of orders placed. Okay. So how many orders were placed? Then last one is the average pizzas per order, right? So it is nothing but in one order how many pizzas are sold, right? So let's say you are ordering any pizza. So in one order, if you are ordering two pizzas, so that is nothing but an average pizzas per order. That is in one order you are ordering two pizzas, right? So in this way we'll be using, and for this we will be using a function or a calculation, that is total number of pizzas sold divided by the total number of orders. So very straightforward, we can say problem statement for KPIs requirement. So let's move ahead to our second section of requirement which we have is to so KPIs, what KPIs give us a overall idea of an business. Okay, So it gives us what we can say aggregation of values at very high level. But if you wanted to deep dive and see at what granularity your business is performing, you have to create some charts. Okay, and with respect to that only client have provided us, he want to understand some trends with respect to different fields which we are having in the data, and with respect to that he have identified some charts requirement for us. So first what he want to find out is find out the daily trend for total orders, right? So in this he want us to create a bar chart where he will be identifying the daily trend of specific time period. Okay, so it will help him to understand what are the pattern or fluctuations in the order on daily basis, right? Then second one is monthly trend for orders, right? So he want us to create what we can say line chart, and from this chart he will understand in which month the maximum number of orders are sold, right? So he will be finding the pattern, like whether a summer season or winter season or rainy season, the number of orders are there. All right. Then the third one is the percentage of sales by pizza category. So here he want us to create a pie or donut chart, whichever is suitable, and in this chart he will get an insight of popularity of the different various pizza categories and their contribution to the sales, right? So these were the first three, and moving ahead the fourth one is the percentage of sales by pizza size. Okay, so here again he wants us to create a pie chart with respect to the percentage of sales for different pizza size, and from here he will understand, like we can say, we as a customer, we give preference to which size of the pizza, whether we go with the regular size or we go with the large size of pizza. All right, so this by this he will understand which size of pizza is sold highest. The next one is total pizza sold by pizza category. So in this he want us to create a funnel chart, right? So where he will be, we will be getting an understanding of how to compare the different sales performance with respect to different pizza categories, right? The next one is he want us to find the top 5 best sellers by revenue, total quantity and total orders, right? So he want us to find the best sellers by using three measures: the revenue, quantity and the total measures or the total orders. From here he will identify which are the best seller pizzas, right? And he can focus on those particular pizzas, give some discounts to the customer, and earn more from there. And he also want us to find out the bottom 5 best seller pizza, or we can say the worst seller pizza. So there is a typo mistake here. So we want us to find out the bottom 5 worst seller pizza, and from here he will understand which are the underperforming pizzas, right? And from there he can take some market decisions if you want to remove those particular pizza, what we can say categories or the options from there. So this was all about the problem statement, and we are going to make use of this problem statement, to create the what we can say our SQL queries. We will save those queries, and then from there we will go ahead and prepare our the dashboard. All right, we will go step by step. So before moving ahead into our video, guys, let me introduce you to my new website. So in this particular website, I have added so many of data analysis material, roadmaps, and the roadmaps which are required to current industry trends, and it will be used for 2025 and 2026 use as well. And edition year is for both. I can say I keep it updating every month. So there are multiple materials available. So you can see I have a data analysis complete material package. Power BI projects are there. You can see Power BI individual projects also, if you want to buy, those are also available. And this is the most unique package where it says 30 companies detailed real-time interview question and answer, where it has everything, right? The real-time questions which is been asked in the interview, and the scenario based interview questions as well, both for SQL, Power BI, Excel, data warehouse. Everything is been included for Python as well, right? So you can see capstone project which includes all the tools. This is also available. Projects on Tableau, projects on Excel, right? So, and some other different individual materials are also available on my website, right? And if you see over here, if you look for the data analysis complete material over here, let me explain you what is included in it. So here you will get an data analysis roadmap, right? If you click on this, a complete roadmap is available. If I open this, you can see a complete roadmap is available. And in this, there are actually a complete syllabus is available with links are also available in this. So these links are freely available on YouTube. So with my experience and with my knowledge, I have gathered all the links and created a proper document. So you don't have to pay lakhs of amount in the people who are teaching you, and which will be not 50 or 40% of also what I will be teaching you or I will be giving you over here. It is a complete detailed roadmap with all the tools, right? If you see every roadmap, everything is explained what you should learn as a beginner and everything, right? So everything is available, all the syllabus with links that you have to learn, right? And these are curated and handpicked by myself. All right, so this is an worth for you. If you go back, there is and detailed other materials, let's say for Power BI. If I go in Power BI, you can see there are notes available, there are projects also available, so the other separate folder is available for project, each and everything, right? You can see PL300 Power Query, other notes, data cleaning notes, data modeling notes, and all other roadmaps. A special Power BI roadmap is also available over here, guys, right? So also there are some projects available. So you can see Power BI projects. You can see more than 6 to 7 projects are available. Similar for Excel, these projects are available. And in projects, you will get an complete Power BI file. So if you look over here, let's say for hotel management dashboard, you will get a complete data, complete report, a .pbix report, which will be a working report, a working Power BI file, and a problem statement, right? The images used will be also provided to you, right? So you can see the meta ad performance analysis dashboard is also available over here. All right. So if you look more in this particular course, what I am offering to you is, if you look over here, you will also have all other tools data also, right? And in this, I will have providing the practice data sets also. So these are the different practice data sets which you can use actually to create your own projects, right? Then I have also added few real-time industry question answers also, right? So these are the real-time industry question answers, and this is just in September only I have added all these. And it is, if you look for Deloitte, let's say let's look for other one, right? So let's look for Flipchart. You can see everything is available, SQL questions, and it is everything is explained with answer, right? And these are the real-time questions that are asked in interviews. Similarly way, if you are looking for Power BI projects, everything is available, all the Power BI projects are available, and in this you will get all the PBIX files, right? You can see you will get a PBIX file, all the images, the CSV data file, and the problem statements also. And if you want to see all these projects, you can see I have created my new website over here. And if you go in dashboards, right, and here all those Power BI dashboard, Tableau dashboard, Excel dashboard, I will add soon. And all this dashboard, if you click on view all, or if you want to see any of the dashboard, let's say you want to see SQL analysis, if you click on this, and it is a workable dashboard, guys. So it will take some time to open, and if you change the season, if you can see all the values are changing, right? So in this way, all the dashboards are added. If you want to check what dashboards you will be getting in those 25 Power BI projects, you will actually be able to see on my website. So both the links I will add in the description box. This website link also, you can jump from here also, this particular website. If you click on start learning, you will be redirected to this particular website from where all the packages are available, right? And if you look over here, guys, you can see 4,000, more than 4,400 people have already bought it. And there are so many messages I have received that they actually, the projects are very good, actually the material is very good. So it is proven, it is not fake, it is a real time, everything is real time. I am not doing a scam over here. If you are in doubt, you can reach out to me to my email and or a WhatsApp number which is available in the description of this particular video, and you can go through this website. I will add the link in the description box, and if you like it, you can buy it. If you don't like it, you can just go ahead with the video and see the entire project or whatever I am teaching you. All right, so now let's move ahead with our video. So this is our data, which is a pizza sales data, and it is for a year of 2015. Okay, so it is a data for 1 year, and we have different fields here, columns here. We will see one by one what is the significance of those particular fields. And this is a currently CSV file. I will attach a link in the description box from where you can go ahead and download that. All right, so the first column, if you can see, the first is the pizza ID. So pizza id is nothing but this will be our primary key, where you can see there will be a unique number to each and every row which we are having here. And in this particular pizza id, so each pizza sold, okay, each pizza, this particular data is for each pizza sold, okay. So that particular id is for pizza, and the second one is the order id. So order id, you can see there are some duplicates available here, right? So there are some duplicates available for each order id. So it is nothing but in that particular, so let's say one particular person is an ordering, and you can see two is repeated 5 times. It is nothing but he have ordered 5 pizzas in that particular one order. So with that particular each pizza, we are having each row for that particular order. So you can see it is repeated, and in that particular thing, whatever pizzas he have ordered, whatever what each pizza is costing us, all these things are mentioned over here. All right. So you can see quantity. Then there is a pizza name ID. Then we have a quantity over here. Then we have the date of order which has been ordered, and what time that particular pizza has been ordered, you can see. So for second one, you can see it has been ordered at 11:57 a.m. All right. And what is the unit price of each pizza? What is the total price? What was the size of that particular pizza, whether it was medium, large, extra large, or double extra large? What was its category? Classic, veggie, supreme, chicken, okay, veg or non-veg likewise. What were the ingredients, what we can say, toppings which were added onto that particular pizza? And what was the name of that pizza? Okay, so this much fields which we have, which is very much easy to understand the domain knowledge for us, because we all of us have ordered pizza in our life once or twice. Okay, so this is the total 12 number of fields which we are having, and the total size of the data which present here is 48,000. You can see 48,000 rows are there, for this particular approximately, and we will be using this particular data to analyze. So now let's open our SQL Server Management Studio, and then we will import our this particular CSV file into our MS SQL Server, and we will start firing our queries with respect to what requirement document is provided to us. Okay, so I will just open the SQL Server Management Studio. So it will take some time to open, and so whatever server name you are seeing here, this is very much important, right? So this server name will be required for us whenever we are going to connect our Excel to our MS SQL server. So we have to provide our server name at that particular time. So you can either copy it and paste it at somewhere else, or you can just note it down and you can type it over there. All right. And I will just hit connect button, and you can see this is the UI of Server Management Studio, that is MS SQL Server. And yeah, there are different databases available over here. When I hit on this plus button, so these are the already created database which I was working on. So we will go ahead and create a new database for our pizza sales. So I will just click on this. Then you have to right click here, and you have to click on new database. All right. So in new database, you have to mention the name of here. So I will be mentioning it as pizza db. Okay, I will mention it as pizza database, that is pizza db, and you just have to click on OK. So you can see the database has been created over here. So just hit the plus button over here, and you can see the different elements available for this particular database. And we want to add a table over here. So right now there is no table added or no data is added for our database. So we have to import our data from our the flat file which we are using over here. So this is our flat file, and this flat file we will be importing into our database. All right. So we will go back to our server management studio, and how to import the data. So select the database which you have created, right click here, go to task. Okay, in task here you can see import flat file, not import data. You have to click on import flat file. I will just click over here, and you can see the import flat file dialog box has been opened. I will just click on next. Then it is asking us to browse the file. So from where you want to browse, I will just hit on browse button, and you can see it is mentioned in D drive. So I will, you wherever you have it your file, you can browse to that particular file, and I will just click open. Then I will just hit next. You can say whenever that particular file is open at your background in another application, first you have to close it. So I will just close this particular file first. I will just click on save, and now I will just go back again. And now, so you have to close whatever applications are open. That particular CSV file was open in MS SQL Excel, so you have to close that. Then I will just hit next, Then you can see there is a preview of the data which is been imported here. You can check with whether all the columns are been brought up into this particular import file. Then you have to just click on next, and you can see there are different column names are there whichever are there in our data, and different data type which by default MS SQL server has assigned the data type for that. So it depends upon you if you want to change the data types for this. But I usually would like to change it. So whatever you can see at n varchar 50, wherever you are seeing this. So I will change this to varchar 50. Okay, so this is varchar 50. So this also I will change to varchar 50. Then the pizza category also I will change to varchar 50. And you can see this here n varchar and 100 is the particular size. So 100 is nothing but what how many text or word size can be taken into that particular column. But because pizza ingredients are there are maybe many pizza ingredients, so the length of that particular what we can say text into that column is greater than 100 or greater than 80, so we have to mention a higher side what we can say the size for this. So we have chosen the 50, but I will mention it as 200 over here. Okay, so you can edit it. The pizza name also I will change it to Barcare 50. Okay. So all this we have changed, and then we will go ahead and click on next, and I will click on finish. Okay. So it is giving us the error. So whatever error we are seeing, you can click on this error and you can see what error we are seeing here. So it is giving us that error that for column 1, that is for our order ID, it cannot be converted to tiny integer. Okay, so it is asking us so that we are it has taken the tiny integer, so we have to change the data type of this. So I will just close this. I will just go to previous, hit one more time. So whatever we have at pizza ID, so it cannot be tiny integer or small integer. So I will change it to integer. Okay. So why it is not taking? Because pizza ID, the IDs from serial numbers like 1, 2, 3. You can go ahead and check the data, and at the data is up to 48,000. Okay. So tiny integer is given to those only wherever there are single digit numbers are there. Okay, but our what we can say the pizza ID is more than 100, more than 200. So we have to give it a proper integer. Same will be for order ID also, because order ID are also greater than 100 or 200. So we will change this also to integer. Okay, quantity can be tiny integer, because quantity max to max we are ordering a pizza up to 7 pizzas, 8 pizzas. So it is a single digit, so it can be taking a value as a tiny integer, that is small integer. Then I will just hit next and I will click on finish. So it will take some time to complete it operation, and we will get a message over here success. It means that our data has been imported over here. So I will just hit close button, and you can see that data file has been not you can say uploaded over here. So for that what you have to do is I will just right click here and I will refresh this. I will just refresh this, and then I will go into tables, and you can see our table has been added over here. So now we have want to see if our data has been correctly added or not. So I will just right click here and I will click on new query. Okay, so you can see a query window has been opened here, and I will just type our query over here, that is select star. Star means everything from what is our name of the what we can say data table which we have added is pizza underscore sales. Okay, pizza underscore sales. So this is our table. So make sure you are importing CSV file. Okay, CSV file only you have to import. XLSX file will be not imported into our MS SQL Server database. You have to import a comma separated file, that is CSV file only. All right, and I will just click on execute over here. So here you have to click on execute, and you can see this is the data which has been imported, and you can see the number of rows which are there 48,620. The same number of rows were there into our flat file. So all the rows and all the data has been imported over here. So this is our data. Now we will go ahead and see our with respect to our problem statements. We will go ahead and fire our queries so that we are getting output for those. Okay, and with the same we will also create our document as well. Okay, so we have imported our what we can say data. Then next we will start firing our queries with respect to our requirement document. So we will go to our requirement document, and the first requirement which we have over here is to find out the total revenue. Okay, so the total revenue is nothing but total price of all the pizza orders. Okay, so for that we will go to our server here, and we will fire some queries over here to get the total order, right? So I will just use a select statement for this. I will use select, and we want sum, right? So total revenue is nothing but sum of total price. Okay, So you can see this is the total price column which we have over here. So we will be using this particular column to get our total revenue. Okay. Sum of total underscore price. So make sure, because it is a case sensitive, whatever column name is there, use the same column name you have to enter in your query, because it is a case sensitive statement just for this particular column fields which are dragging or we are retrieving from your data, and we want to bring it from, okay, from where, this particular table, right? So what is the name of our table? That is pizza underscore sales. Okay, so this is our pizza underscore sales. I will just increase the site a bit. Right, all right. So now I will just execute this. So you can see we have a total number of sales of 81,000 or $817,860. Okay, so you can see the no column name has been applied to this. So if you want to give some column name, after some you have to give some alias over here, that is a temporary column name which will be given to our output, and I will name it as total underscore revenue. Okay, so you have to mention underscore over here. You cannot mention a space, right? So it is again a case sensitive. You cannot mention a space into this particular MySQL server. So I will just hit OK. Now you can see it has been given a name over here. So this is our total revenue, and this is our output, that is 817860. So now most important thing is, whenever you are firing some queries, you have to save these queries. Whatever query you have written, you have to save this. Whatever result you are getting, you have to save this, because whenever your client is going to see this particular queries, he must know what queries you have fired and what output you have got, right? You cannot just fire it and you have just checked it up to yourself and you have deleted everything. No, you have to save it so that your users, your stakeholders, your clients, your colleagues might see that what query you have used. All right, so make sure. And for that, what we have done is we have to create a document over here, right? So I have created a document called Pizza Sales SQL Queries, and our first one is we are creating it for KPIs, and in first KPI we are finding it for total revenue. Okay, this is the query which we have. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to just select this, copy this, and you have to paste it over here, and you can take a screenshot of this particular this output which we have got over here, and you have to paste it over here, right? So this is the query and this is the output of that particular query. All right, so in this way you have to create a document. So right, so you have to create a document for each and every query over here. Whatever I have done, you have to create the document in same way. Okay, because this document will be required in future preferences. Okay, so if your client come back and say no, this result is wrong, then you can go ahead and show him the query. Yeah, this was the result which we got. All right, so I hope you have understood this. The next thing what we have to do is I will just delete this now, because we have got our first result, and I will just use this select star from, I will just bring the data in front of us so that with reference to that data we can find all the things. Okay, so this is the data in front of us again. Now the second thing or the second requirement which is there for us is to determine average order value, and it is nothing but calculated by dividing the total revenue by total number of orders. Okay, so now total revenue we have already calculated, but we have to find out the total number of orders, right? So orders is nothing but we have to take count of this particular orders, right? But you can see there are some duplicates available over here, right? So if you take count this duplicate, this you can see 2 is repeated 5 times, so it will take the count of this each and every row as 5 times, right? So it is duplicating the result. So we don't want duplicate results, so we want the distinct count of each and every row of this particular column. Okay, so we will be taking a distinct count because there are repetitive values over here, right? Because this particular data which we are having, it is for pizza data. Okay, so each pizza ordered, that is particular data, it is not for order data. So order id is repeated over here because in this particular order id 5 pizzas were ordered. All right, so we have to take distinct count. I hope you have understood. So I will be using, so we have to find out the ratio, so I will be using select. Okay, so one second. So select, what we have to do is we have to take a ratio of what? Total revenue. So total revenue we know it is nothing but sum of what? Total underscore price. Okay, so this is our total revenue and we have to divide it by what? Count of, okay, so we will be dividing it by count of distinct. Okay, so we have to take distinct count of what? Order ID. Distinct count of order ID, order underscore ID. This is the column name. I will close this. Okay, And where do we want to bring it from? Pizza underscore sales. Okay, so we will select this. Okay, select. So if you run this query, you will get an error over here, right? Or you will be getting both the queries will be run. So I just want to run this particular query, so I'll just select this and I will then execute this. So you can see 38.30 is the average, what we can say, order value, or what we can say average order value. But we want to give the name to this, so I will giving here as an alias, that is as average underscore order underscore value. Okay, and now I will run this. I will select this and then I will run this. You can see the name of this column is given as a temporary name, and the output is 38.30. In the same way, again, what you have to do, you have to save this query and you have to save the result for this query. Okay, so this is important. Okay, so we have got the second query as well. And the next thing what we will be doing is, with respect to requirement document, we have to find the total pizza sold. The total pizza sold is nothing but sum of all the quantities of the pizza sold. Okay, so I will just run this query and I will show you the data which we have. So we can see we have a name called quantity into our, a field called quantity into our data. So we have to take sum of all of these quantities, okay, so that we will be getting the total orders placed, right? So that is total pizza sold, right? Sorry. So we will just delete this and I will take the sum of, okay, we will be taking the sum of quantity. Okay, so this is sum of quantity and from pizza underscore sales. So I will just run this and we want this table to be named as total underscore pizza sold. All right. And I will just select this query and I will run this. So you can see 49574 are the total pizzas sold. Again, you can save this query and take the screenshot of it and bring it in your document. So these are the total pizzas sold into our data. Okay. The next requirement is to find out the total orders placed. Okay. So I will just run this query again to see our data. So we want to find out the total order placed. Okay, so total orders are nothing but we have to take count of this particular column, that is order ID, and we have to take a distinct count because there are repetitive values over here, right? So what we will do, I will just delete this. So I will just modify this query only. So we have to find out count of distinct. Okay, we will take distinct count of what? Order underscore ID. Okay, and we will name this column as, or the output should be named as total underscore orders. Okay, select this query and then run this. So you can see these were the total number of orders, that is 21,350. Okay, so if you can see into our document, the total pizzas sold were 49,000 and total orders are 21,000. So you can see almost for each and every order more than two pizzas are sold. Okay, so in this way we have to bring an insights over here. All right, so now I will just delete this, and the next document which we have, or the next requirement which we have, is average pizzas per order. Okay, so average pizzas per order is nothing but it is calculated with the ratio of dividing total number of pizzas sold by total number of orders, right? So total number of pizzas sold divided by total number of orders. So it is very simple. So we'll be using a select statement. Total number of pizzas sold is nothing but sum of what? Quantity. Okay. Sum of quantity which we have already determined, and total number of orders means nothing but count a distinct of order ID. So we will take count distinct of order underscore ID. Okay, from pizza underscore sales. Okay, so this is our query. So I will just run this, select this, and I will run this. So you can see two pizzas are there, right? But you cannot get a exact two value. There may be a fraction value like 2.1, 2.5, 2.56, likewise. So what this particular MS SQL server is doing is, it is giving us, it is giving us the value, or it is rounding off the value and it is giving us the result. Okay, but we want it in the decimal points. Okay, some decimal points should be given there. So what we have to do is, we have to cast this particular numerator and cast this numerator denominator what, in terms of decimals. Okay, so we have to convert this in terms of decimals. So to do that, what we will be doing, we will use a cast function over here, right? So for this I will be using a cast function. Okay, I will add a bracket over here. So I want to convert this particular quantity in decimals. Okay, so I will convert this into decimal. Okay, so I will name it as decimal, and I will use it as 10 comma. Okay, so now I have used this 10 comma 2, and I will end this bracket for cast here. So we are casting this and we are converting the data type of this particular sum of quantity to decimal points. Okay, so we are using two decimal points, and 10 is nothing but we will be getting up to 10 decimal points, we will be getting the result, but out of that 10 we will be using only first two decimal points. Okay, so this is important to note, right? So what is meaning of 10 and what is meaning of 2? The 10 is nothing but we will be getting an value as, like, let's say for example 156.56787899. So likewise, after decimal points there will be 10 digits, and out of that 10 digits we only want two digits to be appeared. Okay, so this is what we are going to use here, and similarly we will be using cast for this as well. So I will just use it on next line. So I will use cast, and I will convert this also to as decimal 10 comma 2. Same for this 10 comma 2, and I will close this bracket two times, and then we will run this particular query. So you can see we have got this value as 2.32. Okay, so this is the value which we are getting over here. And if you want to cast this entire result, right? So now the ratio, so we are using this particular ratio divided by this ratio. We have casted both of these, but the entire output is 2.32 whatever we are getting. But if you want to cast this entire output, right? So if you want only 2.32, you can add a cast for this entire ratio. Okay, it is not needed, but I will show you how we can do that. So I will add a one more cast over here for entire ratio. So I will add it here, and here what we will be doing is here at the output I will be using as decimal. Okay, and I will be using here 10 comma. Okay, I will close this and I will close this second time, and when I run this particular thing, so you can see we are getting value as 2.32. All right, so in this way we have to convert our output. Okay, so first I've used cast for the numerator, then I've used cast to convert it into decimal for denominator, and I have used this cast for entire ratio. Okay, for this entire ratio I've used. Okay, and if you want, you can give a temporary name for this as average pizza. What should be the name? Average pizzas per order. Underscore order. Okay, and you can run this, and you can see average pizzas per order is given, and 2.32 is the answer which we are getting. So we have to copy this into our document, this particular query, and copy this as a result as well, so that you have to store the result. All right, so this was our KPIs. So we have determined all the KPIs. So we will go ahead and move to our charts requirement. Okay, so these charts are actually designed to be into Excel, but whatever values that will be displayed on the chart, we'll be finding it first in Excel, in SQL queries only. All right, so I will just delete this query for now, and I will just bring this query and I will execute C so that we can see our data over here. So first thing what he want is a daily trend for orders. Okay, so we want daily trend for our total orders, so in such a way that we will be getting an output from Saturday to Sunday or all the weekdays, and considering all the days in a week, considering all weekend days also, and with respect to that how many total number of orders were placed in each week. Okay, so to do this or to write this query I will be using select. Okay, and in this case we will be using a date function, that is date name. Okay, first I will write a query and I will then explain how we have how to understand this query, and I will be using an abbreviation or interval as DW. Then we want the date field is as order date, order underscore date. Okay, and I will mention this as, or the alias for this will be underscore day. Okay, and what we want is we want count with respect to this. Okay, so we want count of, okay, so we want count of order ID, so it is nothing but total orders, right? So we want count of total orders, we have to take distinct count. Okay, so I will be using distinct order ID. Okay, and I will name this column as total orders. Okay, and we want to bring it from pizza underscore sales. And always remember, whenever you are using an aggregate, okay, whenever you are bringing a column and you're using an aggregate with respect to any field or any measure in from your data, you have to always group by your particular thing. What we can say, you have to use a group by clause so that it will be grouping that particular with respect to that particular date or day or category, and then it will be giving us an aggregated result. So always remember, you have to use a group by over here. Okay, group by whatever the categorical field we are using here. That is, this is our categorical field, and we will paste it over here. Okay, I will just run this query, and you can see with respect to, you can see this has been order day. So order day is nothing but this Saturday, Sunday, Wednesday, all the things, and we are having count as total order. So this is nothing but distinct count we are getting. So in this way we have form our result. So what we have used here, we have used a date name function over here, and we are using a date dw. So this date name is nothing but it is an argument which is it is used to derive the date of the week. Okay, so dw is nothing but it retrieves a day of week as a character string, like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, etc. Okay, so dw is nothing but date of a week, which is used to convert our order day into a string, and it will retrieve the date name. Okay, and this is the date name, that is Saturday to Sunday or whatever it is. Okay, so right now it is disturbed, but it can work for us. We don't have to group by it, or we can say order by it. So in this way we have calculated our first chart. Okay, so we have derived our first chart, that is daily trend. Okay, then we will move ahead to our next one. So next we will find out the query for monthly trend of the orders. So in this we have to find out how many monthly the total orders have been placed, so that the customer can find out the peak months where the orders are placed, right? So for that, what we will do, I will write a query. So first I will write a query and then I will explain you. So select date name. Okay, I will use a date name function, and in date name we want it for month, comma, for which month. So we want it for order underscore date, and we will name it as, okay, so for this we will name it as month name. Given a temporary name or alias as month name, comma. Okay, so what we want to show is the total orders. So total orders is nothing but we have to take count of distinct, okay, count of distinct order ID. All right, because there are many order ID which are duplicates, so we have to take the distinct count, and from we have to bring it from pizza underscore sales table. All right, so this is what we want to retrieve from this particular table. But again, what we have to do is we have to group by. Okay, because we want it at aggregation level, right? So we want it to be grouped by that particular month. So we will group by, okay, so we will group by it. Okay, and we will group it by this particular month. Control C, Control V, and we will run this query. So you can see with respect to different months, we have got the total order placed into that particular month. So and here you can see that the no column name has been added. So for this, we will add an alias as total orders. Okay. So make sure you are adding an underscore over here, because it will not take an space. Okay, so the name of the alias, whichever you are giving, it should be an continuous word. So for that we are adding an we can say underscore over here. So when we execute this, you can see we are getting the total number of orders which are placed into that particular month. And in going ahead, if you want to find out it in descending order, so that you will know which is the highest month and which is the lowest, for that what can you do is you can order this by, you can order by this particular total orders. Okay, so we will order by the total orders in descending order. Okay, so by default it will be ascending order, but if you want it in descending order, you have to mention this function called desc. Okay, and now we will run this. So you can see July is the maximum, but we can say the order placed month. Then we have May, then we have January, and the least one is the October month. All right, so from here we can find out different patterns, like in which season there are a maximum number of order placed. So from here we can guess that, like around rainy season or summer season, as per the Indian calendar, or the Indian weather, we can say the maximum number of orders are placed. All right. So we will be starting with our next requirement, that is third one, that is percentage of sales by pizza category. Okay. So here what we have to determine is the pizza by with respect to pizza category, we have to find out the sales, but we don't want the sales number. We have to find out the percentage of total. Okay. So first we will understand what should be the logic behind this. Okay. So how to determine the sales for that particular pizza category, and we have to find out the percentage. So percentage, how percentage is calculated? Percentage is nothing but we have to divide it by the total number of sales or over that particular what you can sales. Okay. So we will be dividing that particular pizza category sales divided by total number of sales, or we can say entire sales into that particular data. So we have to take the ratio. Okay. So to do that, what we will be doing, if you are having still a confusion, you can go ahead and search how we determine the percentage of sales or percentage of total. Understand that logic, and then you will be able to understand this query whatever I'm writing here. Okay. So remember, we are taking the ratio, and at a denominator we will be taking total number of sales, and at numerator it will be with respect to category wise sales. Okay. So we will be writing in query as select. I'll be using a select statement again. So we want pizza category. Okay. So we have name here pizza category, so we have to use the name of that particular field, that is pizza category. Okay. So I will be using a pizza category, comma. Okay. So now with above in front of that pizza category, what we want is ratio. Okay. So we have to take a ratio in such a way that what we will be doing is we will be doing first as sum of, okay, sum of total underscore price. Okay. Right. So for percentage, what we have to do is we have to take a ratio, and then we have to multiply it by 100 so that it will be converted to percentage. So we multiply that particular 100 at numerator. So what I will do, I will multiply 100 over here itself. Okay. Then I will divide it by the total number of sales. Okay. So you can see these particular sales, whatever we have taken here, it is with respect to that particular pizza category. Whichever pizza category we are taking, you will be getting in front of those sales, and that will be multiplied by 100. But at denominator, we want the sales of entire data. So for that, we will write one more select statement. So I will write here select. Okay. So what we will be using here again, sum of total underscore price. Okay. And here we will be taking it from pizza underscore sales. Okay, and I will close this bracket. You can see this particular entire this statement is only written to get an entire sale. So if I select this and if I run only this particular thing, you can see I will be dividing this particular statement. I will be dividing it by the total number of value of sales, that is 81,000. Okay, so this is important for us to understand, because you should know the logic how to determine the percentage of total. All right. So this is what we want, and then what we will do, I will just go ahead and we will be taking again from pizza underscore sales. So now this pizza underscore sales is for this particular statement. Okay. For this we have already written over here. So this is for select, this is for this particular pizza. Okay. And then we have to group by. Okay. So always remember, we have to group by with whatever categorical dimension we are using. So we'll be using this particular thing, and I will just try to run this. Okay. So you can see we are getting the percentage values over here. All right. And you can see the name is not given to this particular ratio. So what we will do, I will give the name to this particular ratio as total. You can name it as total sales, or you can name it as total revenue. I will name it as total sales and revenue, it is one and the same. And I will what you can say, I will just run this. Okay, so it's not here, you have to name it as first here as total underscore sales. Okay, and then select this entire, and you can see pizza category, with respect to that we are getting total sales, but it should be not total sales, it should be percentage of total. So I will just name it as percentage of total, that is PCT. Is nothing but a short form or abbreviation for percentage of sales. And then I will run it. So you can see for each pizza category, you can see for classic it is 26.90, chicken is 23.95. So with respect to that we are getting the percentage of total with respect to pizza category. So let's say you want to mention the sum of total sales also over here. So what we can do, we can write one more thing here over, that is sum of total. It is an extra, okay, so it is not as per our requirement. I will just mention here total price, okay, as total underscore sales, okay, and add one comma over here and then run this. Okay, so you can see if you want the total sales as well, you can get a total sales over here. All right, so now one more important point which I forgot to mention over here. So if you want to filter the data, okay, so this is the static query which gives the result for entire what we can say data set which is available with us. But if you want to filter this particular data for, let's say you want to see it for only January month. Okay, so to see the data for only January month, what we have to add here is we have to add a where clause where you will be using a filtering row by row. So we will be using a where clause. Okay, so now you want to see it for only first month. Okay, so I will be using a month function over here, that is for January, and what will be our date field which we will be using is order date is equal to 1. Okay, so when I run this particular query, you can see whatever values you are seeing over here, it is for first, means what we are seeing it for month of January. Okay, so this is important to note here, we are seeing it for month of January. So if you can see, I have added a note at the end over here. So you can see whenever I'm adding where month of order date is equal to 1, it is indicates that this is the output for January, and it can be applicable for all the queries which you are using here. You can apply it with respect to here as well. Whenever you are applying it, where that particular thing, that is where month of order date is equal to 1. So if you want to add it for quarter, you can see if you are applying date part quarter of order date is equal to 1, so it will give us the value for first quarter, because you might have seen in our Excel dashboard we are using a January filter over here. All right, so with respect to that, we have to find our values. All right, so you might have seen the percentage of total we are getting 2.27, 2.08. You might have seen that it is something wrong over here, right? So why it is giving us the wrong result? Because you can see we are using one more select statement over here, and whatever where clause is applied, it is applied to our external query. Okay, so we are using a subquery over here. So to apply this particular where clause in subquery, what we have to do, we have to copy this and we have to apply here as well. Okay, so in this particular where query also, because it is taking the total sales, but total sales should be also taken for that particular month also. So what we will do, I will just run this query, and now we are getting the correct result, that is 26, 23 and 24. So make sure whenever you are using a subquery and whenever you are applying a filter, that is where clause, it should be added in subquery as well. Okay, so in this way you can apply the filter and you can find out the values for different, you can say what we can say values also. If you can see for January we are getting these particular values, because we are going to apply some filters over here. You should apply the filters in query as well and find if we are getting the correct result or we are not getting the correct result. All right, so this is also important, we have must apply the filter in query also. So I hope you have understood, and moving ahead to our next one is, let's move ahead. So next requirement is percentage of sales by pizza size. Okay, so this is very much same, so I will just remove this first filter from here. Okay, so we will be using the same query here, only instead of what we have to do is, instead of pizza category we will be using pizza size. Okay, so I will just run this particular statement. This is the data, so we will be using pizza size now. Okay, so instead of pizza category I will use pizza size, all other things will be same. So I'll just copy this and I will paste it over here. So this as well. Okay, and now if you run this query, so you will be getting the values with respect to pizza size over here. So if you want to group by or order by it, so I will just use an order by. So if you want to see the sizes with respect to, with percentage of total, I will just group by it by PCT, and I will just see it in the ascending order. So if you want to see it in descending order, we will add a here DESC. So by default it is ascending, but if you want to see it in descending, you have to add this function at end of the order clause, and then you can see the values are now in descending order. All right, so one more thing also you can do here, if you want to see it for only up to 2 decimal points, that is 45.89. So this is just I'm telling you an extra. So what you can do here is you can add a cast over here. Okay, so means what, I will just add a cast here, cast function. Okay, I will add a bracket. and it is dividing it by this, and at this end what I will add as decimal. Okay, we'll change it to decimal 10 comma 2. We'll close this bracket and I will close this one more bracket and I will just run this. You can see we are getting at up to 2 decimal points. Okay, so in this way you can modify your query as per your requirement. So cast we are using to convert it into decimal, and then in decimal we are showing it up to only 2 decimal points. Okay, in this way we are forming our result. Similarly for this also, if you want to see the total sales up to 2 decimal points, again you can use your cast. Okay, and I will just add a bracket over here and I will add comma decimal 10 comma. Okay, so we have to remove the comma from here. I will close one more bracket and add it over here. Okay, not needed. And I will just run this. Okay, so we are getting an error over here at line 15. Okay, cost. Yeah, we have to add it as, and now you can see. So we are getting this also as per to 2 decimal points. So in this way you can use your query, and again you can add your where clause as well. So make sure you are adding a where clause before a group by statement, and if you are adding a where clause here, make sure you are adding the where clause in this particular subquery as well. All right, so get the correct result. All right, so let's say let us see it for quarter. Okay, so we'll see it for first quarter. So let's say we are adding a date part function over here, and date part should be what? Quarter. Okay, and we are using here order underscore date, and we are seeing it for first quarter. So let's run this. Okay, so quarter is not an recognized hint option, so we'll just name. Okay, so make sure it is a case sensitive. Okay, and we will run this. Still not. Okay, where clause, where. Now I will run this, and you can see it is for first quarter, but make sure you are adding it here as well. So I will just copy this and we will add it over here as well. I will close the bracket. Okay, and now we will execute this. Oops, we will execute this, and you can see we are getting the result right now for first quarter. And in this way, by applying some filters in Excel as well as applying some filters in SQL, you can get this particular results. I hope you have understood this. Okay. Okay, so moving ahead to our next problem statement, we will go ahead and find out the next, that is top 5 best sellers by revenue, total quantity and total orders. And in this we will also go ahead and find out the bottom 5. Okay, so because there will be a small difference in the query, we will simultaneously work on this problem statement. So first I will write a query to get an orders, or we can say with respect to pizza name, which is the maximum selling or best revenue pizza. Okay, so for that I will write a select query. So select. Okay, so select pizza name. Okay, so we want which pizza name is best seller, comma, and we want the sum of revenue. So I will use sum of. So instead for sum it is nothing but sum of total price. So it will be total underscore price. Okay, and we want it from where? From pizza underscore sales. Okay, so pizza underscore sales, and next again we have to group it by, because whenever you are using any aggregation in any of the statement with respect to any of sub categorical or field, so we have to group it by with respect to that field. So this is a thumb rule, and always remember that. So group by, so we'll use a group by. So we have to group it by pizza name, control C, control V. So let's see what will be the result of this. So when you run this query, you can see with respect to that pizza name, we are getting the revenue of that particular pizza. Okay, so you can see the name, column name is not added here. So we'll give an alias here, that as total underscore revenue. Okay, now we'll run this. So you can see we are getting different pizza name. With respect to different pizza name, we are getting the total sales done in entire year, but we just want top 5. Okay, but before getting top 5, what we want, we will group or we will order it by in descending order. So we will get which is the maximum selling, second selling, third selling, the best pizzas. Okay, so we will first group it by, okay, not group by, we will order by. Okay, so we will order by as total revenue. Okay, so when I hit this query, okay, so you are getting by default it is at ascending order. So if you are not mentioning anything here, it is by default in ascending order. But if you want it in descending order, you have to mention here DESC, which is a descending order. Now when I run this, you can see you are getting this particular results in descending order, that this Thai pizza is the maximum selling, that is making $43,434 of revenue. Okay, and these are the five. Okay, we want this top five. So to get or to limit our data to top five, what we have to do, in front of select query, I will write a top function and I will write here top five. Okay, so we want just top five pizza. Now I will execute this and you can see we are getting the top five pizza names. All right, so this will be by revenue. So these are the top five pizza names by revenue. And with respect to this, what you have to do is you have to save your query in the document in such a way that's right. So for top five pizza, this is the query which you are using and the result you have to copy it. So this you have to do each and every time. So I will not repeat it again and again. You know that how to do. All right, so you have to just take screenshot, you have to copy this and you have to create your own document. So these were top five pizzas. Now we want the bottom five pizzas. All right, so now to get bottom five pizzas, you don't have to do anything. Instead of descending, either you have to remove this or you can add ASC, because by default if you are removing it, it will be in ascending order, or if you are typing an ASC also, it will give us in ascending order only. And we want top five only. What we have to do, we have to reverse the order from descending order to ascending order. So what I will do, I will just run this and you can see these are the bottom five. Okay, so this is the fifth last pizza which is the best seller, and this is the last one. Okay, so we are getting an idea of which are the worst seller, bottom five pizzas. So don't type your bottom. Okay, it will not give you an result. You have to just change this particular thing over here. So this is what we are finding this with respect to the total price. Now we will be finding the same query again. We just have to find it for now by quantity. Okay, so instead of quantity, what you have to do, you have to just write here sum of quantity. Okay, so this will be by sum of quantity, and we will name it as total quantity. Okay, and we will copy this and you have to change this total revenue to total quantity. And now it is in ascending order, so whenever I'm running this query, it will give you bottom five pizzas, it will not give you top five. For getting top five, what you have to do, you have to type your DSC. And now I will run this and you can see these are the best seller top five. Okay, these are the top five best sellers with respect to quantity. And if you want it the bottom five, you have to just mention here ASC. And now when I run this, you can see these are the bottom five. So it's very easy. So it is with respect to quantity. If you want it with respect to orders, so instead of sum, you have to, how we are taking the orders are count. Okay, we have to take count of distinct order ID. Okay, so this will be count of distinct order ID. And so it will be as total, not quantity, it will be as total orders. And I will copy this and we have to change it to here in order by clause. All right. And now when I run this, it will give you the bottom five, but we want the top five. So I will mention here DSC. And when I run this, so you will get the top five pizzas or the best sellers with respect to total orders. And if you want bottom five that are the worst sellers, you just have to add here ascending order. Or if you remove the ascending order also, by default it will be ascending, and when you run this query, you will get automatically the bottom five best sellers. All right, so in this way we have solved all our problem statements which are provided by the client for us, and we have solved it in MS SQL Server. Now we will be preparing our dashboard and we will be comparing our result. But before that, we will see which document we have prepared. Okay, so always remember to make sure you have prepared this document, because it will be good for our reference to validate our result. Okay, so we have added all the queries, we have added our output over here, we have taken the snapshot of all the outputs. So this output or this query document can be used by your users, by your colleagues, by your clients to verify if we are getting the correct result or not. All right, so make sure you do that. So now guys, I have taken the new Power BI workbook file, and now what we will do, we will go ahead and connect our this Power BI file or the Power BI desktop to MS SQL Server database. But before that, what I will show you, if you have not updated or if you have updated your Power BI, if you're not updated, obviously you have to go ahead and update. Otherwise, you cannot use the new card visual which we are going to use. That is the June 2023 update. And if you are updated and if you still cannot see that particular visual into your particular Power BI, then what you have to do is you have to go into File, then you have to go into Options and Setting, then go to Options, and here you have an option called as Preview Features. Go in Preview Features, and at last you can see a new card visual. So make sure this particular checkbox is ticked, and if it is not, you have to tick this, you have to click on OK. Then it will ask you to close and reopen your Tableau, and then you can see that particular option available for you. One more thing, guys, you can see this on object interaction. So I have not this checked this particular checkbox. So when I do this, you can see whatever this particular visualization tab which we are having at this particular right hand side on this particular thing, you will be seeing that it has been moved at the top toolbar, right? And there are some advanced option, but this is feasible for me. I am handy to this particular option, so I have unchecked this. So it depends upon you what you have to use. All right, so make sure for new card visual you have checked this. I will just click on OK, and you can see this is the new card visual, right? So you can see card, and in bracket the new is mentioned. That is that it means that you have that particular new card visual. All right, so now we will go ahead and connect our Power BI to our MS SQL Server database. So for that, you can see we already have an option here called import data from MS SQL Server. All right. Or if you don't have that option, you can go ahead and click on get data. Okay. So there are some options available already here. And you can see there is an option called MS SQL Server or SQL Server database. You can use anything. And one more thing, if you don't have MS SQL Server installed into your system, you can go ahead and select a CSV file from here. Okay. So it means that you can just click on this particular text or CSV file, and you can use this particular connection as well. Right. So it depends upon you, whichever connections you have to use. So I will just close this for now. And next thing what I have to do is I will just click on MS SQL Server. Then it will ask me what is my server name. So I have told this multiple times. So always remember, whenever you open your MS SQL Server Server Studio, it will ask you to connect, and at the top the server name is mentioned. So for me, you can see here it is mentioned that Swapnajit slash SQL 2022. So this is for me, because for my system this is the name. For your system it will be different. Don't use the same name whichever I am using. It will be different for you. So I will be using, for me, that is Swapnajit slash SQL Swapnajit slash SQL 2020. Okay, and the database name. You can see the database name which we are using here is PizzaDB. So I will mention that name over here, PizzaDB, and then just you have to hit on OK button. So it will take some time to connect with our database. So once it is connected, you can see SQL, and then the name of the server and the PizzaDB, whatever that particular what we can say database is been fetched, and in that particular database we just have one file, that is pizza sales. So you just have to check this, and then it will give us a preview of the data over here. So it means it is just giving us few of the records, like if this particular data is correctly populated or not. Then next what you have to do, you have to just click on load. Okay, so once you hit load, it will take some time to load the data, and then after all the data is loaded, you will get an data out, what we can say, connected. So after that you have to go into data view. So just click on data view, and you can see this is the data whatever we are having, which has been connected from the MS SQL Server database. All right, so this is the data which we are having over here. So now next thing what we have to do into this, after we have connected to MS SQL Server database, we have to do some data cleaning. Okay, so always remember, there is some basic level of data cleaning is always done in all of the projects. And always remember, before designing or building any project or dashboard, first always go through data if it is cleaned with as per our requirement, because we already have a problem statement, and with respect to that problem statement, make sure that we have everything into our data, and which is cleaned, or which is in structured format. and always study the data, see from at higher granularity to lower granularity how the data is flowing. Because if you have studied the data properly, 60 to 70% of work is done over there only, and remaining 30% is just you have to bring it in the form of visualization. All right, so now we will do here some data cleaning. We can see our pizza size is there, and in this particular pizza size, if I see, there are abbreviations are used, right, like L, M, S, XL and double XL. But what we have to do is we have to give some names to it, like L represent large, then XL represent extra large, or X large we can say. S represent regular size of pizza. Okay, S will be regular and M should be small. So now how to do this? For that, what we will do, I will just click on this home tab, and here you can see the switch ribbon options. I will just click on this and you can see the options are visible for me over here. So for this, what I will do, I will make use of Power Query to clean this data. So you have an option in Home tab or in Home ribbon, you have an option called Transform Data. So I will just click on this particular transform data, and a new Power Query editor window will be opened. Okay. So we can say what is this particular Power Query is nothing but in this particular window or in this particular Power Query, we cook our data. Okay, means what? We will make some modifications into our data, and these modifications will be taken back to our Power BI, and then we can use that particular modified data to make our visualization. All right. So I hope you have understood this. The next thing what we have to do is we have to modify this particular, that is pizza size. And now what I will do, select this particular column. You can just click on this header, it will be selected. Then right click over here and you can have option called replace values over here. So you just have to click on this and a new dialog box will be opened. So first it is asking to replace what? Okay, so or we can say find that particular value. So I will just find M first. Okay, and I want to replace it with medium. Okay, so I just want to replace M with medium. I will just hit on OK. You can see M is replaced with medium over here. And you can see at the right hand side, you have applied steps over here. So in this particular Power Query editor, what steps we are performing onto our data. So this has been what we can say, what we are cooking in the data, what ingredients we have added, everything will be mentioned over here. So what step we have performed? The first we have replaced value. Okay, so if you want to change this, you can double click on this, and if it is giving us that what we have changed over here. Okay, if you want to delete, you can see a cross option is there over here. You can just click on this and it will delete that particular step. All right, so if we have understood, then next again we will right click, and again we will replace the values. In here we will replace S with a regular. Okay, so S means nothing but a regular size of pizza. I will just hit OK. You can see S is converted to regular. Then again right click, replace values, and now we will replace L with large. Okay, I will replace L with large and I will just hit OK. So you can see large is converted. So now you can see there are different options available. So now we can see X and L was present because in Excel capital L was present. So it is converted to X large. But what we want is X large. In X and large, we want one hyphen over there. So what we will do, I will just go ahead and I will find replace values. And in this, I want X large. Okay, X large. Okay, so I'll just take X large. So I want X large to be replaced by X dash large, and I will just hit OK. And you can see it has been converted. Similarly, double XL will be also converted as double X hyphen or dash large. So guys, here you can see that this particular regular, because in that regular L was present and that L is also converted to large. So we have to do further again data cleaning. So what we will do, I will just press Control C. Okay, I will just copy this particular regular gear and select again this particular column, and I will right click again, and again I will go to replace values. Okay, and I will just paste it over here, Control V. So we want to replace this with regular. Okay, and I will just hit OK. So you can see that has been also converted. So you have to do this 2 to 3 or 4 times so that all our data is converted into proper format. There are different ways to do that, because here we just have 3 to 4 categorical values to be replaced. But if there are some more values, you can go ahead and do some m queries, okay, and you can do replace that particular values. Okay, so now if you can see in this filter, you can see all have been replaced properly, that is large, medium, regular, and x large. Okay, so right now, because we are only seeing here some part of the data, or you can say sample of the data, double x large is not been shown here, but we can go ahead and see that into our Power BI when we are closing this particular Power Query. So after we have done all the cleaning, you have to go into Home tab again, and you can see there is an option called Close and Apply. So as soon as I hit this button, what it will do, it will close the Power Query editor, and whatever changes here we have made, it will be applied to our Power BI. So I will just hit on this, and you can see we are back to our Power BI, and you can see it has been processed, and you can see the data has been changed over here. So if you can see here, all the abbreviations has been changed to this particular value. So after doing this, what we will do, we will start building our report, or we will start building our visuals with respect to the problem statement which we are having. And so in min, or we can see in between, we have to make use of Power Query again and again, so that it will help us to transform our data with respect to the requirement which we are having. So first we will start the visual. So I will go back to our report view, and now the as per our requirement, if I go to the requirements, so first what we have to do is we have to build our KPIs, that is the total revenue, average order values, total pizzas sold, total orders, and average pizzas per order. So first what we want is the total revenue, and the total revenue is nothing but the sum of the total price. All right. So now first what we will do, we have our data over here. So I will just drop down or expand the options which we are having. And now in this particular thing, what before building, what we will do, we will create all our measures. Okay, so we will create all the KPIs first, and then we will build those into our visuals. So first what I will do, I will just right click anywhere, and I will create a new measure. So now we will be going to make use of DAX functions over here. All right, so first is our total revenue. I will just name it as total revenue. Okay, so the first is total revenue, and the total revenue is nothing but the sum of total price of all the pizzas. So it is nothing but sum of total price. Okay, so this is nothing but whenever we are taking the sum of total price, it will be for us the total revenue. The second one is to find out the average order value. But average order value is nothing but what? It is calculated by dividing total revenue by total number of orders, right? So before finding average order value, we have to first find out the total number of orders. That is nothing but this total orders, right? So we will first find out this fourth KPI, and then we will go ahead and find out the second one. And the fourth KPI is nothing but total number of order placed. So if we see our data, I will just show you the data. So we have to find out the total number of orders. So the total number of orders are nothing but the order ID. Okay. So in this data, which I have already mentioned you, order ID is nothing but in one order how many pizzas are sold. And in this data is nothing but each row is represented to each pizza ordered. Okay. So in one order, there may be multiple pizzas, right? So there might be the case that there will be multiple duplicate orders are there, or we can say multiple duplicate order IDs, because let's say you're having an order ID of we can say 2. Okay, so 2 is nothing but 2 is an order ID, but in that particular order ID there may be 4 pizzas which may be ordered, right? And each for 4 pizzas there will be 4 rows, right? So in this case what we have to take distinct count. All right, so what I will do, I will just go ahead and create a new measure, and I will name it as total orders. Okay, so total orders is nothing but distinct count. Okay, so we'll be taking distinct count of order ID. Okay, that is nothing but order ID. So I'll just increase the size of order ID. All right. So, and I will just hit OK. Perfect. Okay. So now next one is when we go to our uh, requirement, we have to find average order value, that is total revenue by total number of orders. So I'll just right click and I will create new measure, and it is nothing but total or average order value. Average order value. Okay, and we have to take sum, or we have to take a division of total revenue. We have to take division of total revenue divided by total orders. Okay, that is this, and I will just hit OK. right? The next we have to find out total pizza sold. So total pizza sold are nothing but sum of quantities of all the pizzas. So we already have a quantity over here. So I'll just take a new measure over here and I will name it as total pizzas sold. Okay, and it is nothing but sum of quantity. And I will just close this bracket and I will just hit OK. All right. So now next is what average pizzas per order. And average pizzas per order is nothing but total number of orders or the total number of pizzas sold divided by total number of orders. So I will take a new measure again, right click, new measure, and I will name this measure as average, oops, average pizzas per order. All right. And this will be total orders divided by total, sorry, it will be total pizzas sold divided by total number of orders, and I will just hit OK. And now you can see we have already created all our measures. All right, so now next what we will do, we will go ahead and build our first visual, that is the KPIs. And for that we are going to make use of new card visual, which I told you initially. So for that I have already told you what steps you have to follow. So here there is an option called new card visual. I will just click on this and you can see a new card visual has been, it has been displayed over here. The next thing what we have to do is we have to just add or drag our measures into that. So first what we want is the total revenue. So I will just take and put it over here. Okay, so this is our total revenue. Next is what the average order value. So I will just tick this. Okay, so just tick this checkbox or you can drag it and keep it over here. The next one what we want is the total pizza sold. So we want here is total pizza sold. Next one is total orders and last one is average pizzas per order. Okay, so when I increase this, you can see I will just increase this though, and I will just adjust this properly. So here you can see guys, automatically we have or we get an our KPI card, and which is very time saving, because initially what we were doing is, initially what we used to do, we used to take this particular card, that is a simple card, and in by using this simple card we used to create first KPI, then again take that card, create second KPI. But what with this particular new update what we have got is, in this update we can directly convert our all of these particular measures into a KPI card. And if you want to show it horizontally, you can show horizontally or vertically or in the form of grid. So if you want to learn more about this particular card visual, you can go ahead and see my video on my channel. I will add that link in the description box as well. You can watch that complete video and you will get more idea of how this card visual is used. All right, so moving ahead, so next what we will do here is I will just increase the size, and now what we have to do, we have to do some formattings over here. All right, so what I will do, I will just go to our format visual, select this and then go to format visual, then go to call out. Okay, before call out what we will do, instead of using rectangle I will be using a rounded rectangle over here, and for rounded corners I will be using 10%. Okay, then we have to go call out value. So in call out value, make sure all is selected over here. So if you are selecting any individual, it will be converted, or that particular formatting will be done on the individual KPIs only. So make sure it is all, and here we will be using and font as 30. Okay, and we will be using it as bold, and the color which I will be using is this, that is theme color 50% darker blue, and I will be using this color. Next one, the alignment, we will be using it as center. All right, okay, so moving ahead what we will do, we will format our labels as well. So for labels I will be using as 11. Okay, and the font we will be using as Sagio UI semi bold. All right, and the color which we will be using is this, that is the brown color. The next thing what we have to do is, instead of showing it as above, what we have to do is I will show it as below. Okay, so I want this to be mentioned at below over here. All right, so this is the way which we are going to do. Now we have to explore some more options as well. So I will just close the call out value now and open the layout. So the layout here we want it as horizontal only, and this is the space between, that is what space we want this between this particular card. So if I increase the space, you can see the space has been increased, but for now I will just keep it as 5 only. Then go to cards. Okay, so now in cards what we want here is whatever shadow we are going to, you have to give the shadow to this. I will just turn on the shadow, so you can see the shadow option has been given, but inside give, instead of giving it outside, I will give it as inside. Okay, so from inside I want to be this particular shadow to be applied. The next one, glow, also I have to give, so I will just turn on the glow, and the glow also I want it from inside. Okay, and I want it to be as this color. Okay, I want it to be in black color. Okay, so we have applied the shadow as well. And the next thing what we have to do is I want to add an accent bar. So we have to add image as well, but I will add first accent bar. So accent bar is nothing but a bar or a vertical line is been added to left, right, bottom of, or top, wherever you want. So when I just turn on, you can see the line has been added over here. So it depends where you want to show. If you want to show it right or bottom, wherever, or that top, wherever you want. But for now, I will just show it at left, and here you can see what should be the width. So before that I will just choose the color, so I will be using this color, and the width I will be increasing the width up to 6 points. Okay, so I'll be using the 6 point width for this particular KPI card. All right, so now next what I will do here is next what we have to add is images. Okay, for images what we have to do, I will be adding an individual image in each and every what I can say, the KPI card. All right. So now to add an image, I will just open this image and I will turn on this. Okay. So to turn on, whenever I am adding image by using all, okay, whenever I'm selecting here all, so image will be added in all of this particular KPI cards. But I don't want, I want individual image added to each and every card. So first what I will do, I will select total revenue. So when I select total revenue, image will be added only in this particular KPI. So I will just go down and it is asking me to browse the image. I will just browse here, and there are different images available over here. So first I will be using this particular, I will add the link in description box from where you can go ahead and download these images. So I will just click on this, and you can see an image is added over here, but we want, it is giving us an option at which position you want this. So I will add it at top. I want at top this image to be added. Then it is asking us what should be the pixel size of image. So for me the pixel size should be 30. Okay, so this is the pixel size which I am using, and it is asking us between this image and this KPI should there be any gap. So I will just increase the gap here. You can see the gap is been increased, and I will increase it up to 10. Okay, so this will be the first image which I have added. Okay, so moving ahead to the next one, I will just go ahead and select the next. Okay, so just go up, and instead of total revenue, select average order value. Okay, and all this we are doing under cards. Okay, remember we are doing this under cards. Second one is average order value. Go down, select our image from here. For average order value, I will choose this particular image, this one. Okay, and I want it at top. Okay, similarly the space between that should be 10 and the size should be 30 pixel. Okay, it should be 30 pixels. So this is my average order value. The next one, similar process we will follow. I will add it for total pizzas sold. Select the image, and for total pizzas sold, I will add this particular delivery man. I want it at top. It should be 10 and the pixel size should be 30. Okay. In similar way, we'll go ahead and add for total orders as well. So for total orders, I will just go ahead and select this particular. So this is my total orders. I will add at top 10 and the size should be 30. Okay. Similarly for average pizza sold. So this will be my average pizza sold. Browse the image and I will be using the image as this. Okay. And it should be at top. Padding should be of 10 and the size will be for me as 30. Okay, so in this we have already added all the images. Okay, so now next I will select this entire visualization, go to visualization, and in general what I will do, I will give the height and what we can say width for this. So width for B will be 1230. Okay, so this will be width, and the height will be 140. Okay, so this will be the height and width for me, that is the total revenue. Or if you can see, if you want, you can increase the width some more. Okay, so this is fine. Okay, so this will be the KPI card which we have created. Now, next thing what we have to do is we have to go ahead and format or select our dashboard size. Okay, so we have to select a comfortable or a particular dashboard size where all our charts or all our images will be, properly placed, and the layout should be very much good, that it will be visually appealing, and all the things should be, clear to the user or the stakeholder who is going to use this particular. So the dashboard size which we will be choosing here is, so you have to just click on outside, do not select any chart over here, and you have to go in format your report page, and in canvas setting, instead of using and 16 as to 9, just go ahead and choose as custom. And for me, I will be using height as 820 pixel, and the width for me which I will be using is 1500. Okay, so this will be our dashboard size, and the alignment will be using at the middle alignment. And the canvas background which we'll be using here, we will go ahead and I will just selecting this particular background, and the transparency I will be using as 85%. Okay, so this will be our dashboard size. Perfect. And so I'll just close this. And if you want, if you can see, you are using a scroll bar here. If you want, you can reduce the size from here. Okay, so you can see right now it is 75%. You can use custom. Let's say I will be using 80% for me. So you can see it has been perfectly fitting over here. All right. And now next thing what we are going to do here is I will just keep it over here. And next we'll go ahead and add our title of this particular dashboard. Okay, so go to visualization first, then go to insert first, go to shapes, and from here we will be adding this particular, that is a rounded tab both top. Okay, so I will be using this particular visual for us, and just go in general, go in properties, and we will define the height and width for this particular shape. So for us the height will be 65, and the width we are going to use is 1465. Okay, so this will be our height. Oops. Okay, 1465. Okay, so this is the size we are going to use. Just close this, and we will try to place it in proper way over here. Okay, we can just increase a bit. Perfect. Okay, so this will be our size over here, or this particular placeholder for our title. Then we have to just format this also. So I will just go ahead, and we will go to shape, and in shape first we have to go to style, and in this we'll change our colors. So go to more colors, and here I will be using an color code as hashtag 573B90. So this will be the color which I'll be using. All right, now next what we have to do is we have to give our name of the dashboard. All right, so to give the name of the dashboard, I will just select insert, go to insert, and from here select text box. Okay, and the name will be pizza sales report. Okay, so this is our name, and I will just select this, select the entire text, and we will be using the font as 20, and we will be using Sagio UI, and we'll just use a bold over here. So I'll just reduce this now, and we'll place it into our this particular, we just center it and try to place it at this particular center. Perfect. Now just select this particular, go to our, just select this particular text box, go to effects, and turn off the background. Okay, we don't want any background over here. Then select this entire text and make it white. Okay, and we will just keep it at top. All right, next what we have to do is we'll add the data is ranging from where. Okay, so I add one more text box over here, and here we will be adding it as from, we have the data is from January 15. Okay, the data is from January 15 to December 15. Okay, to December 15. So we have a data for 1 year. So we are showing here the data is ranging from where to where. Okay, so just go ahead and place it over here, and we have to go again to effects, turn off the background, select this entire text, and the font we will be using here is console as italic, and the color we'll be using is this. Okay, so just increase the size over here. Perfect. All right, just select this and we can make it as bold. Perfect. So this is our pizza sales report. And if you want an add image over here, so just click on image and we will add a pizza image over here. So just reduce this and we'll place it over here. Nice and clean. Okay, just save it. Okay, so I'll save it later. Perfect. So this is our title, and now we'll just keep it over here properly. Perfect. So now we have designed our KPI over here, and the next part what we have to design is we have to go ahead and find out our the other charts. Okay, so the KPI part is done. So the next thing what we have to do, guys, is we have to compare whether our Power BI results are matching with our what we can say the results which we have extracted from our SQL queries. So first you can see the total revenue. If I match, the total revenue is 817860, which is 817.86k, which is the perfect match. The average order value is 38.30 or 38.31. This is also perfect match. Then the total pizzas sold here, we can see those are 50k over here. So here you can see it is almost 49,574, but because it has been converted to the number, so it has been giving us as 50k. But let's convert this to a proper number. So just select this, then go to our format visual and go to call out value over here. So first what I will do, I will just go in labels. Here you can see it is very much down. These labels are very much at the end of this particular edge. So what we can do, go into labels over here, go into spacings, and here you can see the vertical spacing. I will just reduce this to 4. Okay, so this is our vertical spacing. I will have reduced this, and now come back to our callout value at the top. So now I have to change the unit of this total pizza sold. Okay, so here I will go ahead and select the total pizza sold, but because I have to just change this unit of this particular thing, so you can see the display unit is auto. I will just select none, so you can see it has been converted here. Then similarly for total orders also I will go ahead and change this. So select total orders, and instead of auto you have to just click here none. All right, so you can see now if you compare this particular values, you can see 49574 is the perfect match. Similarly for total orders it is 21350 is the perfect match, and for average pizza sold it is 2.32 is the perfect match. So you have to compare your results of Power BI with SQL, make sure they are perfect match and there are no discrepancies or any deltas are shown over there. If it is there, then you are getting a wrong result in Power BI. So make sure, because anything you write any formulas, it doesn't mean that it is correct. You have to always go ahead and compare it with some solid foundation like SQL queries. All right, so I hope you have understood. Now next what we will do, we will go ahead and with our as per our problem statement, we will go ahead and find our charts, or we will design our chart that is daily trend for total orders. Okay, so for daily trends of total orders, first we have to take shape over here. So I will just create one shape over here. So for that, go to insert, then go to shapes, and I will be using a rounded rectangle. So this is our rounded rectangle. Then go select this, go to general, and for properties I will be using a height for me will be 310, and the width I will be using is 565. Okay, so this will be a rounded rectangle. I will just try to place it over here. Okay, so now next thing what I will do here is I will just format this first. So just go to shape over here, and in shape you can see here, instead of rounded rectangles for 25%, I will just choose it as 6%. Okay, so I just don't want more of the corners to be selected. Okay, then go to style, and the color here which we'll be choosing here is we'll be using a white color. Okay, so this will be our white color, and I will just go to borders. Okay, so borders we'll be using here this border. Okay, so this will be our border, And next we have to use glow effects here. So I will just go in glow effects. I will just turn on this glow effects, and instead of this color I will be using this. Okay, so this will be our glow effects, and if you want this also you can choose. Okay, so this particular glow effect we'll be using, so it looks like something is been stick onto the dashboard, and on that dashboard or this stick we will be going and placing our chart which we are going to design in a few minutes. Okay, so now next what we have to do here is we have to create a bar chart that display daily trend. So now daily trend is nothing but we have to extract, let's say Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Likewise we have to extract first that from our order date. Okay, so if you go to our data view, here you can see there is an order date, but we don't have any column where there is a day or like Tuesday, Monday or Thursday which has been extracted from here. So now to do this again we have to make use of Power Query. So this is very important, guys. So I will just go to home over here, and here what we will be using, I will be using a transform data. So just as soon as I hit, we will go back to our Power Query editor over here, and here what we have to do is we have to change our what we can see, we have to extract our day from this particular date. So just select this order date. I have just selected this, and go to add column over here. Just go to add column date, and in date here you can see there is a drop down over here, and you have a day over here, and from here you have to select just name of the day. So as soon as I hit this, you can see a new day has been added, and it will be added at the end. You can see the day name is added over here, right? So here you can see the day name is added. So now I just wanted this day name, so I will just go back. So just go to home and just click on close and apply. So it will take some time to load the data, and here you can see at the end you can see the day name is added over here. All right, so in this way we have added our day name, but from this day name also we just want the first three initial letters. Okay, I just want first three initial letters from this particular day name. So how to get those? Okay, so for that what we will be using, we will be using a dax function again. So for to write a dax function, here you have a new column over here. So I will just click on new column, and I will name that column as order day. Okay, I will name it as order day, and I will be using here the upper function. Okay, so we'll be using upper, and what we want is left. Okay, just we want the left to be extracted, so I will be using left function. Upper you I'm using because I want that first three initial letter as an capital. Okay, so I'm using the upper function. Okay, I just increase the size here. Okay, so left, and so after left what it is asking, which column which we want it to be converted. So I want the day name, comma, and which how many number of characters you want, that is three, because we want first three initial letters. I will just close and close this, and I will just hit enter. So you can see the Friday has been converted to FRI. So that is nothing but the initials we have got. All right, so I hope you have understood. So now we will go back to our report view. Okay, so now this was very important steps, because we will be doing some frequently use of Power Query editor, to transform our data or cook our data. All right. So now next, what we will do, we will just sorry. So let me check. Okay, it's done. All right. So now next, what we will have to do is I will take a column chart from here. So this is my column chart. We'll just reduce it. Okay, and I will place it over here, just increase the size. Okay, so this is my column chart, and now I have to add x-axis and y-axis from here. So x-axis will be what? So y-axis will be my order day. So this will be y-axis. I will just put it into y-axis, or I will just first close this order day, and on the y-axis, right, on x-axis I want order day, and I want it to be total orders. We want to see the total orders with respect to the order days. Okay, so this is our total orders by order day. So now what we have to do, we have to do some visualization, or we have to format our visual. So first I will just adjust my visual properly over here, make sure it is perfectly adjusted. All right, so this looks good. Now next, select this visual, go to our format visual, go to general first, go in effects and turn off the background. Okay, although it is white, but just we have to turn off so that edges will be not coming out of this particular shapes. Okay, then go to visual again, So we don't want the x-axis. So we want x-axis, but we don't want the label of this. So just drop down here and turn off the title of this. Okay. Then y-axis, as we are going to show the data labels here, so we don't want the y-axis as well. Similarly, its title also we don't want. Okay. So we'll just turn off the title. So this was all about x-axis, and the grid lines we have already turned off. The next one is columns. Okay. So now what we are going to do here is we are going to give some conditional formatting colors to these columns. Okay, so here instead of giving a static color, we will be giving a dynamic color. So we have to just click on this conditional formatting. So as soon as I hit this, a new dialog box will be opened. So we don't want to give it rules, we want it to be given by gradient. So select gradient here, and you have to select by which field you have to give. So we have to give it by total orders, because we are showing it with respect to the total orders here, right? The next one, we'll choose here color. I will just go in more colors, and I will be using my own color as hashtag EB895F. Okay, 5F. So this will be my color, first color. Then the highest color will be, I'll just go in more colors, and I will change it here as hashtag 73361C. Okay, so this will be my next color. So just click on OK. Now Sidhu, this is our color, and now next what we have to do here is I'll just click here. So this legend I don't want here, so I will just turn off this legend. Now what we will do, I will add the data labels. I will just turn off the data labels, turn on it. So then go to values, and from here we will select a black color, and from here I will select the Sergio UI semi bold, and a font I will be using as 10, or you can use 11. Okay, I will just use 10.5. Okay, perfect. And the display units are auto. Similarly, what we will do, we will change our x-axis as well. Okay, so go to x-axis, and here the values will be semi bold. Choose it as black. Okay, and increase it to 10. Okay, so this will be our x-axis. Perfect. So now one thing you might have noted over here, that it is not been right. So from Friday, Thursday, so it is not in sequence of our week. So it should be starting from Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Likewise, it is not in perfect sorting order. So if you try to change the sorting order from here also, if I click on order day, so it is giving us with respect to alphabetical order. So if I change it to descending also or ascending, it will give us in different order. So it is not giving us the order we want. Okay, so select this chart. First we will just reduce this bar size first. Okay, first we will change this, and I will show you how to do. So you go in spacings, go in colors, columns, and spacings, and inner padding I will be using as 40. Okay, so this will be the bar size which we'll be using. The next thing, we have to show it in sequence. Okay, so to show in sequence, we cannot directly sort it from here. So for that we have to create one more measure, and that from that measure we have to sort it. So now to create that particular measure, what we have to do is we will go back again to our Power Query editor, and from there we will add the numbers to this particular days. Okay, so I will just go to home and then click on transform data. Okay, so once you hit the transform data, so I will just go to add a column. So just go to add a column, and from here I will create one conditional column. So I'll just click on conditional column, and I will name that column as day number. Okay, so this will be my name of the column, and you want to design it with respect to which column. So I want it to be day name. Okay, so day name is nothing but what I am doing here is, so with respect to that day name, I will give the number to this. Okay, so if the value is, let's say, Sunday. Okay, if it is Sunday, then I want it to be given as 1 as the number. And make sure you are not making any typo mistake, because this is case sensitive. If you're writing as all the letters as small or all letters as capital, it will give an error, it will not give you as an out. Okay, so make sure it is case sensitive. First letter is capital and others are small. Whatever there is in the data, you have to write same over here. I'll add one more clause here. So day name, if it is equal to Saturday, after Sunday what comes? Monday. So for Monday there should be the second number. Okay, similarly I will add one more clause for day name. If it is equal to Tuesday, I will add it as 3. Then after Tuesday, it comes as Wednesday. Okay, Wednesday it should be 4. Similarly for the next, if it is equal to Thursday, so for Thursday equal to 5. Similarly choose one more Thursday, then it will be Friday, it will be equal to 6, and add one more clause if the day name is equal to Saturday. Okay, if it is equal to Saturday, we want it to be 7. Okay, so this is the sequence, that is Sunday to Saturday. These will be the numbers. I will just hit OK, and you can see a new it has been created. So if it is showing us 1 to 7, then it is correct in this filter. But if it is not showing any of the number, so something you have typed wrong and you have entered something wrong. So just hit OK, and then go to home button. Okay, just go to home button and click on close and apply. So this particular column will be visible for us into our data. Okay, so if you go to data here, so you can see that column is added at this end. Okay, so Friday falls at 6 number, right? So just go back to our report page, and now we will be using a format option over here. So now you can see we have built this using order day. So just select this order day, and this order day we will be sorting. Okay, so when I select order day, go to column tools, and here you can see the sort by column, and choose here, instead of order day, choose your day number. Okay, so as soon as I hit day number, you can see it has been converted from Sunday, Monday, Tuesday to Saturday. Make sure in sort axis it is order day and it is in ascending order. Order day is selected and it is in ascending order. Okay, so you can see we have got it from Sunday, Monday, Tuesday with the day sequence, however, like how it is there into our actual days. Okay, so I'll just make it a below down, a bit down, not much. Okay, looks nice. So now go ahead and again compare this with our results, right? So check if it is correct or not. So you can see for Saturday it is 3158. So Saturday, as it is converted to display units, you can go ahead and change the display units and see, and I'm sure you will be getting the same answers over here. All right. So this was our first chart which we have created. The second one, as per our customer requirement, if you go and see, it is the monthly trend we have to find. Okay. And we have to give the name of this chart first. I will just copy this. So the name of this should be, select this chart, go to visuals, then go to general, in title just delete this and I will paste this. Okay, and the font I will be using here is semi bold, and I will be using font as 12, and the color I will be using is this. Okay, so this is our first chart. Then we will go ahead and prepare our second chart. So for that I will just select this shape, Control C, Control V, and I will use this shape, same shape over here, and I will just increase it. Perfect. Okay, so we'll be using the same shape, and next what we have to find out is monthly orders. All right, so now again guys, we have to go ahead and find out our month over here. Okay, so we have the month in date hierarchy, we have a month over here, but we cannot sort this particular month. So we will go ahead and create our month again by going into our Power Query editor. So we will go again to our home, go to our transform data, and from here, from date which we are having, we will extract the month from this date. Okay, so for that what I will do, I will just go to add column, go to date, and from here we have to select the month, or we want the name of month. So as soon as I hit here, you can see the name of month has been added over here. Also what we will do, we will find out the month number as well. So just go to add column, go to date, and from here I will just select month. Okay, you can see the month number has been also added, and from here I will just go ahead and we can just rename the column as month number. Okay, so what I shown you for this particular thing is, let's see if we can add it from here as well. So just first select our date. Okay, and if I go here and in day, you can see the day is also available here, which gives us the day. From here we can get the day here, but I purposefully not use this because you have learned something new from here, that is how to convert a conditional new column, or we have this option as well, but we are not using this, so I will just delete because from here also you will get which day we are using. All right, but it will give you something different result, so I will just remove for now. Okay, the next thing what we will be doing here is we have got the month and month number. Okay, so for January it will be 1. Similarly, if you go down, let's see if we have February, or we will see that next. Okay, so just go ahead and home and just click on close and apply. Okay, so it will take some time to get our new data, and just go to data view over here, and here you can see there are different numbers are there, right? So like 12, 13, 14, sorry, not 13, because we have just 12 months. So for different months you can see for February it is giving us 2 months. Now one more thing here, guys, we have to do one more calculation, because here we just want first three initials, and that too should be capital, right? So now we will write one more calculation. We have done this for, right? So for Friday we have done this, so I will just copy this again, and we will go ahead and use new column. Okay, and I will paste this, and instead of order day we want here order month. Okay, and we'll be using upper left, instead of day name we want here month name, and that 3, and just hit enter. Okay, you can see we have got the extraction from January as JN as capital. Okay, so I am doing this quick because we have done already in the previous chart these steps. Now go back to our report view, and now we have to build our visualization. So now to build our visualization, we want a line area chart I will be taking. So I've taken an area chart from here. So I will just reduce this. Okay, bring it over here. Perfect. Now what we will do, I will take a month name from here. So this is the month name, and on y-axis we are going to show the total orders. Okay, so we can see not this month name. We are going to use order day, order month. Okay, we are going to use order month. All right. So now we have to do some formattings again over here, because you can see it is not been sorted or in ascending order, right? From January we want it from January to December, like January, February, March, April, May. Right. So we again have to sort this particular column. So just select this order month, and you can see you have to go in column tools, and you have to sort it by month number, and just hit this, and you can see it is still not sorted, because we have to select from here options. Okay, so just go to these options, and from here select from order month, right? But it is in descending order, so just go ahead and select it in ascending order. Okay, so now you can see from January to December in serial wise we are getting this flows. So now select this. I will just increase the size in this way. Now select this particular chart, go to format visuals. So we don't want x-axis label, so I will just turn off this. On y-axis we don't want anything. I will just turn off everything. Okay. And on x-axis, the values we'll be using as semi-bold, 10, and we'll be using as this color. Okay. Similarly, on y-axis, we'll turn off y-axis. Then we want to give the data labels over here. So go to lines, and in line, the color we'll be using as this color. Okay. So we'll be using this particular color. Okay, and the shaded area which you are going to see here, will reduce it to 20%, not 20%, we'll reduce to 80%. Okay, or we'll increase more to 85%. Okay, so this looks good. And now we'll go to markers. Okay, so we'll turn on the markers, and we want the marker size to be 6. Color, we'll be using the same color. Then we'll go to data labels, turn on the data labels. Okay, values, we want it as 10, and we want it as semi bold. Okay, and we will be using as black color. Okay, similarly for background also, I will just turn off the background, and I will be using this background. Okay, and I will just reduce the transparency to, let's say, 65%. Okay, so this will be our background. Perfect, looks nice. And now I will change the name of this particular chart. So I'll just copy this, monthly trend. Select this, go to general, go to effects, first turn off the background, then go to title, and I will choose this particular title over here. Perfect. All right, first we'll change the title color as well. We'll be using this color. All right, so we have already build our daily and monthly trend, and you can for this monthly trend also, if you can match the values over here, you can see for January it is 1865, So here you can see for January it is 1865, for February it is 1685, and you can compare all the other values and you will get a perfect match over here. All right, so let's move ahead and find our other problem statements or the visuals. Let's design our visuals for the other problem statement. So next we have to find out is the percentage of sales by pizza category. Okay, so for that first I will take this particular visual, control C, control V. I've just taken the shape, not the entire visual over here, and I will place it properly over here. Perfect. Okay, and just reduce the size, and I will just create one more, control C, control V, just place it over here, and we make sure you are creating an almost equal size of visuals over here so that all the values are taken properly. Okay, control C, control V, just reduce this as well, and this. Perfect. Okay, so this will be our placeholders. Okay, you can anytime go ahead and use your properties tab to make them all of them equal. I will not much or waste much time on that. Perfect. So moving ahead. So next what we have to do is find out the percentage of sales by pizza category. So and we are going to use make use of the pie chart where a donut chart actually. So we are going to take a donut chart. So I will just try to place it over here. And in this donut chart, first we want the pizza category. So we have a pizza category over here, and we want it with respect to the sales. The sales is nothing but the total revenue. So this is our total revenue. Okay, and we will just try to place it perfectly over here. So just increase the size, and I will place it over here properly. And the next what we have to do here is the first thing we will just format the charts quickly. So just go to format your visuals, and we want the legends to be shown. And here you can see we don't want the what we can say the sales. We just want to show the percentage over here. So go to details, and here label contents just select as percentage of total. Okay, and go to values, and here we are going to use semi bold. Go to selection of 10, and we'll choose here the black color. All right, perfect. And the next what we have to change the name. Okay, so I will just copy it from here, the percentage. Okay, and go to general, go to effects, first turn off the background, go to title and paste it over here, and I will just add here as percentage. Okay, and the font will be using as semi bold and as 11, or we can use it as 12 also. Okay, color will be this. Perfect. So very easy. So this is our percentage of sales by pizza category. Next we have to find out the percentage of sales by pizza size. Okay, so we'll be using same. I will just copy the same visual. Okay, and I will try to place it over here. Okay, so we'll be using same visual. So instead of pizza category, we want here what? Pizza size. I will just delete this, and we will be adding from here as pizza size. Okay, so this is our pizza size. Perfect. And we don't have to do any change of the colors. If you want, you can go ahead and change the colors whichever you want. So I'll just go ahead and here, and in slices what I will do, I will just select this, and in rotation I will just increase the rotation so that this visual is also available for us. Okay, so I will just increase it by 2% so that the other label, that is the smallest color which we have here, is that is for double XL, is available for us. Now next thing what we have to do guys here is we have to compare this and see whether we are getting the same results as in our SQL also. So we'll just go down over here, and here you can see the percentage of sold by pizza category. So for pizza category, you can see this is for veggie, and the total revenue is 193, and so veggie it is 193k, and it is 23.68, so it is perfectly matching. Similarly for supreme, if you go for supreme, it is 208,197 and 25.46. So 208,197 and 24 and 25.46, so exact match we are getting. Similarly for pizza size also, if you can see for large it is 45.89. So see, you can see for large it is 45.89, and the sales are 375 318 375 318. So these are the same results which we have got through firing the SQL queries. Okay, so we are sure that we are getting an perfect match over here. All right, so I hope you have understood. And guys, if you have come at this point of the video and you are doing great, guys, you are learning new things. So I request you to go ahead and like the channel. Sorry, the like the video, subscribe the channel, and share it with your friends. Okay, so this is very important for me, guys, because it will keep me motivated to make such beautiful projects for you. And right, so just please go ahead and subscribe the channel and like this video. Add your beautiful comments so that it will get and reach to all of the students who are in need. All right, the next one what we have to find out as per our requirement document is the total pizzas sold by pizza category. So first what we will do, I will just go ahead and change the name of this. So instead of percentage of sale by pizza category, we want it by pizza size. So just change it to pizza size. Okay, and next what we have to do here is we have to create one more chart, and here we will be using a funnel chart. Okay, so just select outside, and here we will be choosing the funnel chart. Here it is. Okay, so this is our funnel chart, and so in funnel chart we want it with respect to pizza size or not a pizza category. Okay, so total pizza sold we want with respect to the pizza category. So here is our pizza category. We want total pizza sold is nothing but this. Okay, so this is our total pizza sold. So I will just increase the size of this. Now we will just format our visuals. So in data, or we can see in conversion rate, that is 100 to 474. We don't want this conversion rate. All right, so in colors, we'll go ahead and we will be using a conditional formatting colors over here. So just click on this conditional formatting, and instead of rule, we will be using a gradient function over here. And we want, we are using here what total pizza sold. So choose total pizza sold from here. Okay. So by using total pizza sold, the lowest value color we'll be using as, I will be using the color code as 414 FB1. Okay, so this will be the color. And for maximum, I will be using as AD. It is hashtag AD 5129. Okay, perfect. I'll just click on OK. So you can see the maximum one is given this different color. Here also we are giving the maximum one as a different color, so that it will be highlighted that this is the maximum. And with respect to that, you will get an the perfect visualization. All right. So this is the thing. Then for data labels, so for values in units, we'll choose none because we want all to be shown. Values we will be using as 11, and we'll be using as semi bold. Okay, or we can use 10 itself. Okay, so we'll use 10.5. Okay, and we'll be using the color as white. Okay, so this will be our, and for category labels also we'll use semi bold, and we'll be using blue color, or we'll keep it as black only. Perfect. All right. So here you can see the classic category is selling a highest pizza. So we will be finding out, our insights over here in some time. So this is our thing. Now let's change the title of this. So we just go in general, go in title. From here, I will just copy this title. That is total pizza sold by pizza category. Control V, and we will be using as semi bold. Color will be this, and 12. Perfect. Or you can use bold also. This also looks nice. And here also we'll be use bold. Bold 12. Early year as well. Okay, this looks nice. Perfect. All right, so we have designed all the chart over here. Now what we have to do is we have to create one insights over here. Then we have to add them slicers as well. Okay, so I will take a shape from here again. I will just copy this, Control C, Control V, and we'll try to place it over here. Okay, so just reduce this. And we'll increase it vertically as well. Perfect. So now select this particular shape, go to our format tab, go to shape, and in style we will add a color to this. Okay, so we'll add this color, but we'll increase the transparency of this to 50%. Okay, so we'll be using this shape, and here what we'll be doing here is, so you can see, if I show you the original dashboard, here you can see there are two buttons available here. That buttons I will add in the later, because we have to create the second dashboard, so these buttons will be working. So just what we will do, we'll add this particular insights whatever we are getting from here. So to add this, what I will do, I will just go to insert. First I will add a text box, and from here text box what we have to add is busiest days and times. So I just copy it from here only. It will, or I will just add it here. Okay, so busiest days and times, and select this, and I will be using it as Calibri, and the font I will be using it as 16. Okay, and I will make it as bold. Just choose it as center. So you can see it has been gone behind this shape. So just select this shape, go to format, and click on send backward. Okay, click on multiple times. Okay, so it will go backward. Okay, so now we can see it has came in over front. Perfect. And we'll just move it upward. Alright. Then go to select that and go to effects, and we'll use the background color as this, or we'll use it as this. Perfect. Then select this, and we'll make it as white color. Okay. Now next we'll add one more text box. Okay, and we have to, I'll just add it over here perfectly. And from here I will just copy this, and I will explain you what I'm doing. Control C. I'll just paste it over here. Okay. Perfect. So from here, what we are showing is from days. Okay. So if you can see here, so I will just, if I select this, and so from days, what we can see here, orders are highest on Friday and Saturday. So from Friday and Saturday, or we can say Thursday also, the high orders are highest. So we are getting an insight from here. Similarly for monthly, if you can see, the orders are highest on July and January. You can see on July and on January months, the high orders are highest. Similarly on March. So there is a trend which can be found out. You can see in winter seasons the orders are going down. So those are the orders are again going down here as well. So in winter season, just on January, the orders are high, and it is good in all over the summer season. So from here we can get some an insight from here. Okay. So this is an insight which is taken out from this particular chart here. All right, so I hope you have understood from here. And now what I will do here is I will just select this and go to, or I will just select this particular shape here, the text box, and go to general, go to effects. From here we will add a border to this. Okay, so this will be the border which we'll be using, this particular border. Okay, so you can see we have added the border over here. The same way we will be using for this particular below charts as well. So what I will just copy this, Control C, Control V. I will take it and I will try to place it over here. Okay. And similarly, I will just copy this text box also, Control C, Control V. I will try to move it over here. Just reduce the size. Perfect. So now what we will do, I will just copy this whatever we are having, just Control C, and I will paste it over here. Control V. All right. So these are the insights for this particular whatever we can see from instead of busiest days we want here sales performance. I'll just name it as sales performance. I'm directly copying and pasting because it will save us the time. You can go ahead and type this in your text box. So this is nothing but days where I'm using the 14 font Sagio bold, and I'm using the different colors for this, as well as in this particular different words I'm using different colors. You can go and select these words, and from here you can change the colors whichever you want. And for this I'm using 12 and Sagio bold. Okay, so I've shown you the fonts which I'm using here. So similarly from here you can see the classic category contributes to the maximum sales. You can see here the classic category contributes to maximum sales, and the large size pizza also contributes to maximum sales. Alright, so from here also you can see the classic category is the best performing category. Alright, so from here we will get an overall, or we can say the rough idea, like how or what the data is giving us an output. All right. So now next what we will do, we will go ahead and add our slicers at this top over here. So from here you can go ahead and select the slicer. Here you have an option of slicer. So this is the slicer which you are going to use. And the first slicer which we are going to use is the pizza category. So just select this pizza category and then go to format visuals. And in slicer settings, instead of vertical, we are going to use drop down list. Go to selection and select, we are going to use all button over here, right? So we want here select all button. Okay, like select all right. Now we'll try to place it over here properly. Just reduce this. All right, so now we will format this particular slicer. So go to general, go in effects and turn off this. Okay, and go to visual again, and in values you can go ahead and select it is in white color. Okay, similarly header also, we want the header as pizza category. Okay, and we'll choose it as Sergio bold 11 and color as white. Okay, and you can see this background also we have to you can make it as white or some other colors. Okay, so in go in values, and you can see your background is there, and here you can select this background. Okay, you can see the background will have some color so that values will be visible. So whenever I'm operating, so you can see the values are changing with respect to the filters or that particular pizza category we are selecting. Okay, so similarly we have to add a date slicer also. So I will just control C and control V. So I will just create one more instance and I will try to place it over here. Okay, and from here instead of this, go to here, build visual, delete this, and here I will choose it as order date. So this is our order date. Oops, close this, and order date. Okay, so this is our order date because the category, what we can say, we have to turn off the slicer header. Okay, so I've just turned off. Then go to slicer settings, and instead of drop down, we want it to be relative date, not relative. And we want the slicer settings. Okay, between. Okay, so the between we want, and we want a slider. So the slider is visible. Okay, so we'll just take it up. Okay, take it a bit up. Slider we'll be using of this color. Okay, so this is our slider. The values will be using of white color. Okay, so this is our date filter. Okay, so whenever I'm choosing this particular, you can see it is giving us the value for those particular date range we are selecting. All right, so I'll just reduce this. Perfect. So if you can see in the full screen, so this is our first dashboard which we have created. The buttons I will add later because the buttons will be operated if we are creating one more dashboard, and then the buttons will be used to navigate from one dashboard to another dashboard. We will create our second dashboard. So first what we will do, we'll just name this dashboard as a home dashboard because this will be our main dashboard. And the next dashboard which we will be creating, it will be the best or worst sellers. So what I will do, I will just right click and duplicate this dashboard itself. Okay, and I will name it as worst and or best and worst sellers, best slash worst sellers. Okay, so this will be the name of our dashboards. And here what we will do, we don't want these charts but we want this KPI. So what I will do, I will just delete all the charts from here because we are not going to use these charts. Okay, we'll delete these shapes as well. We'll just keep one shape, and with this shape only we will create our other charts. So what I will do, I will just select first, we will create our containers first, the shapes which we are going to use. So go in general, select this shape, go in general, and we'll give a height and width for this first. So the height I will be using is as 275, and the width I will be using it as 415. Okay, so this will be my width and height. So I will just control C and control V. Oops. Control C, control V. I will make one more instance. I will place it over here. C, control V. I will make one more instance over here. Oops. Okay, so you can see this size has been a bit smaller. I will just reduce this and we'll reduce this as well. Okay, so this looks good. Or we can reduce this a bit more. Width we can reduce to 410. Similarly, this will take it as 400. Now it looks good. Right. Copy this, Control C, Control V. Okay, just increase this downwards and then increase this upwards. Okay. So you just have to divide it in such a way that it is looking equivalent in all the places. So now this looks good. So now our placeholders has been created. Now just we have to create the charts over here. So the first what we have to create as per our requirement is the top 5 best sellers by revenue, quantity, and the total orders. So first we will create the top 5 seller by revenue. Okay. So I will just we have to just click outside and we have to select a bar chart from here. Okay. So I will just place it over here and we want it with respect to pizza name. Okay. So just select our data and here is our pizza name and we want it with respect to total revenue. Okay, so you can see we are getting all of the pizzas over here but we just want top 5 sellers. So in this case we are going to make use of filter. Okay, so this is our filter panel over here. So here you have a small drop down over here, just drop it down and instead of basic filtering we are going to use top n, and in top we are going to use top 5, and with respect to what we are going to we use it with respect to revenue. So just take revenue and add it over here. All right, and just apply the filter. Perfect. And I'll just reduce this, increase this, just make sure it is perfectly in the shapes. Okay, then go to general and in effects turn off the title or turn off the background. All right, so now we will do more some formattings onto this particular chart. So just go to visual. We don't want the x-axis, y-axis, sorry, the label for y-axis. So just turn off this. We don't want the x-axis and the label of it as well. Okay. So now when y-axis, we want this to be as semi-bold. Okay. And we will want this color as total black. Okay. Similarly, I'll just hide this and for data labels, we'll turn on the data labels. We want this the data labels to be shown over here. the values from here we'll choose it as black, and we'll increase the size to 10 and we'll make it as semi bold. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll change the color of this bars. Okay, so go to bars, and here we'll be using the conditional formatting colors, and here we'll be using gradient, and we want it to be with respect to total revenue because you are making use of revenue over here. Okay, so this is total revenue, so the lowest value color I will be using as this, and the highest value color I will be using as this. We'll take it as a more dark color. Okay, okay, so this is the color which we'll be using, and you can see the legend has been added over here, so we don't want legend to be shown. Okay, so just go up and just turn off the legend from here. Okay, so this is the top 5 bestsellers. We will change the name of the title as well. So this is the top 5 pizzas by revenue. Okay, and we'll make it as 12 and semi bold, or we'll make it as bold, and we'll make color as this. Perfect. Okay, so this is our the top 5 pizzas by revenue. Now next what we will do, we will quickly find out the bottom 5 as well. So just copy this, Control C, Control V, and place it over here at bottom. Okay, and what we will do, instead of filters, go in filters and just drop down this. Instead of top end, we want here as bottom end. Okay, just choose your bottom end and click on apply. You can see the values has been changed over here. All right, and then just close this, and the color, we will keep the same color combinations for top and bottom. Just we'll change the name of the title over here. We'll just go in effects, not in effects, the title, and we'll name it as bottom. Okay, so these are our bottom 5 pizzas by what we can say the revenue. Okay, so these are the bottom 5 pizzas. Now we'll go ahead and find out our top 5 pizzas by total pizzas sold. So I'll just copy this, Control C, Control V, and we'll add it over here. Okay, now we'll just change the title of this. This is top 5 pizzas sold by pizzas by quantity. Quantity is nothing but total pizzas sold, so don't get confused with that. All right, so now in filters we have to change here. Okay, so we want the top 5, but we don't want it by total revenue, so we want it by total pizzas sold. So just add it over here and just hit apply. Okay, so you can see the values has been changed. Similarly, go to build visual. In build visual, we don't want your revenue. Okay, so we don't want revenue, we want total pizzas sold. Okay, so you can see it has been added over here. Now we have to change the gradients also, the color gradient. So go here, go into bars and change here the color gradient. So instead of total revenue, we want it by total pizzas sold. So select the total pizzas sold and we will be using the colors. So go in more colors and use any color whichever you want. So I will be using the green color. So this will be by lower color, and for the higher color, I will be using more in green. I will be using a bit dark green color, and I will just hit OK. So you can see this is the colors for this. So I will just Control C, Control V, and I will find out what bottom as well. Okay. So go to general first, change the title of this. So instead of top, I will name it as bottom. Okay. So bottom 5 pizzas by quantity. Similarly, so now what we have to do here is instead of top, we have to change it to bottom. So we'll choose here as bottom 5. Okay. And hit apply. So you can see we are getting here bottom 5 pizzas. All right. So now we will format this particular visual quickly. So you can see the numbers are there, but some of the numbers are inside the data label. So for that, what we will do inside this particular data labels, we'll just go to visual first, and you can see in data labels we have a background over here. So we'll just turn on that background and we'll choose as a white color. Okay, and we will reduce this transparency to 75%, or we can reduce it more to 60%. Just increase more, 50%. Okay, or we'll change it to 30. So this looks good. Okay, so means what, the bars, or we can say the values are perfectly visible for us. All right. So this is the bottom five pizzas by quantity. Similarly, now we will go ahead and create the top five pizzas by total orders. So just Control C, Control V. So this dashboard is very easy. If you are doing one chart, it will be used in all the charts. Okay. So first go in filters. So we want it by top, but here also I'll just instead of this we don't want total pizzas sold over here. Okay, so make sure you are selected this, turn off the total pizzas sold. We want by total orders, and here as well we don't want with respect to total pizzas sold, we want it by total orders. So this is by total orders. Okay, and just hit apply. Okay, now we'll just close this, and now what we have to do is we have to do some formattings over here. So just go to formats, go to bars, and here we have to change the conditional formatting. So instead of total pizza sold, here will be total orders. Okay, and we will be using the different colors. So choose any color whichever you want. So I'll be using this, and for end color I will be using this. I'll just hit OK. So you can see the color has been given to this. Similarly, we'll find out the bottom ones. I will just copy this. I will try to place it over here. So first change the name of this visual title instead of quantity by total orders. Similarly, this instead of top, it will be bottom by total orders. Okay, perfect. So now go to format or go to filters. Here we want it as bottom. So select bottom and just hit apply. So you will get your bottom visuals. And now what we'll do, similarly here also we have to add some background to the visual, okay, or the data labels I can say. So go to data labels, go to background, turn on it and choose this and turn out the 40%, 30%, okay, do it. Perfect. Now you can see here guys, we have already added all the charts. So this has been done, I guess, in 15 or 20 minutes, the second dashboard we have created. So it is not much hard to do this. Okay, so it's just that there should be a good practice and good head on our, whatever we are doing here. So for this, I will just increase this so that the part is visible. Perfect. All right. So now next what we have to do here is we have to change our this particular visuals here as well. Okay, so I will just reduce this first. Similarly, we'll just take this a bit up and we'll increase this also. All right. So now if you can see into our the dashboard which I have already created, from here I will just copy this. I'll just Control C and I'll try to paste it over here. Control V. Okay. So from here you can see these are the best sellers. So you can go ahead and you can copy and you can go ahead and copy whatever I've typed over here. So you can see the Thai chicken pizza contributes to maximum revenue. Similarly, classic pizza or classic deluxe pizza is the best seller with respect to quantity. And again, the classic deluxe pizza is with respect to total orders. Okay, so even though total orders are maximum for classic deluxe, but the revenue we are getting maximum are by Thai chicken. And here you can see by the Thai chicken pizza it is the top five best seller in by quantity, but still it is giving us the top revenue. So this is something to note. All right. And also this is an important insight from here. Similarly for here for total sales also, or if you can see the worst performance or worst sellers. Okay, so worst sellers, you can see this is the worst seller. The last one you can see this is the worst seller by quantity, revenue, and total orders. That is the what you can say the Brie Care pizza. Okay, so I will just copy this from here first. Right, and just increase this. So you can see from here this particular pizza, that is brie care pizza, it contributes to minimum revenue, not maximum. This is minimum. So let's actually just okay. So just copy this. Okay, so this is the worst seller pizza. We can say the brie care pizza is the worst seller, and it contributes to minimum quantity, minimum revenue, minimum total order. So with respect to that, the store owner or our client can take the particular decisions, and he can take the respective actions whether he want to stop the what we can say the make of that particular pizza, or we can say he can remove it from his what we can say the list or a menu list. All right, so this was all our pizza. You can say this also we can operate with respect to the filters we can have here. All right, so you can see with respect to the filters, this is also changing if you want to see it for specific pizza, or if you want to change it with respect to dates, right? So if you want to see in respective month which was the best seller, or in respective quarter which was the best seller, you can change the dates from here. Okay, the start date and end date, and from here you can see which was the best and the worst seller. So this is for now the insights which we have carried out are for from start to end. That is for the complete total year, that is from 1st of January 15 to 31st of December 15. Okay, so this was the two dashboards. The next what we have to add here is the navigator button. So I will come to our home dashboards and I will show you how to add the navigator button. So go to insert, and here you have a button over here. So in button you have to click on navigator button. Okay. So here click on page navigator. So here you can see the button has been added over here. So it is asking us which button we have to select. So first we'll go to our format visuals, select this button and go to format visuals, and in pages what we can see here is uh, here you have to show which page. After clicking on this button, which page should be shown. Okay, so we want here to be home page to be shown. Okay, so we want here home page, so turn on this home page. Okay, so home page should be turned on, and I will just add just this button over here. Okay, control C, control V, I will create one more button over here. Okay, and in this case, we don't want to show home, we want to show boys sellers. Okay, so what I'm doing here, whenever I'm pressing control and when I hit this button, okay, press control and hit this button, you are coming back to here. All right. So if it is selected, if it is in black color, it means that you are right now on home page. Okay. So right now you are on home page, and so the other images you can add here. So whatever images we are adding over here is, so let's say this image we are adding open, and so I will not waste much time on this. So I will add here this image. So it means that right now we are on home dashboard. Similarly, what we will do, I will go to worst seller dashboard, and here also we will go ahead and add our button. So just click on buttons, click on navigator, and click on page navigator. So you can see these buttons are added over here. And here what we will do in pages, what we will do in show, just turn off the home button. Means what, right now we are selected on the worst and best and worst seller, and just take it down. Okay, so I'll just take it a bit down. Control C, Control V. I will add one more button over here, and this will be for my turn off this and turn on this. Okay, so this will be my home button. So when I press control and when I hit this button, you can see I will go back to my home page. If I want to go to bestseller, you can see I am coming back to my bestseller. Similarly, if I want to go to home, I am coming to back home. Okay, so in this way you can navigate whenever you are updating or pushing your this particular report on Tableau service. You don't have to press control, you can directly operate this button. Okay, but right now we have to press control and then you have to click over here. All right, so here also if you want to insert the image over here, you can go ahead and add this image. Okay, just add these images quickly. So so this indicates that right now we are on this particular page. Similarly, I will add the image of home button as well. So this is our home button. Control C, and we'll paste it over here also. Control V. So this is our home button. Similarly, we'll add it for the best sellers. So they will add a star over here. Okay, so Control C, come back. That will be okay. So this is the star button. All right. So now next, whenever I'm clicking here, so when I click on bestsellers, so I will come on bestseller and you can see it is converted to black. It is means that we are on this particular page. You can, if you want, you can give any color to this. When I click on home button, I will go back to my home button or my home page. In this way, you can navigate your dashboards whenever you are on server. So this will help our client, to jump from one dashboard to another dashboard. So if you have come to this part of the video, then I hope you have learned something new, some new functionalities, some new DAX queries, new conditional columns, formattings, and all other Power BI functionalities, as well as SQL functionalities, how to write different queries. And then we have created this complete portfolio project. So it will be a data analysis Python project, but we can also say that this will be used for data scientist people as well. So those who are doing either data scientist or data analysis, they can use this project for their both of these courses, right? Because Python is being used for both of these particular data analysis and data science courses. So you can use this particular project as your new one, which you can add in your resume, or you can add it in your portfolio as well. All right. So this will be a pizza sales analysis project. So the data which we are going to use in this particular project is added in the description box. So you just have to click on that particular link and you will be able to download this particular data. So the data which I have mentioned is in both the formats, that is in .csv format and .xlsx format, right? The reason being to add both the files is because whenever I add .csv files, the data types which I see in my particular laptop or my system, it is not same in yours. So that's the reason, due to change in data type, I've added both the files, right? So if you use Excel file, there won't be the loss of the data or change in the format of the data, mostly for date column and the time column, right? Otherwise, you can use either of those, right? So you can use any of them. So first thing first, just go ahead and download the data and save it in the folder from where you can import that particular data. All right. So as I told, this is a pizza sales analysis project. And in this particular video, we are going to run each and every code which I will be writing or which you can see in this particular screen, right? So you can see we have wrote different codes, the different Python codes to get an specified output so that it can be used by the business owners. All right. So I have initially we are importing the data, then we are checking if the data is being imported correctly or not, if there is any uh, changes required, or if any cleaning of the data is being required. After that, what we do is we are going to do some checks on the metadata, right? And then we are going to do some importing of, we are going to check the data types of those particular data if they are correctly imported or if they are not imported. Then we are going to do some KPIs, right? Nothing but key performance indicators that we are going to run so that at higher level how the business is performing, that is identified by using KPIs. So that also we are going to see in this particular video. After that, we are going to run different charts requirement, and charts might be in the form of grid, or you can see in the form of a different visual representation charts also. So everything we are going to see in this particular entire video, you can see multiple charts are being run. And based on this chart, we are going to make different business decisions for the business users based on their business requirement document. All right. So this will be the complete exact code which we are going to run again into our this particular video, and we are going to find some insights and we are going to give it to our client, and based on that they will be doing this particular business decisions, right? So we also call this as an EDA project also, right? EDA Python project, where many people are asked to do this particular kind of project in different internships, as well as some of them are asked to write few codes in your scenario based interview questions as well. So this project will be a kind of project where you can add it in your resume. Also, you can add it in your portfolio also, right? It can be on GitHub or any other portfolio managing websites where you can, or which you are using. All right. So entire thing will be seen in this particular video. So first, let's go ahead and see what are the business requirement which are being provided for us by the business users, right? So if you see this particular document which I have created, which shows different points regarding business requirement document, we also called it as BRD. So based on different companies, they are using different terms and technologies in their company. We also call it as SOW sometimes, right? SOW is nothing but a statement of work, right? Also, we call it as FD, or we can also call it as functional documents. Sometimes FRDs, we also call it as functional requirement documents. And we just sometimes just called it as a work document, or we also called it as problem statements, or what are the requirements in general way also, right? So from company to company, the name of the document changes, but whatever will be there inside the document will be the same, which I am telling you. Sometimes it will come to you in the form of PPTs, or in the form of Jira tickets, or in the form of their own ticket management systems, right? So depends. Requirement can come through multiple channels or in multiple ways, but the work which will be done, or the code which you will be writing, it will be in the same way which you are going to write in this particular video. All right. So the first is project overview. You can read this everything, like what is the need of this particular project, right? And then what is the business objective, right? So whatever they want to do is they want to identify the overall revenue, the pizzas sold, and the total number of orders which are been done. All right. Then determine sales distribution by pizza category. All right. The size of the pizza and the type of the pizza, right? Also find out average order value, that is AOV, also called as AOE, and also find out average pizzas per order, right? So you know how this works. So whenever I will be explaining the data, I will share you what is mean by average order value and what is meant by average pizzas per order. Actually, it is just an English language also in this particular case, because once you read it, you will understand what is been said in this particular document, right? And nothing but we also have to provide visualization dashboard for effective decision makings, where different filters can be applied, and based on those filters, different decisions or different outputs can be generated, and based on that outputs, different business decisions can be taken. All right. Then we have to mention what is the source of the data we are using. So the data set we are going to use is pizzasales.csv, and it has these different fields available in those, right? So we won't spend much time. So these are just few fields which are there, which are important for us, but more than the fields are also available. I can say more fields are also available in the data for us, right? Then the first set of requirement which we have to identify is the key performance indicators. We also called it as KPIs. So as I told you, what do you mean by KPIs is that at higher level how the business is performing, right? And when I say at higher level, is nothing but when you see at these particular figures, right, which are generated from their KPIs, the business owner or the stakeholders will come to know that in which direction their business is headed, right? So whether they are making profits or whether they are making losses in their business, they will understand all this particular. They will get the solution of all these particular things, right? And at higher level, they will just look at the numbers, and they will know if they have hit the target of that particular month, of that particular quarter, of that particular week, or of that entire completed year, right? So based on this, different analyses are done. So key performance indicators are very, very much important. And based on that, first thing that we have to analyze is the total revenue, right? Then total pizzas sold, right? So total revenue is nothing but sum of total price. Total pizza sold is nothing but the each quantity of, or we can say in each order there might be two or three pizzas that might be ordered. but we have to take sum of all the quantities which are being ordered regardless of how many number of orders are there. So those are nothing but total pizzas sold, and total order is nothing but in one order there might be two or three pizzas being sold, but instead of considering total pizzas sold, how many were the total orders that we have to identify. And after all these three are been identified, then what we have to do is we have to find out average order value, right? So average order value is nothing but total revenue divided by total orders, and average pizzas per order is nothing but total pizzas sold divided by total orders, right? So nothing but in one order, if there are two pizzas, then it is called as average order per pizza, right? So it depends. Some might be ordering three pizzas, four pizzas, one pizzas. So out of all of these orders, we have to identify what are the average orders, right? So that's how we are going to find out the key performance indicators, right? Then we are going to do some analysis and visualizations. That is nothing but we are going to do charts requirement over here. And as I told you, why we do the charts requirements, I've told this in our previous videos as well, that charts are required to analyze, because when you want to deep dive in the data and find out some patterns which are there, or different you can see different patterns that are responsible to get that particular analysis, or those particular um, I can say that results which are there. So why those results we are getting? So right, if analyzing different charts, analyzing different measures and different dimensions, we will get those particular things. All right. And the same thing we are going to do over here. And the first and the very important analysis that we are going to do is ingredient analysis, right? So why we are doing this? Because there are n kinds of pizzas being sold, right? And in those kinds of pizzas different ingredients are being used, so we have to identify which is the top most 10 used ingredients by that particular pizza center, so that by identifying those ingredients they will be able to manage those particular ingredients which will be used repetitively and number of times in each and every pizza, right? So let's say some use tomatoes, somewhere it will be used as chili flakes, somewhere we will be using garlic, and so likewise, right? So those particular ingredients we have to identify which are the most frequently used ingredients, so that they can manage their inventory based on that particular ingredient analysis. So this is very very much important to do the ingredient analysis, right? Then we are going to identify the daily trend in a week, where we creating a line chart or a bar chart. And it is very much important to identify in a week, in that particular week, which are the busiest days, right? So from Monday to Sunday, which are the busiest days, where most pizzas are being ordered. So based on that, what that business or pizza owner shop can do, that he can manage his particular we can say manpower, and same as well as he can do different operations planning also, right? So this would be daily trend. Then we will deep dive more, and then we will identify the hourly trend also, right? So in a day, the pizza center, let's say, will be open from morning 11 to evening, let's say, or night 9 o'clock. So in this all the working hours, which are the maximum I can say rush hours, right? So based on that he can find out the rush hours, and in those particular rush hours he can manage his own staffing as well, and he can manage his inventories in ingredients and keep everything ready, so that in that particular time frame of that particular day he will be able to serve those particular orders without any hassle, right? So that's the reason hourly analysis is also important. Then we are also going to do monthly trend analysis also, right? So it will be helpful to identify different seasonalities and identify the peaks in that particular month, so that which particular seasons or which particular months are doing higher sales, which are doing lower sales. So based on that, he will be able to identify whether which campaign to run, which particular discount, or in which particular months he should run different discount codes and everything, right? So it will help him to identify the and grab those customers, and um, in such a way that increases sales, right? So that's what is important at the end. Then we are going to do percentage of sales by category, where we will be creating either a bar chart or we will be creating a donut chart, right? Similarly here also, we will be either creating a bar chart or a donut chart, right? So sales by pizza size and category, here also we are going to identify a donut chart based on the size and category, nothing but small, medium, large, and Excel, right? So these are the things that we are going to analyze. Furthermore, we are going to analyze total pizzas sold by pizza category, right? So there are different categories of pizza available. So what are the total pizzas sold, right? Based on that category, so that it will be easy for managing the inventory of those size of the pizza and those category of the pizza, right? Then next we are going to find out the top five best selling pizzas, and it will be by revenue, by quantity, and by sales, right? So it will be by sales also, by revenue also, and by quantity also. Same way we are going to do it the same for bottom five list selling pizzas. Is nothing but why we are doing this, because when we identify the bestseller pizzas, we will be able to identify that which kind of pizza the people are ordering repetitively. And bottom five is nothing but, let's say there are five pizzas which are rarely sold, right? So based on those, they can manage their inventory so that the ingredients required for that kind of pizza, they can order it in low numbers, and that keep over there, right? And this kind of pizzas, they can also run some different discount codes so that the customers can, grab this kind of pizza more and more, right? So this kind of analysis are required in pizza shops, right? And next, what we are going to do is we are going to answer some business questions like what is total revenue generated, how many pizzas were sold in total, which kind of pizzas is performing best, which size of pizza is performing best. So these are some kind of questions that are required to be answered for this particular business owners and their stakeholders, right? And then what we have to deliver them is to deliver them a Jupyter notebook with complete analysis, right? So we will giving them all this. Then we have to show them all the visualizations. We have to give them all the PRDs and all the insights that are being generated from this particular project. So this is the deliverables that we have to provide them, and we also have to show them what is the conclusions and recommendations from our end, right? So we as a consultant, we as an developer, or we as an analyst, when we do this particular kind of projects, we also have to provide them some insights from our end, that what is your observation, what are your recommendations, that our business is lacking somewhere or it can be increased in different ways. So you also have to do some analysis at your end, so that you can provide it to the business owners and to their stakeholders, so that they can grow their business, all right? So you have to think in that way also, and we will be doing the same in this particular project also, right? So this is a complete BRT that we have, that is nothing but business requirement document, on the basis of which we are going to design and complete this entire project, all right? Now next we will see the data which we have.
Before moving into this particular project, I would like to discuss about my website. So on this particular website, there are different data analysis material, and with the latest edition, that is 2025, and there are so many projects in different data analysis tools. So the link of this particular website I've added in the description of this particular video. And here you can see there is a link which will help you to jump to this particular project, that is Power BI advanced project. So this is also one website which I have created. So first I will discuss this. So and in this particular website you can see there is a data analyst complete material 2025 edition. And when I click on this particular, you can see it contains this particular topics, right? Everything: statistics, Excel, data warehouse, SQL, Power BI, Tableau, Python, real-time projects are there in this. Soft skills, sample resume, 10 practice data sets on different domains are available. All interview questions. When I say all interview, it is related to everything, like level 1, level 2, level 3, scenario based interview questions of all the tools which are mentioned above, and client interview questions, HR interview questions. Then it also include different notes on different important topics, cheat sheets, and everything. And this entire package also include the notes as I discussed. It also have projects, Power BI 6 projects, Tableau 6 projects, Excel 4 projects, SQL, and in this also I have added Python. It is not mentioned, but Python 1 project is also there, and 10 practice raw data sets are also there. So here you can see the entire description is available for you to read, that what is included in this entire project. So you can read it. If you are interested, you can go ahead and buy this particular entire package. In similar way, I have also created this particular another like Power BI projects are there. In this 19 are there, but I have added one more, that it will be 20 projects now. So there are 20 Power BI projects which you will get, and all those are mentioned over here. Here you can see the list of each and every project is available over here. You can actually see what dashboard you are going to get. So no just talking and just selling you anything else, but it is everything available over here. You can actually trust, my work on YouTube, how I create the projects and materials. So if you want individual also, like Tableau projects are there, Excel is there, and you can say some advanced Power BI projects are there. But let's say if you are not interested in complete package, you can go through the particular packages are also, like I have separated those, like Power BI material is there, Tableau is there, SQL material is there, some different more projects are also available. And if you want some career guidance related to data analysis, mock interviews, so you can also book a session from here as well, right? And coming back to my another website, so for this particular dashboard, that is India General Elections, I have created an entire 6 hours of video, and it is just for 299 rupees, guys, right? And when I come to this website, I have added a discount code for you. So it is only valid this 17th May. It is a summer sale where you will get 44% discount on different data analysis material and projects, and you can use this particular code. And as I told, it is only valid till 17th of May, right? So after 17th of May, you won't be able to have this particular discount code. All right. So this is all about my website. The link of both the websites are available in the description box. And let me tell you, this is a certification course. So you can see it is a complete video, and you can read everything what you will be getting in this entire, project. So just to go ahead, read it. All the information is there. If you just like, by reading, if you think that it is worth, I'm sure, and I'm let me tell you that it is absolutely worth. So it's up to you. If you're interested, you can go ahead and buy from both of the websites, right? So now let's move ahead to our video.
So you can see this is the entire data that we have in our project. Right. So based on that, I will just try to help you what are the different things that we have over here. So I will just convert this particular thing into table format so it will be easy for us to read. So if you see first the number of you can say fields we have, or number of columns we have over here is 12 columns we have in the data. And if you want to see the number of rows we have, is it's 48621. And if you delete one of the header, it will be 48,620 number of rows we have in the data. And let's see one by one what are the different columns we have in the data. So the first is the pizza ID, right? So this is nothing but an unique ID which is been given to each and every row over here, right? So if you see over here in this particular thing, each and every row gives us, and or it helps us to identify each and every pizza sold, right? So it may be one pizza, it may be two pizza, right? But it each and every row identifies the kind of pizza which is being sold in that particular order, right? You can see your order ID has been repeated. What does it mean that two is order ID? It means that in that one single order ID, five pizzas were being sold, right? So two is the order ID, same everywhere. So what kind of pin pizzas were being ordered in that particular order ID? So the data which is available in our analysis, each row in this particular data gives us an information of a single pizza sold, right? So this is pizza ID we have. Then order ID is nothing but in one single order ID there might be multiple pizzas being sold. So you can see if it is repetitive, then you can see 9 is the order ID of that pizza, so it has been sold. So how many pizzas are being sold in this particular order ID? You can see 9 order. You can see count is 9. So similarly, if you see here 6 is the order ID, it means 2 pizzas were being sold in this order, right? So this is how you identify the data and read the data. Okay, then this is the name of the ID, or we can say pizza name ID, right? So where they can give order soon, or they can place the order so based on this particular pizza ID, whichever is required, right? Then what are the number of quantities that are being ordered? Then this is very straightforward. Then the date and which order was been placed. Then time of the order, nothing but at what time the order was been placed, right? Similar way, we will be also having an information of unit price, right? So unit price when multiplied with quantity will get us the total price. So total price is nothing but the entire order value over there, right? So that's very important for us. Then we have the pizza size, right? What is the size of pizza, whether it is large, medium, small, XL or double XL, right? Then we have pizza category. What is the pizza category, whether it is a chicken pizza, nothing but veggie, chicken, classic or supreme pizza, right? Then what are the ingredients used? Here you can see for that kind of pizza, in that particular the ingredient list which you see over here, it is comma separated, right? So let's say for classic pizza, here you can see the different kinds of ingredients being used are pepperoni, mushrooms, red onions, red peppers and bacon, right? So these are the list of ingredients, and there are multiple ingredients, but those are comma separated in each and every pizza order, right? Then we have the name of the pizza which is being sold, right? Whether it is a classic deluxe pizza, five cheese pizza, Italian supreme pizza. Based on that, the pizzas, different name of the pizzas are being sold, right? So this is a very quick and easy data walkthrough, because this is a very common topic, and everyone have ate pizza in their life once, so everybody knows what kind of pizza and what options are available and how to read the data, right? It's very straightforward, and based on that only we are going to do analysis of this entire thing in our project. So now let's move ahead and we will start our analysis. Okay guys, now let's start analysis in our Jupyter notebook. As I told you guys, you can do this analysis in Jupyter notebook as well, or you can do it in your any Python file, whichever. You can run the code and you can get an output, right? So some use Visual Basics also, where they have their Python libraries attached at their backend. But this is the easiest way to do it. For this, you have to just install the Anaconda, right? So this is an Anaconda navigator from where you can run your Jupyter notebook from here, and then you open this particular the local host network in your Python, or we can say in Chrome, and from there you can run all these queries, and then you will be able to understand this, right? So, and you'll be able to follow also. So from here, first what I will do, I will take a new notebook over here, and I will do the analysis from start to end, and then we can run everything in this particular notebook. Correct. So first thing first, what we have to do is we have to import the libraries in this particular notebook that we are going to use, so that we can do the analysis. So we have to and do the import of libraries first, because instead, or if you do direct running of the queries, it will not run. So always import all the right libraries which are been required for our analysis. So first I will import those, and I will just use import. First I will import pandas. Okay, so I will use import pandas as PD, right? So what is import pandas as PD is nothing but pandas is a kind of library in Python, which is used to work with a structured file which we are going to use in this particular project. That is nothing but a CSV file. If you want to do some processing of the data, if you want to do some cleaning on the data, if you want to identify what are the different size and metadata of the data that we are going to use, then pandas is required, right? So which is a very basic library which everyone should knows, right? Then once pandas is imported, then when we will also import numpy as well, and we will name it as np. So as is nothing but an alias so that instead of writing complete a name in in codes further, we'll just give an alias that is nothing but a temporary name, which will be used later in our code. So whenever I'll be writing pd dot np dot anything, so you should understand that whatever functions we will be writing, it will be used from that particular library, right? So we will import numpy also. Numpy is used actually for writing different numerical computing, or if there is any algebraic equations that we have to write. If you want to write different arrays, or if you want to play with the numbers aggregations, then numpy is required, right? Then we will also import matplotlib, right? So we will also import matplotlib, and in that we will import the pipeline, right? So, and we will name it as PLD, right? So this kind of matplotlib is required because if you want to create any 2D visualizations, right? If we want to add any legends to it, we want to add any data labels to it, then creating different 2D visualization like bar chart, pie chart, or donut chart, then matplotlib is required, right? Then we will also import Seaborn, right? So Seaborn is also been based on matplotlib only, but if you want to do some advanced analysis in Seaborn, or you can say in Python, then Seaborn is required, which is used for advanced plotting. It can be also used for advanced charts like heat maps, tree maps, and all those, right? So then Seaborn is required, and we will name is an alias as SNS. Then we also import warnings, right? So we are going to import this kind of library because whatever warning message we will be getting, so let's say any errors are there, all those things are there, then we should get it in the structured format, or it should avoid the data cluttering and all those, so that we can read whatever warnings are there, right? And what kind of warnings which are there actually, or what is the error. So after importing this, we will get to, and we will be able to understand the errors over there, right? Then we will also import plotly. It's not required, but we will keep it, so plotly.express as px, right? So this is required when we are doing some scatter plotting, or we are doing some different, dual axis charts and all those things. Then this kind of library is required for very much advanced, running and all those things, right? So now what we have to do is we have to run this. So for running this, either you can click on this particular run, shift enter. You can either press shift enter, or you can use this particular button also. I will just click on this, and you can see this has been running. Okay, whenever you see star over here, then it means that it has been running at the back end, and you cannot see any message that it has been ran successfully or anything, or output you won't get over here. If there is any error, you will definitely get it over here. But if everything is run fine, then you'll just get this kind of screen only. It means that all the libraries are imported at the back end. You won't get any information of whatever has been ran in front of your screen. All right. So now next we will import our data now. So for importing the data, it is very much easy. And for importing the data, as I told you, we are going to make use of pandas library. So first I will just write that particular statement over here, and then I will explain. So I will use a data frame is equal to pd dot. So we are going to use, as I told you, what does PD mean over here? It is nothing but alias is provided over here. It is nothing but pandas library we are going to use to import the data, right? So temporary name we are going to use over here. So PD dot. So for that I will be using as read underscore CSV. So I am using a CSV file. If you are using Excel to import it, you have to write read underscore Excel, right? And in double quotes. Now here what I will be doing, I will be adding my path of the data, right? So I will just close the data first, and I will click on no, don't save, and I will just open my data over here. So this is the data I have. So I hope you have downloaded the data and kept it in a folder. So from that particular folder, we are going to use the path of that particular file. So what I will do, I will just click over here, right click over here, and here I will just click on copy the path, right? So copy as path, and I will come to our file over here, and I will just paste it over here. Okay, so you can see it is automatically taking the path of that particular file. and you can see it has been automatically taken in double inverted commas, and that is how it should be, right? And when I run this particular query, you can see there is an warning over here, that syntax warning, that invalid escape, right? So that is nothing but this particular slash which is there, whether it is a backward or forward, we have to change this, and I will be using as forward slash over here. So change this particular slash as backward slash and use forward slash instead of this, right? And just run this. And as soon as you do, you can see at backend the file has been imported. You won't get any message. If you don't get any warning message, and if you just run this shift enter, you can see the now the number is changed from 7 to 9. That is nothing but it has been ran at the backend, and you can see that, or we can say, the file has been imported at the backend, right? So this is how you import the file. All right. So now first what I will do, first I will just save this file our, and we will name it as pizza sales analysis project. I will just save the file first, and it is the IPNB file. So I'll just rename it. So this is the pizza sales analysis, and here we will also add the title for our notebook as well. So for that, in this particular cell, so right now here you can see there is code. So that is nothing but the code which you are writing. So I will change this to markdown. Okay, once you add it as markdown, you can add different comments, different text over here, and the font size of this particular markdown text can be adjusted, and um, or we can say it can be controlled by using hashtags. So the lower or the smaller number of hashtags you will be using, higher will be the size of the font, right? So let's say I'm using one single hashtag, and I will name this project as pizza sales analysis. Okay, and same way you just have to press control enter, and you can see this is how it runs. So if we have used single hashtag, if you use it twice, you can see the size has been reduced, right? So now from this particular arrow buttons, you can either take it at top or you can take it at bottom. So I'll just use these arrow buttons and I will take it at the top. So this is our pizza sales analysis, and I will just make a copy of this again. So you can see plus, you can make a copy of this, and I will take it down, and here I will add one more hash, and I will name it as import raw data. So we will understand that what we are going to do over here. So in pizza sales analysis, this is where we import the raw data, and I will just use again one more copy of this, and I will now we have to just check the metadata, right? We'll check the metadata of the data, right? Metadata of raw data. Okay, enter. So now it's me metadata. Okay, so now we will see the data which we have imported, whether it is imported correctly or whether not. We have to check that, right? So for that, we will fire some Python code. So for that, first I will fire the data frame dot head. Okay, so I'll use head. So what this head will do, it will identify the first 10 or 5 rows which are there in the imported data. So first I will run this. As soon as I do, you can see it will identify the first 5 rows, and the number obviously will start from 0. Okay, then 1 and then 4, right? So 1 2 3 4 5. So these are the total number of rows which are being imported. And if you check our data also, so those will the first 5 rows. Okay, so if you can see this, these are the first 5 pizza IDs. You can see the same are being shown as an output over here. That is nothing but you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the first 5 pizza IDs. So this is the head of the data. That is nothing but at the start what the data looks like. And if you want to see end of the data, and if you want to see first 10 rows, you can just mention 10 over here. Okay, in this bracket, and you can just run this. You can see first 10 rows you will get over here. It depends what you want. By default, it will give you the first 5 rows. But if you want to see the number of datas in whatever number you want, you just have to add the number over here, right? Then we want to see the tail of the data. Right? I'll just hit tail and I will just run this. You can see the last 5 rows we will get. And if you see the out raw data also, if I bring it at the very end, you can see these are the last 5 rows, that is 616 up to 620. You can see from 616 to 620. So in this way we can say that all our data has been imported from start to end. And obviously here also, if you want to see last, let's say 15 rows. You just have to enter and you can see last 15 rows you will be able to see from here, right? So that is from 606 to 620. That is, those are the last 15 rows. All right. So this is how you see the header and the tail data of this particular data. All right. Now we will identify the number of columns which are being imported and the number of rows which are being imported, right? So for that, what I will do, I will just write a code over here. I will use a print function. That is nothing but I want to print the output. So I will use print, okay, and in double inverted commas, I will then type the text what print I have to do. So the metadata of the data, okay, set. Okay, I will add metadata of the data set and I will add one space, okay, comma. Okay, so what it will do, it will print this text entire as it is because we are using a print function. And in double inverted, we are writing the string. So whatever string we have to print, we have to write it in double inverted and comma. With that string, what else you want to print? So what we have to print is df dot shape. So this function will give us the number of rows and columns or just df.shape, whatever number of rows and columns are there, right? So you can see the metadata of the data sets has been printed as it is, and shape is nothing but how many rows are been there and how many columns are been there, right? The whichever data which we have imported through this particular df pd dot read underscore csv, right? You can see, as I told you in the raw data also, whenever we are having a walkthrough, these were the number of rows and these were the number of columns. So whatever data has been imported, which is correct and no data has been lost. So this is how you do it. All right. And if you just want to print the number of rows, you can do that also. For that, what I will do, I'll just copy this and paste this. Let's say you just want to print the number of rows itself. So just what you have to do is in square brackets, you have to just add right here 0 and it will just show the number of rows over here. So you can see you can mention here rows of the data set, right? Okay, so guys, if you want to also find out the columns of this particular data which we have imported, so what I will do, I will just copy this and I will paste it over here, and instead of rows we will name it as just columns. And here instead of 0, what we will do, we will just add it over 1 and just run it. So whatever columns are there in our data set, those will be printed over here. If you want it into different codes, so that also you can do. All right. So now next thing what we will do, I will just run one more thing, that if you want to print the name of the columns which are there in the data set, right? So for that, what I will do, I will just run as columns, okay, and just run this. Okay, so df dot columns, when I run it, so all type of or we can say all kinds of I can say column names or fields names which are there in our data, raw data which we have imported, those will be printed over here. You can see pizza id, order id, pizza name, and all those things. All right. So now next thing what I will do, I will just run as df dot info. Okay, and I will just hit enter. So when I run df dot info, what it will do is it will give us all the information of I can say the columns which we have, how many non-null values it have. It will also give us the information of all the data types, right? And if you run only df.info instead of adding the curly brackets, and if you run this, so now this df.info, the data frame will give you all the column names you have and its data also, few kinds of data also you can see. So this is also one kind of way you can find out, and it will give you the number of rows and columns also. All right. And now let's say we want to find out now the data. So what I will do, I will just change this to markdown first, and I will add here as data types in raw data. Okay, and I will hit it, right? And now here I will run the code. For that, I will hit as df dot d type. Okay, and just hit enter. So as I do df dot d types, it will give us the data types of each and every column which is there in our data set. So based on that, you can see integer, object, float, right? If it is a perfect value, integer value without fraction, then it will be as integer 64. If it is an text, then it will give us an object. But if it is a value which is there in decimal points, then it will give us in the form of float, right? So these are all the data types which we have in our data. All right. And now next what I will do, I will run one more, that is df.describe. Okay. I will just run df.describe and I will add braces to it. Okay. So what we will do, we have run df.describe, and what this particular df.describe would do is for us is it will give us all the measures which are there in our data, and it will give all the we can say the variables like count, minimum, average, standard, 25 percentile, 50 percentile. All those values will be mentioned over here, so which will be easy for us to find out what is the mean value, what is the extreme value, what is the maximum value, which is the value at 25%, which is the value at 50%, which is the value of 75%. So if you want to find out all those statistics of the data, then this will be the code which you will be learning, that or we were running, that is df.describe. All right. So this is how it gives us an initial analysis of this particular data, importing it, then bringing out and seeing the information if everything is correct, if the data is processed correct, if the values which are being imported, the fields, the rows, the columns which are imported, if you want to find out the information of that, you have to do in this way. Now next thing what we will do is we have to do as per our problem statement. We will go ahead and fire the different code to get our output and desired value as per the BRD. All right. So now we will just add the name of the KPIs over here. That is nothing but the text. So I will just copy this. Sorry, Control Z. I will just delete this, and I will just make a copy of this. I will just take it down and more down, and I will name it as KPIs. Okay, just name it as KPIs. Okay, and now here we will run our KPIs. So the code which we'll be writing to identify the all the KPIs over here. So just a second. Okay. So what we have to do is we have to find out total revenue, total pizzas sold, total orders, average order value, and average pizzas per order. So all these things we will run in one single code itself. So we have that ability in Python as well as in SQL. So we should use that. So I will just run everything in one single code itself. So for that I will be writing code for that. Is first what we will do, we will declare all the variables, and then after that we will print them one by one, right, as per our convenience. So I will name it as total revenue. Okay. So I will use total revenue. Okay. So this is the first variable where I will use df dot. So how the total revenue would be found out is we know that it will be calculated based on the total price. So I will name here as total price. Okay. And dot, what should be the aggregation? Sorry. So the aggregation for this should be what we have to find out total revenue. So it should be sum, and I will just mention it as in sum, right? The same way how we will read. And if you run this particular, you can see df dot undetermined literal signal. So what we have to do is I will just add one more, and so it should not be dot firstly. And now when I run this, it has been ran, but it should be printed, right? So for that, what I will do, I'll print this output. So I will just use print function, print, and I will add as revenue. Okay, so you can see this is the total revenue, but we should have it in one proper formatted, right? So for that, first I will do what I will declare all the variables, and then we will print everything, right? So first I will print what we next is what we want is total pizza sold. So I will name as one more variable, that is total pizza sold. Okay, and I will declare it as df, and for here it is nothing but what is total pizza sold is nothing but total number of quantities being used, right? So we will use quantity, and please be assured that whatever the name is there of this particular field over here, exact should be written over there. If there is any spell mistake, then you will get an error over here that it is an invalid name, right? So for that I will just add it over here as quantity. Right, so this is quantity. Again, it will be sum only. We want sum of all the quantities, right? Next we will name as total orders. We want total orders after that. So total orders is nothing but, as I told you, this is the order ID we have. So we will take count of, or we have to take distinct count or unique value count of this, because you can see here some of the order IDs are repeated. So for that we have to take distinct count. So I will name df, and in square brackets, I will name it as, so df dot order id. So I will use order id, and we have to take unique values. I will use an unique for it, right? So n unique. So this is how you calculate the unique values in Python, or we can say count distinct of all those values, right? And then I have to find out average order value as well. So we know that average order value is nothing but it's you can see here in problem statement, average order value is nothing but total revenue divided by total orders. So this is nothing but I will just total revenue from here, and it will be divided by what? Total orders. That's it. Okay. And next what we have to find out is average, as per problem statement, is average pizzas per order, right? So I will find out average pizzas per order as well. And it is also again nothing but total pizzas sold divided by total order. So these are the total pizzas sold divided by the total orders. Control C and Control V, right? So now we can see if I run this code, at the end we are just getting one output, that is nothing but we have printed the total revenue itself, but we have to print all these values also. So for that, first in total revenue, here you can see the value which we are getting is correct, but what we have to do is we have to add a single, or we can say a dollar sign at the start, right? Then we also have to print a text over here that total revenue, it should be printed as total revenue, and we just want value up to 2 decimal points. So all those formattings we have to do over here. So for that, what I will do is I will be using f string, okay, and in double inverted commas, first I will write everything what I have to print. So f string is nothing but it is I can say it is a string, and it is a newly introduced string where you can just add a text as well, and you can add a Python code as well, right? In curly braces, whatever code you will be writing, it will be a Python code which will be dynamic, based on which it will print all those particular values over here, right? So I will name it as total revenue which we want to print, right? So this will be printed as it is. So this will be total revenue. Okay. And after that, I will add one, this particular colon over here, right? And whatever we write after colon will be printed as a dynamic. So we want a dollar symbol first, and in the curly braces now, I will name here as total revenue, right? So this is what we want, total revenue to be printed. Okay. And then I will add one more thing, that is again I will add a colon over here. So this will be totally printed, then this will be as a dynamic over here. So I will add a colon over here, and I will add one comma separator. Comma separator is nothing but it will be a 1000 separator for this. So after 1000 separator there will be a comma over here, right? So that is the 1000 separator, and dot 2f I will add. So what does this mean? That after this particular value, there will, it should take only 2 decimal points. So that's the reason I have added dot 2f, 2 for decimal points and f for that particular value which has been printed. All right, I have closed this curly braces, and at the end I will just close this double inverted comma, and I will just close this as well. And when I run this, you can see now it is printed as total revenue. That is nothing but this is printed as it is, and after that this is working as a dynamic. So whatever we write in this string, it will be printed, well it is taking the value from this, that is nothing but from this particular code, and it is printing it over here. The same way we have to do it for others as well. So I will just copy this. Okay, and now what I want to print here is, instead of total revenue, I want now total orders, right? But for total orders, we don't want it in for as currency as dollars, and we don't want decimal points also after that. So we'll just remove this dot at decimal point, but we want 1000 separator. That's it we want. You can see we have run this, but you can see the value is taken as total revenue instead of we want total pizza sold. So I will paste it over here, and now I will run. You can see these are the total orders, nothing but total pizzas sold, or we can say it should be what total pizzas sold. So instead of total orders, it should be total pizzas sold, right? So these are total pizzas sold. Similar way, I'll just copy this, paste it over here, and this will be total orders now. Okay, so this will be total orders, and instead of this, I will just paste it over here, and I will just run this. So now you can see these are total orders. Similar way, I will paste it over here, Control Z, Control C, Control V. And now what I want to print is average order value. So I'll name it as average order value. Okay. And instead of this, we want average order value to be printed over here. And obviously, average order value, it is nothing but it should be having a currency as dollar over here. I will add a dollar symbol and dot 2f also, because we just want it for 2 decimal points. And now I will run this. You can see average order value. Okay. And again, I will copy this, paste it over here. And instead of this, now last we want average pizzas per order. So I'll just copy this from here and paste it over here, right? So this is average pizzas per order we want, and instead of this we want this value, and we'll paste it over here, and just we want it for 2 decimal points only. And I will run this. You can see this is average pizzas per order. So from here this is how it is simple to get all those KPIs in one single DAX, sorry, not DAX, I'm very sorry, not a Power BI, but in one single Python code, that is by using this, right? Determine all the variables and then insert those variables in print function, so that you want the desired output in that particular way, you will get it, right? So you can see the total revenue of entire thing is 817 million, we can say, not it's 8.17 million, that is 817k dollars. Total pizzas sold are, you can see it is 49,574 pizzas are being sold, and total orders are 21,350. Order value is 38. Average order value, one order, or we can say one average order value is $38, which is good. And average pizza sold in one order are 2.3. So around 2 to 3 pizzas are being sold in each and every order. Getting or not? So this is how you find out all the KPIs. Alright guys, so now for charts requirement, I will just copy this and I will just take it down, and I will name it as, I'll just name it as charts. Okay. And in charts, the first thing what I have to do is I will just name it as markdown, and I will use 3 times. And the first analysis that we have to do in charts requirement is ingredient analysis. So I'll just copy this and I will paste it over here and hit enter, right? One more hash. Okay. So now first we'll do ingredient analysis. And what do we mean by ingredient is, if you see here, it for each pizzas, these are the list of ingredients that are being used. So what we have to do is, out of all the pizzas which we have, right, all the sold pizzas, which is the most used ingredient, and we have to find out the count of that. And here you can see those ingredients are right now comma separated in each particular cell for that particular pizza. So what we have to do is, we have to do the for that particular or say that comma separated values, we have to extract those, create it in the column format or in the row format, and after that we have to find out the count of that, right? So for that, I will just write the first value as, or we can say we will I will just enter the first variable. So first ingredient, we will just find out that ingredient, and I will write the complete analysis first. Okay, and then I will explain you what's happening. Okay, so first I will just open parenthesis, and here I will write. So I will just enter the first data frame, that is nothing but we will enter that particular ingredient which we have to use, and that is nothing but this value. Okay, so this is the field value that we are going to use. I will paste it over here. Okay, and after that what we have to do here is, I will just go to next line. Okay, and here I will just mention that .str dot split function I will use. Okay, and what we have to split is comma. Okay, so what this do is actually, when you have this particular value, that is nothing but when you take this particular column, what we have to do is we have to split that particular column, and the split is what, with respect to comma separated. You can see we have to split that particular as comma separated, and str here is nothing but it allows the string operation in pandas, right? So because this df is a pandas variable, so the data frame in pandas, and that we have to operate, or we have to do the operation on string, so that we have to use .str, and we are splitting it. And then I will use .explode. Okay, so by using explode, what we are doing is, we are turning each element of that particular list into a separate row, or we can say we are creating a new column. So each of this ingredient will be created at separate rows. So the first ingredient will be here, second will be here, and third will be here. It will do for all of these particular rows, right? Now next what we have to do here is, after that I will use .str dot strip. Okay, so I'll use a strip function. Okay, what does this do is, if there are any white spaces in that particular text which has been generated in the form of new column as new rows, it will remove all those that we can say that strings, or we can say that white spaces, any white spaces at the start or end of that particular string. Okay, then we will use value. Okay, value underscore count. Okay, and I will use this particular. I mean, what does this do is, it counts the frequency of each unique record, right? Or we can say in each unique ingredient. So whatever we have exploded, we have splitted, exploded, and after that it will count all those particular values. All right. Now I will use reset dot index. Okay, so this will reset all the particular index. That is nothing but all the numberings will be given to that particular index, right? So with respect to new column will be created, so it will give the numberings to that particular index, like 1 2 3 4, likewise in that way, right? And it will do it in the descending format, right? Then we will rename all the columns. Okay, whichever columns which are being generated, so I will rename all the columns is equal to, okay, and I will open parenthesis. So here we will rename all the columns. So first is index column, which we created over here. Okay, so I will index, I will rename the we have to write the column, so it I will rename the index to ingredients. Okay, I will rename this to ingredients. Okay, comma, and the pizza ingredient, nothing but this particular column which was generated initially as a part of, we can say, the first column, which is an already mentioned column, that we will name to, because we have converted that to count. So I will name that to count. Okay, so this is what we have done. We'll close this bracket, and I will close this bracket because that's what we are closing. Okay, and then I have to print. Okay, what I have to print is, I will use print function, and I want what, ingredient, right? So this particular I have to print dot head, and I want 10. Okay, so it's saying there is an error, series object has no aptitude dot reset. So now we are getting this particular error. So here it says that dot object dot is getting abbreviated. So attribute reset. Okay, so here reset. Okay, so here it should be underscore. So I will just mention here underscore, and now I will run this. Okay, so now you can see it is successfully ran. And after this, if you can see, out of all the ingredients which are used for different pizzas, garlic is the most used one. But here you can see the counts, and here also you can see count. That is, what does it mean? That the headings are incorrect. So in pizza ingredient, here it is ingredient. So what we will do, we'll mention this as ingredient, and here we'll mention as count. Okay, and then I will run this. So now when you run it, you can see here this has been ingredients. So these are the ingredients which are being used most, and we have just seen top 10. If you want to see top 5, you can just run 5. Okay, if you want to see top 15, okay, you can see 15 also, right? So which are the most ingredients that are being used for that ordered pizzas when the pizza is in making. Okay, so you can see garlic is the most, then tomatoes, red onions, red peppers. So based on this, what insight can be taken is, for that particular store, these are these particular ingredients that should be available in full, so that there won't be any shortage, and the process of making pizza won't stop, right? So this is very important. So this is the insight which can be taken to have all of these top 5 or top 10 ingredients in the list. All right, so this is how you find out the ingredient analysis. All right, guys, so now next we will move ahead with our next requirement. And if you see, what we have to do is, we have to find out daily trend. Okay, so now daily trend for which particular measure? So first we will find out it for the total orders, then we will also find out it for the total revenue. So first we'll find out it for total orders. So I'll just copy this, and this particular thing I will make a copy. I will take it down. Okay, and I will paste it over here. Okay, daily trend, and I will name it first for total orders. Okay, and now if you see, I have already wrote that particular code over here. So this code I will add in the description box from where you can download and you can use these codes. But I would recommend you to write this code by yourself, so it will go below your hands and you will learn new things, right? And understand it also, right? So I will just copy this and I will paste it over here first. Okay, and I will explain you what this code actually means and how it works, right? So now daily orders, if you see in this particular data, the data which we have order date over here, right? But from this particular order date, we have to extract the day name because we have to find out daily trend. That is from Monday to Sunday. What are the trends of the pizzas which are being ordered? So for that, first what we have to do from here, we have to extract the day name from here, right? And for that we have written this entire code. So first what we have done is, first we have taken the order date is equal to pd is nothing but we are using the pandas to make some operations on this, and to date time is a function which is converting this particular order date, because if you see at the start and if you see the data type of this particular order date over here, it is object, right? It is not a date data type, right? It is considered as an object or a text data type. So what it is considering that it is converting this data time or date time to, you can say it is converted this to date time, and this order date is converted to a date time format, and comma day first is equal to true. What does it mean? That in our data you can see day is first, right? So 1/1/2015. So here Python may get confused whether this one is month or this one is month. So we have to guide it. So we have guided it that the day first is true, nothing but the first value here which is there, it is a day value, right? So that's the reason day first is equal to true. And after that, what we are doing, we are extracting the day name from here. You can see from here we have extracted the day name. That is, we are getting the values as Monday to Sunday, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and all that. So once it has been extracted, pandas, when you are giving an output, it will give an output based on the alphabetical order of the days. But we don't want in that way. We want in the sequence of how the week works. So we have mentioned our specified our own order, that is from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So we have entered everything over here, right? So this value which has been extracted, we have put over here. And after that, what we have done is we are applying that particular values over here, that is categorical value, because it is a categorical value, and category is what? Week order, and order is equal to true, means it should follow this particular order. Next, now the order by day here, from here are actually plotting starts, right? We have to create the data for this. So we are using a group by function on which, that is nothing but on day name, that is this day names created. Observed is equal to false. Why I have added this statement over here is because if let's say there are some days where there were no orders, right? There were zero orders, zero sales. Still, I want that particular in output, even though there are zero values for that day. That's the reason I've added observed is equal to false, right? Then we are taking order ID, and it's what we are taking. That is, we are grouping it on days and on which measure, that is order ID and unique. We have to take unique count, that is nothing but count distinct of those. And at that last, we have to nothing but we have to plot everything. So we are using plot, that is as I told you, we will be using matplotlib for this, that is plt. We are what kind of thing, plot will be bar, figure size is nothing but what should be the size of figure that output we want in, then color of that particular bar, and edges color is nothing but it should be the edge of that particular bar, what should be that color in. Then what should be the plot title, that is total orders by day of week, what should be the label of X and what should be the label of Y, and what should be the text rotation, nothing but the names which will be written on X axis, what should be the rotation of that, it is in 45 degrees. And this is nothing but to apply the data labels on our a graph. So I is nothing but iteration of after each value, what should be the iteration given. Value plus 20 is nothing but for a graph, let's say a bar is created, it should be not at the bar, at exactly on the bar. So 20 distance up on that particular bar, the value should be printed. Then string str value is nothing but that particular value will be there. Then hs enter is horizontally and vertically it should be center, where then font size is 9 and font width is bold, right? So we want it is a bold, and then tight layout and show. And when I run this particular value, you can see I'm getting that particular, right? So this particular in this particular way we are getting the output. So from Monday to Sunday, these are the days, and then these are the total orders of that visa. So if you carefully look over here, you can see like Thursday, Friday, and Saturday are the days when maximum number of pizzas are being sold. Sunday usually should be higher, but it is less. We can see the reason behind that is that particular store, it might be located near to the corporate offices, and we have holidays on most of the time on Sundays, and that's the reason it might be a lower side of sales might be there on Sundays, right? So this is how you create. So this is for total order. So what I will do, I will copy this entire thing and I will make it as for total revenue. Okay. And now we will find it for revenue. I will just copy this entire code and I will paste it over here. So now just one thing that we have to change over here is, instead of having a here, instead of order ID, we want it for for total sales. So we'll just name it as total sales. That is the column we have in our data. And instead of this, we want sum of it, right? And we'll just run this, right? So it's giving an error forward. So let's see what's the error. So one second. Column not found, total sales. Let's see. Total price. So it's total price, not total sales. So I'll name it as price. And now I'll run this. So you can see we are getting the values, but still it should be not total orders. It will be total revenue. Okay, by the day of week. And the Y label should be not number of orders. It should be total revenue. Okay. And instead of having green color, let's make it as purple. Okay, and now we'll run this. You can see this is how you get an output as, right? And you can also change these data labels to have this in the form of thousands, or you can add a dollar format also over here, right? So for that you have to make changes in this particular statement, right? So I will leave it up to you how you do that, right? So just try different ways and you will get that particular values over here. All right. So you can do the same thing for total quantities also. So I recommend you to change the code and find it for the total quantity also. Like how is the with respect to that, how we get that particular results. And from here clear you can see Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays are the 3 days where most number of sales are been done, and you can say Sunday is the lowest one. All right. And so it gradually increases from Monday, drops on Sunday, right? So this is how it is. And you can, as I told you, for this particular, what analysis can be done, what insights can be taken, the same would be for total revenue also. All right. So after doing the day of the week, that is the weekly trend, we will move ahead with our next problem statement. That is nothing but we will move with hourly trend, right? So for hourly trend, what I will do first, so I'll just copy this and I will add the text over here, and instead of daily I will make it as hourly. Okay, and by total orders, right? So first we'll find with total orders, and I will leave it up to you on how to do it for the total revenue, because I've already told you how to do it over here. So it will be repetitive task for me, so you do it on your own so that you will be also learning how to do it. All right. So for this also I have already wrote the code over here, so I will just copy this and I will paste it over here. Okay, and now I will explain you how it actually works. It is same as we wrote for the daily trend. So what happens in hourly trend is, so first again what we do is we have taken the order time, all right, and then we have converted that with the help of pandas, you can see PD, to date time. So that first the order time, that particular that particular column is now first converted to the date format, and after that we are identifying that particular format as time, right? So we have to convert that to time, then we have to convert it to format that it's a 24-hour format, that is nothing but percentage H, percentage M, and percentage S is nothing but hour, minute, and second. After that, what we will do is we will extract the hour from that, right? So whatever the time we have, if you see in this, the time is, in the 24-hour format. So from here, what we will do is we will extract that particular hour from that. So for this, you can see 11:38, 36 is nothing but 12 o'clock, right? And similar way, you can do all of this, right? So this is the afternoon 12, this is the afternoon 2 o'clock, and likewise. So this will be afternoon 1 o'clock, right? So all of this, we will convert it into that particular hour. And after that, what we will do is we will do our general process, right? So order by hour is nothing but we will group by. So using group by, what we will do, all those hours which are formed, we will make it as observed is equal to false is nothing but whichever hour, if there is no order in those particular hours, if it falls in that particular range, then it will be still shown in the diagram or in the graph with the zero value, right? And because we are finding it for order ID and we are taking the count, so in Python we use it as an evening. And then nothing we have to do, or we have to just plot that particular figures or that particular graph by using a bar chart. The figure size, the color is maroon, and everything is the black, right? That is, edges are black. Then we are going to have the title of that chart. That is nothing but this is the title, this is the X label, X-axis label, this will be the Y-axis label, and this is X-tick. That is nothing but rotation is equal to 0. If you have to add, you can add it, or you can remove also this from this statement. Again, as I told, this will be used just to add the labels on that particular bars, right? And this is the tight layout, that it should not move away from that particular mentioned size, and it should show everything in that, and at last we will show that particular thing. And I'll just hit run button. As soon as you do this, you can see that our graph has been created, total hours by the day, number of orders, and hours by 24 hours. So you can see the shop has been operating from morning 9 to evening, or we can say midnight. All right. So these are the times from the for that. And if you see the trend carefully, so at morning, or you can see from 11 to afternoon 1, the pizza orders are high, right? So from here it is rising till here, then it goes down here, and again here it will rise up, right? So from let's say from evening 4 o'clock, it will rise again till 18 is nothing but evening 6 or 7 o'clock, and up till 8 o'clock, and then it goes down again, right? So this is how the we can say analysis can be done, and insights can be taken from here, getting or not? So this is very much important, and insights can be taken so that all the inventories can managed in this particular hours of the day, and the staff can be also managed, so that the owner can decide that at what time they should be given and lunch break or any other breaks, and at what time they should focus on their work and grab more and more customers, right? So this is how we have added this particular for total orders, and I recommend you to do it for total sales also, or total revenue also. I have told you what you have to change. You have to just change this particular thing over here, and you have to change the titles also here, right? So this is how it works, and this is for hourly trend, that is nothing for total orders. Now we'll copy this again, and as per our problem statement, what we have to do is we have to find out the monthly trend now, right? So I'll just change this, and I'll just change this to monthly trend. Okay, and we'll find it for total orders. Same thing, everything will be same, just the code will be twisted somewhat. So I'll just copy this. Okay, what we did for daily trend, it's the same code that we will be using it for here. So everything is same. We will convert the order date first into proper date data type, and day first is equal to true because this is required over here to identify which is the month, right? Here you can see 1/1/2015. So Python will get confused which is the day and which is the month. So day first is nothing but it will understand that this is the day first. That is nothing but the first number over here in our date, it is considered as day, and second will be the month, right? So in this way, how you do it. And after that, what we will do, we will extract the month, right? So from this particular order date, by using this particular code, we will extract the months, and then we have to order the month, because by default in Python, it will show us the chart in the form of alphabetical order. But we want in our standard calendar year how the months are being arranged over there. So in that way, we have just mentioned that it should be arranged in this particular order, right? And then we are applying the month order so that everything should be shown. That ordered is equal to true is nothing but everything should be available in this particular order itself. Then we are applying our standard statement by, that is by using group by, which is required by all these particular months which are mentioned, that all values should be grouped. Observed is equal to false is nothing but it should show all those months even though they do not have any values in their data, or in that particular month if there is any sales which is not done, it should still show in that particular output, right? And order id, because we are finding it for total orders. And next is nothing but we are showing it with respect to this is shown for as a line graph, right? Or we are creating an area chart. So for area chart, this is the matplotlib code that we have to write, right? So fill between is nothing but order by, and in between whatever from area line chart to the bottom x-axis, whatever it should be, that it should be filled with that particular colors that is been mentioned. And this is nothing but the area, the line chart what has been created, right? The width of that and what should be the marker should be mentioned as over. O is nothing but zero, a round marker will be shown over there. And then nothing but the title we're adding, an X label, Y label, and what should be the X ticks. And this is, as I told you, it will be an iteration kind of for loop which will be used to just add the labels on each and every you can say area chart data points, right? And then write layout and show, and I will just run this now. So after you see it has run this particular chart, and we are getting the total orders by month from January to December, correct? So if you look carefully in this particular chart, you can see the orders are pretty same, just fluctuating somewhere. So if you take a look on this particular graph, it is considered as just a very small change in each and every month. Just in September and October, they are drastically came down, right? So we can find out the reason for those. And whatever there were, whenever there will be some festival seasons, right, from November, December, and January, in US, United States, it is considered as a festive season. So in those particular months, uh, the pizza owner can run some discounts. He can do some promotions because people usually order foods from outside, and so he can increase his business in those particular days. All right. So this is how you do in the order by month. And now we will move ahead with our next problem statements. All right, so now let's move ahead with our next problem statement. That is, we have to find out the percentage of sales by category. So I will just copy this. I will just take it down and we'll paste it over here, right? So we are going to find out the percentage of sales by pizza category. So this is very simple. Okay, so we already have the pizza category over here. If you see into our data, so this is the pizza category that we have. There are different values available for this. So I'll just control T and I'll convert it into table. So if you see, there are chicken, classic, supreme, and veggie. So these are the four types of pizza category we have, and based on that only we are going to write a code. So I've already written a code over here and I will explain it. So it won't waste my time in writing and everything. I will just copy it and I will just try to paste it over here. All right. So now just let's crack this particular code, what exactly has been written. So first I have just finding out a category wise sales, right? Because we have the pizza category, so I will group by, because see, whatever we are finding out, we have to group by and create a new table so that you will get in first row all the pizza category and in front of that all the sales. So those sales should be grouped by with those pizza category. That's the reason we are using group by and with group by, always remember that should be an aggregation used. So here what we are doing, we are grouping it on pizza category, and because we have to find it the total sales, I am using total price over here. That's the column which is available in our data, and we are taking sum. That's the aggregation we are using, right? But because we have to find out the percentage of sales, we are taking category wise sales over here. That is nothing but this will be the category wise sales. So for each pizza category, you will get those sales over here, and we are dividing it by the total sales, right? So here you can see category sales, and then we are taking the sum of that. That is nothing but total sales, the sales of all the categories we are dividing it by, and then we are multiplying it by 100 so that we are getting the percentage value at the output, right? So this will take the value from here, and this will take the its own value that is at higher level, that is at categories of all the four pizzas and the sum of all of them, right? And then we are just using a plot, that is figure size is mentioned over here, and then we are just creating a color palette over here, right? So that's the reason I've added a comment over here, that it is giving us the color palette, so that a natural color palette will be given to each and every wedge in that particular donut chart. And this is nothing but used to plot the donut chart, right? So it's a part of pie chart only. So we are taking a pie chart, and at center we are applying one a hole over there, and then we are just giving a title and all those. And when I run this, you can see you are getting a nice donut chart. So if you want to reduce the size of it, you can do it. I will do it by 5 by 5, right? And now here you can see that this is a donut chart which is created, and out of this you can see classic is the type of pizza which is, or category of pizza which is sold the most. Then next is supreme, then is the chicken, and then is the veggie. But if you see the overall number, each and every pizza is sold um, almost equivalent numbers, right? No pizza is at very much high level as compared to other, right? But there is a gap of only 2 or 3 percentage between the lowest and the highest one. All right. So this is how you analyze the percentage of sales by the category. All right. Now next what we have to do is we have to move ahead with our next problem statement. All right. So as per our next problem statement, what we have to do is we have to find out the percentage of sales by pizza size and category now. Okay. So now here we will just try to create a heat map. Okay. So for that, what I will do, I will just convert this to markdown, and I will add push. Okay. So this is what we are going to do, that is sales by pizza size and category. And for this, I will be using this particular code. So I will just paste it over here. All right. So what we are doing here is first we are creating a dummy table into our Python. And for that, I will be using a sales pivot over here. So first let me run this code so then it will be able to understand, right? So this is what we are creating. This is called as a heat map. So on in rows, you can see there is a pizza category, and here you have the size. Okay, on y-axis you have a size that is nothing but in columns, and for each and every combination we have the percentage of that particular pizza sold by size and category. All right. So first what we have to do is we have to create this kind of pivot first so that it can be shown in the output. So for that, what we are doing, we are using a pivot table function over here, and we are using the index as pizza category. Nothing but the vertical index should be shown as a pizza category, and the columns should be shown as pizza size, right? So you can see the index is pizza category, columns are shown as pizza size, and then value should be total price, right? So whatever values here you are seeing, it should be total price. But what we are doing is aggregating it into sum. So whatever values first we are showing, it is aggregated for each sum for this pivot table, and fill value is 0. What is mean by fill value is 0? Let's say for veggie, for Excel, there is no value over here. So it will give as a 0 value over here. So wherever we are not seeing any value assigned to for that combination, say for chicken, there is no pizza being sold in the double XL format. So it should show 0 over here. So that's the reason fill value is equal to 0. Now further what we are doing is sales percentage, because we have to find out the percentage. What I have done is sales pivot value. So whatever value you get from here, that is sales pivot, it is divided by the total sum, right? That is nothing but we are taking the sum, and here you can see this first sum is nothing but it will take the value in this particular manner, right? So it will take some value for this, it will take some value for this, it will take some value for this and for this. So each value it will take individually and divided, and dot again sum it has been taking, means what, it will sum all the values in this entire column, right? So for L, it will take a sum of entire column, here also entire column, here also entire column. It is nothing but it will take sum of entire pivot table. It is dividing it by sum of entire pivot table. Let's say for this particular value, so let's say 12.5, how we get this. So this value, okay, cells pivot dot sum will give us the cells of this particular value, and this entire value, okay, that is nothing but, sorry, sales pivot will give us this value, and this entire sum dot sum will give us the sales of this entire table over here. So we are dividing it by and multiplying by 800. So here we are getting 12.5 percentage. This is how it works, right? So I hope you are understanding. And then we are plotting this in the form of a heat map. And here you can see we are using a SNS, right? So that's the advanced Seaborn Python library we are using, which is based on Matplotlib itself. But if you want to do advanced charts, then we are using an SNS, right, with combination with Matplotlib, right? Then we are creating a heat map showing these values, right? Not is equal to true means what? Just show the values over here. And fmt dot 1f is nothing but show at one decimal point. CMap, you can see is YL, OR and red. It is nothing but yellow, orange and red. So in this way, they will show us the value, the yellow being the lowest, orange being the mid, and red should be the highest value. And the line width is 0.5 is nothing but in between you can see the white lines are there. It's width, right? And then nothing but we are showing the title of this. Y label is nothing but this pizza category. X label is this, that is nothing but pizza size, and then we are showing it. Very simple, right? So this is how you create it, and by looking at this particular figure and an output, you can create an insight from here that veggie with L size and chicken with L size, and we can say with L size all the pizzas are sold at higher level. Then second highest will be all the pizza categories with medium size, and all the pizza categories with 8.5. Like classic is one only which is sold most in the small size. All other with XL and double XL pizzas, those are, I think so. We can take an insight that those are very least sold, or sometimes they are not sold at all, right? So this can be the insight. So XL and double XL, you can just neglect, or we can say the less preference can be given to these kinds of pizzas, and ingredients required for this kind of pizzas can be kept low, because oven which they will be using for creating this kind of pizza will be also taking more and more space. So they just have to focus more on large, medium and small pizzas, right? So I hope this is how it works and you might have understood also, right? Now let's move ahead. We have to find out total pizzas sold by pizza category, right? So for that, what we will do, I will just copy this code from here. Okay, and I will paste it, and I will just change this, right? And here we will try to create a column chart, right? Or we you can also create a graph, right? Or also we can say a horizontal bar chart. So I'll just copy this and I will paste it over here. It's very simple because we want pizza by category. Again, we have to group it by pizza category, and here we have to use total pizza sold, nothing but we want quantity over here now. And we will take sum of this, and then colors. What I'm doing here is I'm using multiple colors for different pizza categories, right? So each pizza category will have each color. That's the reason I have wrote these two particular codes over here. It is not required. If you want, you can remove it from here. If you want to give one single color, you can do that, right? And then we are giving axis, and you can see color. I'm passing the colors from here, right? That is nothing but use multiple colors. And other is the same thing that we use for bar chart, which is very simple. And when you see, you can see each pizza will be given different color. That is category will be given a different color. It is not required actually, but if you want, you can do it. If you don't want, you can actually remove it from here. So I will just remove it from here, and color I will give here as red. Okay, and I will run this. So it's giving a error for me. So I will just add it into double inverted. Now you can see here, it just giving it in me to me in one single color, right? So this is how you do it, right? So if you want to keep it simple, you can do it, but just to do something new and to show something in the form of new way. I've just shown you in this particular way. All right. So now next we will move ahead with our um, further problem statement. All right. So now next problem statement that we have is we have to find out top five best selling pizzas, and it will be by revenue, sales, and quantity. So I will just do it for revenue, and you can see this should be not sales, it should be orders. So I will name it as orders, right? So it will be for revenue, orders, and quantity, and for other you have to do it on your own, right? So I will just show you how to do it, and we have to create a horizontal bar chart, right? So I will just copy this, and first I will just create a copy of this over here, bring it down, and I will just paste it over here. So top five best selling pizzas, right? And first I'll mention it by total orders. Okay. So this will be a total order. So for that, I've already wrote the code. I will just copy this. It's very simple. I will paste it over here, right? So what we are doing is first pizza by name, right? So we already have the pizza name over here in our data. If you see here, we have a pizza name. So these are all kinds of pizza we have. There are multiple pizzas available. We have to find out the top five and the bottom five so that it will be helpful for us to identify which are the hero pizzas and which are the worst pizzas selling, right? In terms of order and in terms of sellings, right? So first we are finding it for total quantities. I will just mention for total quantity. For total orders, we can say total pizzas sold, I can say, right? So because we are finding it for quantity over here, so pizza by name is nothing but first we'll group by with pizza name, quantity, and everything else. Now, just one thing here is important, that is top five. For that, what I'm doing is pizza by name, the same value is been passed over here. First, we will sort all those value in ascending as false, right? So here we are using ascending as false, nothing but if it is false, then nothing but it will show it in the form of a descending order. And head is fine, nothing but whenever we are getting created that particular table in ascending as a false, that is in descending order, just show the top five records. That's the reason we are using this. And then the general process of showing a bar chart, nothing but we are plotting it based on this particular value, that is top five, bar chart, figure size, color, and ages color, and then title, X label, Y label, and X tick. And this is nothing but to mention the data labels. And just now I will run this. As soon as you do, you can see these are the top five pizzas sold, nothing but the classic deluxe pizza is the most sold, and the next one is in the at fifth number is the Thai chicken pizza. So these pizzas whichever you see, these are the hero pizzas based on the quantity. All right, so you can do the same thing again. I will just copy this, I will take it down. So total pizzas sold based on total orders also, right? So for that, what I will do, I will just copy this from here, Control C, and I will paste it over here. So instead of quantity, what it should be order ID, right? Order ID. And instead of sum, it should be what? N unique, because we want to find out the you know count distinct, right? So this is the top five pizzas sold. Instead of this, we can mention top five pizzas ordered, right? And I will just run this, right? So these are the top five pizzas ordered in terms of order ID, or we can say in terms of orders, which are the most ordered pizzas. Same classic deluxe will be the same, which will be the most orders. So if you want to change the color, you can change it from here. I will name it as violet, right? So you can see we are giving the violet color for here. Now same thing you can do it. I will just copy this, and first I will take this down, and it will be in terms of total sales, right? And I will just paste it over here, right? And instead of this, I will name it as total price, because we have to find it for total revenue, right? And here top five pizzas, we'll name it by revenue. Okay, and run this, right? So you can see these are the top five pizzas based on total revenue, guys. All right, and if you want, this will be what? Sum. This should be sum, because we are finding it for sum. Okay, so this is the top five pizzas based on some. S should be small over here, And if you want, you can change the color, let's say orange. Okay, so it will be in orange color. So this is how you do it for top 5. The same kind of thing we will do it for bottom 5 also, right? So we'll name it as bottom 5 pizzas based on total sales only we will keep it, and for other two, that is for quantity and order, I will ask you to do it, right? So for bottom, I will just copy this, I will paste it here. So for bottom 5, what I am doing here is pizza name, just we are only sorting it in the ascending value, right? So first what we will do, first I will just take this value from here. Okay, right. So first we are showing it for pizza by name. So first we are taking pizza by name, then I'm taking bottom 5 and I'm ascending it in, or showing it in the ascending order, right? So now here what I'm just doing is ascending is equal to true for bottom 5. There is nothing but we are keeping it in the ascending order. So you will get the lowest value at the top and then in the increasing order. In descending, it happens in the reverse way. And we are showing the top 5 values. Just one statement will change, ascending is equal to true. Everything else will remain same. You can see this is the worst pizza, that is pre-curry pizza, and the fifth worst is the spinach pesto pizza. So these are the pizzas which are the least sold. Getting or not? So in this way, how you do it? If you want, you can change the color code. I have kept it brown. So this is I have done it for total sales. I recommend you to do it for total orders and total pizza sold also in the same way. Just you have to change this thing. And you have to change the name over here, right? So this will be total, not pizza sold, but it should be total. Here it should be total revenue. X-axis also we have to change, and here it should be bottom 5 total pizza sold. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so this is how we do it, and I hope you have understood. And based on our problem statement, you can see everything is bit done, and then at the end what you have to do is we have to answer these business questions, which I have already told you. What is the total revenue generated? You can show it from here. These are the only few business questions. Actually, you have to answer more. So you can see the total revenue generated. We have already created a chart over here. That is nothing but KPIs we have found out. So this is the total revenue generated. How many pizzas were sold? Which category is performing best? I have already told you. So everything, all the trends over here, whichever are mentioned over here, is been shown in our data or whatever we have created as in Python output. Then what is deliverable? That we have to share the Jupyter notebook with complete Python analysis. So for that, you just have to go into file and you can just click on download. So it will be downloaded over here. You can share this particular Python file with your customer. You have to share all the visualizations. You have to share all the BRD also, whatever been used. If there is any change in BRD, if any requirement is not feasible to do, then you have to show the BRD again to all the stakeholders and to all the customers, and also the insights which are being generated from here. So you have to create a document out from here, that what are the insights generated as per your opinion. What is the insights generated? You have to share it with client either in the form of document or in the form of PPT, and you have to present also sometimes in front of them. And then what is the conclusions? That is, what is the focus marketing or high performance categories? What can be done to optimize the menu card? What are the inventory plans? What should be the staffing based on the sales peaks? How to monitor different KPIs regularly through the dashboard for the continuous improvement, right? So these are a few conclusions and recommendations that you have to give to your customer and your stakeholder. So this is the complete analysis, and I hope you have understood everything. And so this is the complete project that we have done, and I hope you have learned so many things from here. You can add it in your portfolio, and it is for both data scientists and data analyst people who are studying these courses. So we will start with our second part of video where we will be creating a dashboard for our pizza sales with our requirement which we have, and we will create an interactive dashboard which I shown you at the start of the video. So we have taken a new worksheet over here. So this is the new worksheet which I have taken for Excel. And now what I will do, I will import the data from MS SQL Server. and then we will start designing our dashboard. Once again, I will tell you, if you don't have MS SQL Server, you can go ahead and download the XLX file, which I will mention in the description box, from where you can download, and you can directly start or use that particular flat file and directly start your design. Okay, so it depends upon you whether you want to do it with SQL Server connection or you want to do directly with a flat file connection. Okay, directly and as an Excel file. So to import the file, I will go into data. Okay, so go into the data tab, and here you have an option called get data. Okay, and again, I'm telling you, I'm using a version 2021. If you are not finding this particular option in particular your Excel, make sure you upgrade your Excel version more than like 2016 or 19, I guess. Okay, and then you can have this option over here. So I will go into get data, and there are different options available here, and here we have an option called from database, and in from database you have an option called from SQL Server. So I will just click on this. A new dialog box will be opened, and here it is asking you to add a server name over here. Okay, so I already told you at initial you must save your server name whichever you are having. So if you don't know the server name, here you can see at the start, you can see Swapnajit slash SQL 2022. Okay, so this is your server name if you don't know. Okay, so I will be using the same server name for me. I will be use Swapnajit. Okay, so slash, okay, one second, slash SQL 2022. Okay, so this is my server name, and then it is asking you as the database name. So this is the database which we have created, that is pizza database. Okay, so we will be using same name over here, that will be pizza db, and I will just hit on OK. Okay, so as soon as you hit on OK, you can see your database has been opened. So for me, it has directly opened. For you, you may get an window saying that it is an unencrypted connection. Do you want to go ahead with that? You just have to click on OK, and then you will be landed on this particular page over here, or this dialog box. Okay, so you can see I have connected to my the connection to the server, that is MS SQL server, and this is the uh, for that particular database. We have this particular table already imported in our database, all right, which we have imported while solving our SQL queries, that is pizza underscore sales. And you have to just click on this particular table, and you have to just click on load. Transform data is nothing but if you want to transform your data in particular, that we have to do that. So I will just load, and you can see your data connection has been doing your connection has been taking place. You can see one query has been successfully done, and your data has been brought into our particular sheet. So I will just close this, and you can see the data is been brought into our thing. So you can see a new query tab over here. So from here, if you can, just edit this, you can go ahead and Power Query Editor is been opened, where you can go ahead and clean your data or some advanced function, whatever you have to do. All right, so this is the thing which we will be doing. This is the table design. Okay, so this particular data is automatically converted to table. So those who are doing a table or a flat file connection, what you have to do is you have to just click here, and you have to press Control T. Okay, so Control T, what it will do, it will convert your particular this table or this particular data into a range format. Okay, that is, you will be getting your table design, and whichever table design you want to use, you can use here. Okay, so the table design, we'll be using this particular blue color theme, which will be good for us, right? So now what we have to do is we have to do here some data cleaning. Okay, so now what data cleaning we have to do? With the data cleaning, what we can see here, the pizza size is there. Okay, so pizza size is M, L, XL. If you can see drop down, L, M, S, XL, double XL, different size of pizzas are available over here. But what I want to name it is, M should be given as medium, L should be large, S is generally pronounced as regular size of pizza. Instead of small, we will be using regular size of pizza for S, and for XL we'll be using extra large, right? X hyphen large, and for double XL we'll be using XX large. Okay, so in this way we have to change our name. Okay, so for that, what we have to do is we have to change, or we have to clean the data for this particular column only. So make sure you select this column. Okay, first select this column so that only changes will be done into this column. We don't want to change any other column. So select this column and press Control H on your keyboard. Okay, so press Control H. Okay, so first we will be changing our name. So first we will be changing it for L. Okay, so you have to find L from here, and you have to replace it with large. Okay, so make sure you are doing that. So I will be choosing XL, and then I will choose it as large. Okay, and then you have to click on replace all. So you can see the replacement has been made, and I will just close this. And if you can see all the values, so you can see large has been, L has been converted to large, but because we have XL here, so this L has been also converted to L X large. And this is what double X large. Okay. So what we have to do next is M to medium and S to small. Okay. So we will do that now. So again, select this entire column, press Ctrl H, and for M, I will be using as medium, and I will just click on replace all. So you can see M has been converted. Then next is S, we have to convert it into small, and just click on replace all. So we can see all the replacement have been made. So that is large, medium, small. So again, one more thing we forgot, we have to change small to regular actually. Okay, so I will just again press Ctrl F, and instead of small, what we have changed here, okay, you have to replace the small. So Ctrl H, that is replace small to regular. Okay, we have to add it as a regular size. Okay, so this has been converted to regular size. And one more thing, what we have to do is, whatever, wherever you see the X large, we have to convert it into X hyphen large. Okay, so we'll do that as well. Select this column, press Ctrl H, and wherever you see X large, okay, X large, we will be changing it to X hyphen large. Okay, and replace all. You can see 572 replacement has been made, and you can see X large has been converted to X hyphen large, and here we have double XL large, so that X has been also converted to X large. So in one go we have changed both these, right? So this was the data cleaning which we needed to be done. So we have changed this particular thing as well, and now we will start with our data processing. So most important thing here we have to do here is we have to do a data processing. Why? Because if you can see into our requirement document, we want a daily trend over here, right? So but to find out the daily trend, we have to extract what we can say a day from this particular order date. Okay, so now to extract the day from this order date, what we have to do is I will insert a new column over here, and here I will mention it as day. Okay, or we'll name it as order day, order underscore day. Okay, so from this particular date we have to extract the day of that particular date. So for that we will be using some data processing tools or functions, and I will be using a formula over here. The formula will be text function. Okay, so text, what value we want to change, so we have to change this value, comma, what should be the format. Okay, so in double inverted comma I will press 4 times d. Okay, and I will close the bracket. So 4 times d is nothing but it will give us the full name of that particular day, like total name, like Monday, Monday. And if you are using only 3, it will give us the first 3 abbreviation, first 3 letters of that particular, that is MON, SUN for Sunday, SAT for Saturday likewise. But we want total names, so I will just place D and I will hit enter. So you can see all the dates has been converted. Okay, so you can see I have applied the formula for only first row, but it got converted to all this particular, what we can say, entire rows. Why? Because we have converted this table into table forms, right? That is design table, it has been converted to table. So automatically when we change it for first row, it will be, that formula will be applied to all the other rows as well. All right, so now we have converted, we have done some data processing because we wanted day wise data over here, so it has been converted. And we have this sheet, I will just delete this, we don't want this. Now this is our sales, and now we are ready to do our what we can say a data processing we have already done. Now we can go ahead and start our visualization, okay, or we can start our data analysis, right? So now next we have to do some data analysis, and with respect to that we have to go with the requirements which we have over here, right? So first requirement is what we have to find out the total revenue, that is for KPIs. We have to find out the first total revenue. All right. So we will come back to our sheet. You have to go into insert tab. Okay. And in insert tab, what I will do, I will just click here. I'll always show ribbon. So go in insert tab, and here you have an option called pivot table. Okay. So we will be using the pivot table options here, so that you will be getting the knowledge of how to use pivot table. It is generally used to summarize the data. Okay, so I'll just click on pivot table. It is asking whether you want to create it on new worksheet. Okay, and the table range, this is the table range which it will be using. So I will just click on OK, and the new sheet has been opened, and I will name this sheet as KPI. Okay, and the name of this pivot table, I will name it as KPIs. Okay, same. Okay, so that whenever you are applying the slicers later, it will be easy for us to identify we are applying the slicer connections to which table. All right, so this is the KPI. And now what we have to first find out is total revenue. Okay, so the total revenue is nothing but sum of total price. Okay, so we have this total price, just take this and put it in values. Okay, so by default you can see it is taking an aggregation of sum. So this is our total price. Okay, the next what we have to find out is average order value. Okay, so average order value is nothing but divided by total revenue divided by total number of orders. Okay, so first what we have to do is we have to find out total number of orders over here. All right, and total number of orders is nothing but what we have to take is we have to take order ID. Okay, we have to take count of order ID. So when I put it over here, so instead of sum, what I want count of order ID. So I will just go ahead and change the value settings, and I will take the count. Okay, so now watch carefully. We have got the count of order ID, but you know that we did it in SQL as well. We will go into pizza sales again. Okay, so here you can see that order ID has repetitive values over here. But if you take count of order ID, it will count each row at once, and it will give us the sum of that particular count. Okay, that is each row will be counted as one. But there are duplicates values over here, so we cannot use count. Okay, we have to use count distinct. But most important point here to remember is that whenever I change the field value settings over here, we don't have any option over here to choose it as, okay, so I will just increase this. You don't have any option here to select as count distinct. Okay, we just have count. So now how to do this? Okay, so in that case what we have to do is I will just remove this for now. So in this case what we have to do, we have to use some functions, or we have to change the data in such a way that we are using a count function. Okay, so in data we will go into our data, and in the data we will do some manipulations so that we will be getting the count of orders. Okay, so for that what I will do is I will just create a new column over here, and I will just insert here, and I will name it as total orders. Okay, so now what we have to do is I will be using here a count function, and in count function we'll be using in such a way that, so whatever count we are having, so you can see the 2 is repeated 5 times. So we should know that one is repeated 1 times, but 2 is repeated 5 times. So we will you should get a number 5 over here. Again 2 is repeated 5 times, you should get a number 5 over here. So if you can see 9 is repeated how many times? 9 times. So you should get a 9 as number for each what we can say number of in front of that. All right. So what I will do, I will be using a count function. Okay, I will be using count if function, right? Not a count function. I will use a count if function, and it is asking us the range. Okay, so for range, what I will do, I will select. Sorry, I will just select the entire range from here. Let's delete this. Okay, so you can select the entire range from here. Just select this. Okay, so you can see the entire column has been selected. The B column has been selected, comma. Then it is asking what is the criteria. So criteria is our this first value is our criteria. I will close the bracket, and so it will take some time to process. Okay, so now you can see that 1 is counted how many times? 1 times. You can see 2 is counted how many times here? 5 times. So you will get an output as 5 over here. So each time wherever you will see 2, it is counted 5 times. 3 is counted 2 times. So each in front of each 3 you will get 2 value. Similarly, let's see for another example. You can see 16 is counted 3 times. So in front of each 16 you will get 3 over here, right? So now what we will do, I will just divide this entire what you can say formula by 1. So 1, and I will take a ratio 1 divided by this particular count, and I will just hit enter. Okay, so now you can see it has been converted to fraction. So now you can see when I take the sum of this, okay, if you take the sum of these particular 5 values, you will get the sum here. You can see the sum here 1. It means what? This particular order is calculated as by taking the ratio. When you take sum, it will get calculated as 1. Similarly, 9 is 9 times, but if you take the sum of this 0.11, 0.11, it will give us the sum as 1. So in this way, what we have converted our this particular column into distinct count here, or we have to take the sum of this now. Okay. Similarly, let's check another way here. So you can see 16 is repeated three times. So we have divided 1 by 3. Okay, so it is 0.33, and when we take sum of this, it will give us as 1. It means what? 16 has been repeated three times, but it will be counted here as 1 only. Okay, so in this way we have to do this. I hope you have understood. I have used my best of the knowledge to make you understand. Okay, so now moving ahead, now we will be using this as our total orders. So we go to our KPI sheet, and you can see the total orders is not been reflected over here. So what you have to do, you have to go in pivot table analyze option, and you have to hit refresh button. So as soon as you hit refresh button, you can see total orders has been you can see it has been appeared over here. So you just have to take this, and you can see we have a total orders, and you can see this is the total order for us, right? Sum of total orders, that is 21350. All right. So if you want to, cross check with the what we can say the result which we have had in SQL as well. So we already have created a document. Okay, we'll just go up into our document. You can see these were our total orders, where we have taken the distinct count of total orders, and we have got an amount as 21350. The same amount we are getting here as 21350. I hope you have understood. All right. The next point what we have to determine over here is first what we will do, whatever we can determine. So next is what average order value we have to determine. Okay. So to determine average order value, I will just go here and I will write here as average order value. Okay. So average order value is nothing but dividing total revenue by total number of orders. So we have to take ratio of total revenue divided by total number of orders. So I will just write a formula over here is equal to this divided by total number of order, that is this. Just hit enter. You can see 38.30 is our average order value. All right. The next is what total orders. The total orders is nothing but we will be taking sum of all the quantities we have already seen in Excel. So I will just click on this pivot table. Okay, so you can see this field list has been activated. So if this field list you are not able to see it here, so what you have to do is you have to select this what you can say any of this particular field here. Go to pivot table analyze option, and here you can see a field list. You just click on this and this will be activated. All right. So now we want total number of what we can say total number of order placed. So for that we will be taking quantity and we will add it into values. You can see these are the total number of orders, right? The next thing what we want is average pizzas per order. Okay. So for that I will just name it here average pizzas per order. Okay. So now we want average pizzas per order, and it is calculated by dividing total number of pizzas divided by total number of orders. So this is our total number of pizzas divided by total number of orders. So I will apply a formula over here. So this total number of pizzas sold divided by total number of orders. Just hit enter. So you can see 2.3. So now what we will do, I will just increase the size of these values. Right. So now what we will do, we will validate these values if those are correct with respect to the query which we have written. Okay, so we will go into document. So now this is total revenue. So we can see this is our total revenue. I will mention here. Okay, this is our total revenue. This is our total orders, and this is our total pizzas sold. Okay. So now this is our total revenue, that is nothing but 817,860.0.0. So you can see we are getting an exact value. Then we want total orders. So total orders are nothing but, so second we will go with SQL. So average order value is what 38.30. You can see this is our average order value, that is 38.30. Then we have total pizzas sold is 49,574. Similarly, we have got here total pizzas sold as 49,574. Then we want total orders as 21350. You can see the total orders are 21350. Similarly, average pizzas per order were 2.32, and we have got here the value as 2.32 here as also. Okay, so in this way we have created the KPIs into our Excel sheet. So after creating our KPI, we will simultaneously start building our dashboard also. So what we will do, we will start placing these KPIs into our dashboard. So for that, what I will do, I will take a new sheet over here and I will name it as a dashboard. Okay. So we'll be using this particular thing as a dashboard. So first thing what I will do, I will just go in insert. So first go in view and just hide these grid lines. Okay, we don't want grid lines on this particular sheet. The next thing what I have done is whatever you can see into our this dashboard, you can see this there is an background we used here. Okay, so this is the whatever background which I will be using for, I have already designed it. So I will show you, this is the background which we will be using. So I have kept multiple options over. So this is one which is in, a brick color, or we can say brown color background, because mostly pizzas are brown. So I've just used that brown color. I may be wrong, but I just like that I should be using a brown color. If you want, you can use this blue color, and you can use a or green color as well. So whichever you want, you can go ahead and use that. I will be using this one. So this is already being created here. So I have already created a video how to create this particular types of backgrounds. You can go ahead and watch those particular videos. I will just add a link in description box where you can go ahead and watch how to create a background for the dashboards. Okay, and this particular backgrounds can be used to all particular BI tools like Power BI, Tableau, or Excel, likewise. All right. So what I will do, we have to save this. Okay, so we have to save it in the form of image. So I will add the what we can see the this PPT into the description box. You can download and use it. So I will just go in File, and I will click on Save As. I will save it at D, and instead of PPT, we have to save it is in the form of JPG format. Okay, so just find the JPG, save, and it is asking, do you want to save all the slides or just this one? So I will just click on just this one. We have to just save this slide. And when we go into this particular D drive, you can see here it has been saved and created over here. So this is our. So before moving ahead into our video, guys, let me introduce you to my new website. So in this particular website, I have added so many of data analysis material, roadmaps, and the roadmaps which are required to current industry trends, and it will be used for 2025 and 2026 use as well. And edition year is for both. I can say I keep it updating every month. So there are multiple materials available. So you can see I have a data analysis complete material package. Power BI projects are there. You can see Power BI individual projects also, if you want to buy, those are also available. And this is the most unique package where it says 30 companies detailed real-time interview question and answer, where it has everything, right? The real-time questions which is been asked in the interview, and the scenario based interview questions as well, both for SQL, Power BI, Excel, data warehouse. Everything is been included for Python as well, right? So you can see capstone project which includes all the tools. This is also available. Projects on Tableau, projects on Excel, right? And some other different individual materials are also available on my website, right? And if you see over here, if you look for the data analysis complete material over here, let me explain you what is included in it. So here you will get an data analysis roadmap, right? If you click on this, a complete roadmap is available. If I open this, you can see a complete roadmap is available. And in this, there are actually a complete syllabus is available, with links are also available in this. So these links are freely available on YouTube. So with my experience and with my knowledge, I have gathered all the links and created a proper document. So you don't have to pay lakhs of amount in the people who are teaching you, and which will be not 50 or 40% of also what I will be teaching you or I will be giving you over here. It is a complete detailed roadmap with all the tools, right? If you see every roadmap, everything is explained, what you should learn as a beginner and everything, right? So everything is available, all the syllabus with links that you have to learn, right? And these are curated and handpicked by myself. All right. So this is an worth for you. If you go back, there is and detailed other materials. Let's say for Power BI. If I go in Power BI, you can see there are notes available. There are projects also available. So the other separate folder is available for project. Each and everything, right? You can see PL300 Power Query, other notes, data cleaning notes, data modeling notes, and all other roadmaps. A special Power BI roadmap is also available over here, guys, right? So also there are some projects available. So you can see Power BI projects. You can see more than 6 to 7 projects are available. Similar for Excel, these projects are available. And in projects, you will get an complete Power BI file. So if you look over here, let's say for hotel management dashboard, you will get a complete data, complete report, a .pbix report, which will be a working report a working Power BI file, and a problem statement, right? The images used will be also provided to you, right? So you can see the meta ad performance analysis dashboard is also available over here. All right. So if you look more in this particular course, what I am offering to you is, if you look over here, you will also have all other tools data also, right? And in this I will have providing the practice data sets also. So these are the different practice data sets which you can use actually to create your own projects, right? Then I have also added few real-time industry question answers also, right? So these are the real-time industry question answers, and this is just in September only I have added all these. And it is, if you look for Deloitte, let's say, let's look for other one, right? So let's look for Flipchart. You can see everything is available, SQL questions, and it is everything is explained with answer, right? And these are the real time questions that are asked in interviews. Similarly way, if you are looking for Power BI projects, everything is available, all the Power BI projects are available, and in this you will get all the PBIX files, right? You can see you will get a PBIX file, all the images, the CSV data file, and the problem statements also. And if you want to see all these projects, you can see I have created my new website over here. And if you go in dashboards, right, and here all those Power BI dashboard, Tableau dashboard, Excel dashboard I will add soon. And all this dashboard, if you click on view all, or if you want to see any of the dashboard, let's say you want to see IPL analysis, if you click on this, and it is a workable dashboard, guys. So it will take some time to open, and if you change the season, if you can see all the values are changing, right? So in this way all the dashboards are added. If you want to check what dashboards you will be getting in those 25 Power BI projects, you will actually be able to see on my website. So both the links I will add in the description box. This website link also, you can jump from here also, this particular website. If you click on start learning, you will be redirected to this particular website from where all the packages are available, right? And if you look over here, guys, you can see 4,000, more than 4,400 people have already bought it. And there are so many messages I have received that they actually, the projects are very good. Actually, the material is very good. So it is proven, it is not fake, it is a real time. Everything is real time. I am not doing a scam over here. If you are in doubt, you can reach out to me to my email and or a WhatsApp number which is available in the description of this particular video. And you can go through this website. I will add the link in the description box, and if you like it you can buy it. If you don't like it, you can just go ahead with the video and see the entire project or whatever I am teaching you. All right, so now let's move ahead with our video image. So I will just copy this and go to our Excel sheet here, and I will paste it over here. Just paste it over here. Okay, so you can see this has been pasted over here. Just make it that you have adjusted at the center of this particular worksheet. And now I will just select this image. Okay, select this image, go to picture format, and for height I will choose it as 20. Okay, just choose as 20 height and 35 as the width. Okay, so it is changing with respect to this, so this is okay for us, 35 and 19.69. So this will be the dimensions which we'll be using for this particular picture over here. And I will just again resize it into middle. And now what I will do, by using this background, we'll start placing our KPIs over here. Okay, so these are our KPIs. And in this way, you will be placing our KPIs over here. I will just show you our dashboard. So this is our dashboard. And in this way, we have to place our KPIs over here. So what I will do here, go to insert and select a text box. Okay, and I will draw a text box over here. Right, so this is our text box. And here what we have to do is we have to bring our value over here. Okay, so I will just select this text box from outer side. Okay, select this text box, make sure there is no cursor inside, just select at the outer end, go to formula bar. Okay, select the text box, go to formula bar, press is equal to. Okay, so now we want to bring our KPI over here, so press is equal to, go to KPI sheet, and we have to bring this particular value. And as soon as I hit enter, you can see the formula is missing a range reference. Okay, so why we are getting this error is because we cannot, so just hit escape, we cannot bring the value directly from pivot table into this particular text box. So what we have to do, we have to extract this value outside this particular pivot table. So what I will do, I will just click here, I will press is equal to, and I will hit this value and just hit enter. Okay, so what we have done, we have extracted from this pivot table, we have extracted it outside the pivot table. Okay, so I will just press this also, is equal to, I will extract this as well, select this, and hit enter. For this as well is equal to select this and hit enter. So now these values are already calculated from pivot table. Okay, these are not inside the pivot table, they are outside the pivot table, calculated by using some formulas over here. So we don't want to extract this, it is not required to extract for this. So what we will do, we will now go to dashboard. Now again select this, what we can say, our text box. Go into formula bar, press is equal to, go to KPI, and now select this value and just hit enter. You can see the value has been appeared over here. So now we will do a quick formatting to these all values. Select this particular text box and go to shape format, and in shape fill say no fill, and in shape outline say no outline. Okay, we don't want any fill and outline for this. Then go to home tab, and what we will do for KPI, we will select color from here, and we will select this particular color, that is orange accent to lighter. This will be the color for me. And the, what we can say, I will be using an font over here as Century Gothic. Okay, so this is the font I will be using, that is Century Gothic. I will just hit enter. I will make it at bold, center, middle. Okay, and the font I will be using is 27. Okay, so this is our font. Then I will go into shape format, and the width for this I will be using is 5. Okay, so this is my width, and height I will be using is 1.3. So this is height for me. So this is our KPI. I will just place it nice and clean over here. Perfect. Okay, so now what I will do, I will just, we want 5 instances because we want to place 5 KPIs. So I will just copy this, Control C, Control V. I will place it over here. Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V. Okay, so these are 5 KPIs. Now what we will do, select this all entire, select all the 5 KPIs, then go to shape format, and in align, go and select distribute horizontally. Okay, so distribute horizontally, nothing but it will give an equal space in between all these particular KPIs. Then go again to align and hit this button, align middle. Okay, it means what, the size and shape, or what we can see, it is aligned in perfect alignment, same size in between this, and aligned it perfectly in horizontally. Okay, so this is what we have done. Now next thing, I will just Control C and Control V, and we have to give name of this. Okay, so this is what, so I will just hit this, I will just delete this, and then I will just delete this, and I will name it as total revenue. Okay, so this is the size for me, and I will just select this particular, go to home tab, and for me the title will be of size, let's say 14. Oops. Okay, so this is our title, and we will be using the color for this as, we'll be using the color for this as blue. Let's take this particular color and just reduce this and try to place it over here. Okay, we can reduce this more. Okay, 12, we will use 13. Okay, so this looks fine. Let's see. Okay, so we will reduce this more, and let's use it as 12. So this is our total revenue. Similarly, we will copy this, Control C and Control V. We will try to place it over here. Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V. Okay. Now what you can do, you can select all of these. Okay, select this. First, press Control. Second, oops, Control Z. Select this. Okay, second, third, fourth, fifth. Then go to shape format, go to align and click on distribute horizontally, and then go to align and distribute, align it at middle. Okay, so you can see it has been perfectly aligned over here. All right. If you want to move it up individually, you can move it as well. Likewise, to make it at center. All right. So this has been done. So now second value which we have to take here is with respect to our requirement document. Let's see. Second value is average order value. So this will be average order value. The next one is total pizzas sold. So this will be total pizzas sold. Next is total orders. and the last one is average pizzas per order. Okay, so these are all our titles. Now we will change the names. Okay, so we'll change the values over here. So we'll just change this, and we want, okay, just press is equal to, okay, and we have to take the value from here. So we don't want this value, so just take, go here, and average order value we have to take this. So this is our average order value. Just hit enter. Okay, so you can see it has been brought over here. Now what you have to do, you have to change the color for this. So for that, what we can do, just select this particular thing, click on format painter. Okay, you can see format painter is activated. You can see a brush near the cursor, and just go here and click on this. You can see it has been converted. Similarly, select this. We don't want this formula. Okay, make sure is equal to is there. Go to KPI, and what we want here is total pizza sold. So this is our total pizza sold, that is this value. Just hit enter. For this as well, we'll just go ahead and take total orders from here. So this is our total orders. Select this value, hit enter. We'll do formatting later. Similarly here as well, is equal to, make sure is equal to is there, KPI, and average pizzas per order. Okay, and now what I will do, I will just select this format painter, click here, again format painter, click here, format painter, click here. You can see these are been converted. Now next thing what we have to do is we have to add a dollar sign here, dollar sign here, and here we want only up to 2 decimal points. Okay, so do go into KPIs, select this particular thing, press Control 1. Okay, either you can go in right click and click on Format Cells, or you can press Control 1. Okay, and I will be using custom formatting over here. So instead of general, I will be using custom formatting. I will be using dollar, and then we want number, comma, two times number. So we want to be converted into dollar, and there should be a comma separators for this. I will just click on OK. All right. Similarly here as well, click on this. Okay, and we want custom dollar number, comma, number, or we can say number 0.00. Okay, so dollar number 0.00, because we want it up to 2 decimal points. Just click on OK. So this has been converted, and this we want up to 2 decimal points only. So select this value, and here you can see you can reduce the decimal points from here. Okay, click here, and you can see we have converted to 2 decimal points. And just go into our dashboard. So all those values are been applied over here. All right, so this is our dashboard. Right, so now we will give the name to the dashboard as well. So go to insert, and click on text box, draw a text box, and we will name it as pizza. Okay, so now select this text box. Okay, go to shape format and select no fill and no outline. Okay, and select this, and we will change the format for this as Lato Black. I will be using a font Lato Black. It might not be there into your PC, because this you have to install it. You can use any other font. Hit enter, and I will convert this into yellow color. Okay, so this will be a color for me, and I will be using a font of 20. All right, and next what you have to do, you have to change the text direction to vertical. Oops. All right, so just increase this, not to convert to vertical. All right. Now what I will do, I will rotate this and in this way. Okay, make sure you are applying it at exact 90 degree. So to apply it at exact 90 degree, press shift and then apply this. Okay. So when you are pressing shift and moving your cursor, you can see it is selecting the blocks, and you can see this is the perfect horizon. Release the shift key and release your cursor as well. Okay, so in this way you can adjust this. And now take this and place it over here. So this is our pizza, and I will just copy this and control V. So instead of pizza here we want as sales. Okay. And now what we have to do, again we have to press shift and make it inverted to 180 degree likewise. Okay. And now take this and place it over here. Nice and clean. And next what we have to do is we have to take this shape. So I will just copy this. Okay, so this type of what we can see images you can get on internet. You can download the PNG shape of pizzas from internet or from Google. I will just press Ctrl V and I will place it over here. Okay, so in this way we have created our first what we can say KPIs. We have designed our KPIs, and now next what we have to do is we have to go ahead and design our charts. All right. So we will start with our next problem statement, that is daily trend for total orders. And for that we will go again to our data and we will again create a pivot table. So go in insert, click on pivot table and just click on OK. So it will create a new worksheet and I will name it as trends. Okay, trends for total order. Okay, so this will be our new chart. So I will just click here. This has been activated. And first we want to find out the daily trend. Okay, so for a daily trend in our data, first initially in data cleaning and data processing, what we have done here is we have created a table or a column here called order day. By using a text function, we will be using the same. So we will be using a order day. And with respect to that, we will be finding out the total orders. And the total orders also we have created over here, that is the total orders. We have taken the sum for this. Okay, and we will take the total orders from here, right? So in this way we have created this, and with respect to this, whatever values we have over here, so we can check it with the queries which we have already designed. So check with our document. So we will go down here and we can see for Saturday it was 3158. So you can see for Saturday it is 3158. For Friday it was 3538. So here also you can see. Then for Thursday it is 3239. Again for Sunday, you can see it is 2624 here, and for others you can say for Thursday again it is 3239 likewise. Okay, so in this way we have already determined our things over here, and it has been validated and it is giving us the exact result whatever we have determined or calculated by firing the queries to the database. So we are good to go. And now what we have to do is we have to create a chart out of this. So just click anywhere into this particular table and go to this particular ribbon, that is pivot table analyze option. And here you have to click on pivot charts. Okay, so here it is giving us a recommendation to use this chart. So we'll be using this chart. I will just click on OK, and you can see this chart has been displayed over here. So I will just right click on these buttons and click on hide all field buttons. Then we don't want this title as well. We don't want the grid lines also. Delete these grid lines. We don't want these data labels also over here. We don't want the legend as well. And here we will go ahead and click on the data labels. Okay, so this will be our data labels, and make sure it is sorted from Sunday to Saturday. So that is what we want. Okay, because we class starts as Sunday and ends at Saturday. Okay, so this is our daily trend. Okay, so this will be our daily trend. I will name it as daily trend. Okay, so this is daily trend for total orders. All right, and I will just merge this. So this is our daily trend for total orders. I will just copy this, Control V, and we will find it here the hourly trends. Okay, so for hourly trends, what I will do, I will just copy this pivot table, Control C, and I will paste it over here. Okay, so here we will be finding the hourly tab trends. So select this pivot table, and here you can see this has been activated over here. And from here, what I will do, so what I will do, so first, what we have to do is I will just select the first pivot table, go to what we can say the home or the pivot table analyze button, and here you have to change the name here as daily trend, just to know that which pivot table name, or whenever we are working in future, any colleague is working, he should know which pivot table will represent which particular what we can say what gives an insight of what. Similarly, select this pivot table and we will name it as hourly trend. All right. Now for hourly trend, what we have to do is instead of total orders, we want total orders, but we don't want order day. Instead of that, we want order time over here. So we'll just select the order time. It will take some time to load the data. So just give it a few seconds or a few minutes. And now you can see it has been loaded over here. And here you can see it is starting from 9 and ending at 24. So it is a 24-hour time. So it is the store is opening at 9 p.m. Sorry, 9 a.m. and closing at 11 p.m. And we can see if you click on this plus button, so these are nothing but time in that particular what we can say order. So at 10 o'clock, at what time we can say at 10:25 the first order was there, 10:34 one order was there, 10:54 one order was there. Likewise, we are getting the number of total orders over here. All right. And what we have to do next is we have to validate if with our document with whether we are getting the correct result with our queries. What I want to mention over here is, so you can see at 9 it was 1, at 10 o'clock there were 8 orders. Here also you can see 8 orders. Here 23, that is 11 o'clock there are 28. And you can check all other values, you will be getting the same values, right? So we are good to go and prepare the chart for this, because we have validated that yeah, SQL result and Excel result are matching with it. All right, so now just select this, go to pivot table analyze option, go to pivot chart, and from here we will choose as a line chart. Okay, so select this line chart and click on OK. And next what we will do, just hide all these buttons. Oops, hide all the filled buttons. We don't want this as well. Hide the grid lines, delete it, delete this as well, this as well. Okay, so this is our chart which is nice and clean. Okay, so now these are the trends which we have created. Now next what we will do, we will bring them into our dashboard. Okay, so what I will do, I will just select this first chart, Control C, click on dashboard, and I will press Control V. Okay, so this is the first chart, and we will place into this particular placeholder over here. Just reduce this and increase this. Okay, and close this field options over here. And now what I will do here is we have to format this chart. Okay, so just click on chart, right click here. Okay, right click and go to format chart area. So this option will be open. Go to fill and say no fill here. Go to border, say no border. Okay, because we don't want any fill and any border for this. Now go ahead and select these bars. Okay, when these bars are selected, you have to go into series option. Go to the series option, and in width we will be taking the width as 110%. Okay, so we are increasing the size of the bars. All right, now next what we will do, we will change the color for this. Okay, so go to fill option. Okay, and select the gradient option from here. Okay, so we'll be using 3 point gradient here, so just delete one, just click on this and you can see what 3 point gradient has been selected. Just take this to the extreme level. So the first what we can color we are going to use here is, I will be using more colors, and I will be using here the color code for me will be hashtag, I will be using the color code hashtag F4B183. Okay, so this will be the color for me, first one. Then second color, select this particular gradient and then select the color from here, go to more colors, and second color for me will be hashtag 3E5C95. Okay, so this will be my second color. All right, and my third color will be, select this and go to our third color, and for me the third color will be hashtag 2F5597, and just hit OK. Okay, so this will be the color codes which we will be using. Just close this, then select this option and just increase this size. Okay, I will just increase this size, take it down a bit. Okay, nice. So now select these labels. Okay, and from here you have to select a label and choose this particular color. Okay, so this color, we will make it as bold. Okay, so this will be the data labels for us. For this, similarly, we will change it to this color and we will make it as bold. Okay, so next we will bring our next trend chart, that is hourly trend chart. So we'll just go here, select this, copy this, and go to our dashboard and paste it over here. Okay, so here it is. So this is the chart which we will be placing it over here, nice and clean. So try to adjust it over here. So just reduce the size a bit and reduce this as well. Okay, so now next thing what we will be doing is we will be formatting this chart. So select this chart, then go to design ribbon over here, and in this design we will be choosing this fourth one. So this will be the design we will be using, that is the drop lines which we have here. Then right click and go to, just right click outer side and then go to format chart area. So internal will be the plot area, so make sure you are clicking outside and then right clicking and selecting the chart area. Then we will click no fill, and then we will go to the no line. Okay, then select this chart area, so select this plot area, sorry, and click on no fill as well. So we will be seeing here no fill. Then select this, we don't want this, just delete this. Then we'll just select the line over here, go to the line, and for the line I will be choosing the width as 2.5 or 2.25. Okay, so this will be the width which we will be using for this. And the color of the line, so I will just use the color of the line for me. So I will just change the color for me will be CC5. Color code will be CC5D12. Okay, just hit enter. So this will be the color. Then go to okay, then go to this marker. Okay, so select this marker, then go to marker options and go to built-in, and we will be using a circle, and the size which we will be using is a 7. All right. And for the color, we will be using the color for this marker as this particular color. All right. The next what we will be formatting is this drop lines. Okay, so now select this drop lines over here. Okay, when you select this drop lines, you will be getting a width for this. We will keep the width same as 0.75. All right. And for that we will be using the color as gradient line. Okay, so we'll be using the gradient color, and we will be using just two. So let's just select this internal, what we can say, gradient stoppers. Just select this and press delete. Okay, so those will be deleted. So the first topper which I will be using is I will be using the this color. So first will be this, and the second one which I will be using is this particular, that is the orange accent. Okay, and this. So in this way I've selected, and I will just close this now. And you can see we have added our daily trend chart. So I will just select this, select the chart area, and I will just increase the size a bit. All right. And now we'll just go here and I will add the data labels. Okay, so these will be our data labels. Go here, go to home, select this color and make them bold. Okay. And if you want, select it as size as 8.5. Okay, we'll reduce the size a bit. And next we will select this as well. Select and make it as bold. All right. Select this area and we'll just reduce it a bit down. So it looks nice. Now what we will do, we will add a title of these charts. So we'll just take this title, Control C, Control V, and I will add it over here. Okay, and just reduce this, select this from here, and this will be what? Let's increase the size of this first. It will be daily trend for total orders. Daily trend for total orders. Okay, then select this particular text which we have selected. Then go to the colors, and we'll using this particular. Okay, we'll use this particular color for this, and we will be using a font as 11. Okay, I'll just use 10.5. This looks nice. And Control C, Control V, and we will take it and paste it over here. So this is hourly trends. These are daily trends. Perfect. So now with respect to that, what we will do with respect to these two charts, we will add our summary, that is what are insights taken from these two particular charts here. So I will just take this, I will just take again this Control C, Control V, and we will try to place it over here. Okay. And what we will do, we will add a color for this. Okay. So go in shape format, go in shape fill and add this color. Okay. Or we will be using, yeah, this color is fine. And I will just reduce this size, and instead of total revenue, make it as a white color. Okay, and here we'll be adding, or just add it over here, make it perfectly visible over here in such a way that it is taking its space correctly. So you can see it has been added over correctly, and it just increase a bit downward. So this looks fine. So you can see you will go into our already prepared dashboard. So we want it busiest days and times. So it should be busiest days and times. Okay. So these are our busiest days and times. So I will just use the same here. Okay. So whatever I have written over here, I will just use same over here. And I will explain you what does that mean. Okay. So in days, what we have taken a days, you can select these days and you can go ahead and change the color to yellow. You can write this, okay, and you can change whatever colors for highest time using the blue color from here. So these colors you can go ahead and change at any time. Okay, so for that I will not waste much time. Okay, so what does this mean? That we'll be taking some insights from here. I will just, what I will do this is I will just make it as 11. and we will make it as this color. Okay, so from here, what insights you are getting is orders are highest on weekends. Okay, so you can see at weekends the orders are highest. You can see on Friday and on Saturday the weekends are, or we can say the orders are highest. So on Sunday also there are low orders. So this is strange. Okay, with respect to what we can say at weekends there should be higher data. So we cannot say weekends, or we can say Friday or Saturday actually. So you can change whatever title or the name you should be giving over here. And times, okay, with respect to times you can say at 12 to 1 p.m. Okay, so at 12 to 1 p.m. you can say 12 to 1 p.m. the orders are highest over here, and after 5 to 8 p.m., so like from 17 hours to 18 hours, so this range the orders are highest. Okay, or we can say from 16 or 4 to 8 p.m. the orders are highest. You can change this to 4 to 8 p.m. Okay, so you can change from 4 to we can say 8 p.m. the orders are highest. So these are the peak times. You can see there are two peaks, one is at afternoon and one is at evening time. So these are the peak periods where the maximum pizzas are ordered, right? So at lunchtime and at, or not we can say at dinner time, but before dinner time, or we can say at evening time, snacks times, the what you can say the orders are highest. Okay, so with respect to this, we can find out the daily and hourly trends, and from this we have bought up or taken some summary from here as well. All right. So how to add this? What you can do is you can go ahead and add a text box. You can remove the shape or shape fill of that, shape size, or we can say lines of that, and you can type this text. Okay, I have already brought this into here directly, but you can type it over here whenever you have and however you want. You can give different colors and different font sizes to it. So we will move ahead and design our next chart. So as per our requirement and problem statement, the third one is percentage of sales by pizza category. Okay, so for that again we will go to our this particular sheet over here, the data. Go to insert and take one another pizza, what we can say the pivot table. Just click on OK, and here what we want is we want with respect to the pizza category the percentage of sales. Okay, so we will take a pizza category from here, and percentage of sales is nothing but the total price which we have here. So this is our total price. Now next what we can go ahead and just select this and go to the pivot table as analyze button over here, or the ribbon. Go to pivot chart, and from here select the pie chart. Okay, so here you can see you have to select a pie chart from here, or sorry, the donut chart we can say, and just click on OK. So this is our donut chart. Right click here and just hide all the field buttons. Then delete this as well. We don't want this to be displayed as well. And the next thing what we will be doing over here is we will add the data labels. Okay, so just add the data labels, and here we want it to be displayed at outside, and we don't want to be displayed as values here. We want a percentage over here. So select these data labels, right click and go to format data labels. Okay, and here you can say instead of value we want percentage. Okay, so we will be selecting your percentage, and then next just go to number formats here. Okay, so instead of number format, instead of general, you will be selecting your percentage, because we want a percentage and we want up to 2 decimal points. And I will just close this, and we will cross check with our document of our SQLs which we have fired with whether we are getting the correct results or not. So you can see for classic we are getting a value as a percentage of total. Let's see for classic where it is. So this is for classic. So this is for veggie actually. So for veggie it is 23.68. So you can see for veggie it is 23.68. Here also you can find out. So you just have to right click here, and you have to click on show values as percentage of total. So here you can find out the percentage of grand total. So this is percentage of grand total. So for chicken it is 23.69. You can see for 20, 96, 23.96. For classic it is 26.91. So for classic, for Supreme, it is 25.46, and likewise. So all the values are matching. So we are going in correct path and we are getting the matching values. So we are good to show this onto our dashboard. So we don't want this to be mentioned inside our donut chart, and we don't have any option here in donut chart that we can place our data labels outside the donut chart. So what we will do, we will take it manually outside over here. Okay. So just what we'll do, we'll just select this. Okay, just select this and bring it outside. Just select this and bring it outside over here. Similarly, we just bring it here, and this also will bring it over here. All right. And this is our donut chart. Just reduce this size and we'll place it over here. All right. Now next what we will do, as per our problem statement, what we have to do is the next one we have to find out is percentage of sales by pizza size. Okay. So same what we have to do is we have to find it with respect to pizza size. So I will just select this and go to pivot table and mention here the name. What does this represent? So this is nothing but percentage of sales by category. Okay, that is pizza category. And now we'll just copy this and paste it over here, the same pivot table. Then click on this pivot table, go to pivot table analyze option and name this as percentage of sales by pizza size. Okay, so this is with respect to size. Now we'll be using same pivot table. Just instead of what we have taken here category, just deselect this and choose pizza name. Sorry, not pizza name, pizza size. So where is pizza size? Just search it over here. Oops. Okay. So you can see this name has been changed here. The pizza regularize. Okay, so we have to change it. Okay, so it is actually pizza size. So just select this and change this to pizza size. Okay. Yes. Okay. So what we have done is we have selected this entire column and then we have changed and it has converted yes to regular over here. But actually what we have to do, we have to select this and we should have selected like this. Okay. Like we should have selected entire column, but we should not have selected the headings. But anyway, we have found our mistake. And so instead of here, we are using here as pizza underscore size. Now I have changed the name and we'll come back to our sheet again and now we will go to this and first it will be not reflected here because you can see it is still regularized. So go to pivot table analyze option and hit a refresh button. So now you can see it has been there. So now just select pizza size. So this is our pizza size. Now select this entire thing, go to pivot table analyze option, go to pivot chart, and from here we will be selecting here the pie chart and just click on OK. Yes, I will reduce the size, bring it over here, and we will hide all these buttons. Okay, hide all the buttons, just hide this as well. And from here we will on the data labels. Okay, so data labels has been on and just above this drop down you can say outside the end. We will just choose the outside the end and just click it. And now here you can see there are some overlapping of the label. Just select that label, whichever it is overlapping, and just bring it outside like this. Okay, just like this. Okay, so just make the adjustment so that it is not overlapping. So this is the what we can say the donut chart and pie chart. The next what we have to find out is the last statement which we have in our problem statement, not last into this particular section we have total pizza sold by pizza category. Okay, so we will be taking the total pizza sold by pizza category. Again, we will take Control C and we will paste it over here and change the name of this. Okay, go here and change it to total pizzas sold by pizza category. Okay, so now we want category over here. So we will change the pizza size and we will select pizza category, but we don't want total price. We want total pizza sold. It is nothing but we want sum of quantities. So we have a quantity over here. So this is the sum of quantity. And from here we have to what we have to create a funnel chart. But we have to select this, go to pivot table analyze option and go to pivot chart. And in tree map you can see there is a funnel chart, not in tree map. So here you can see a funnel chart, but it is giving us a message that you cannot create this type of chart with data inside a pivot table. Please select a different chart type. Means what? Whenever there is a data inside this pivot table, so this is the data inside the pivot table, you cannot create a funnel chart. So for that what we have to do, we have to bring this data outside the pivot table. But how to do that? Okay, so and it should be dynamic because we are going to operate a year slicer. But with respect to that, whenever this value changes, the other value should also change. Okay, so what we will do, I will just create a new table over here outside of this particular thing. So what does this mean is what this is what pizza category. Okay, and the next one is what total pizzas sold. Okay, so now what we want here is pizza category is what is equal to, and I will take the value from here. So this is first is chicken, and I will hit enter. And when I drag it down, you can say classic, supreme, and veggie is there. Now we want to bring values as well. So I will just press is equal to, and I will bring this value and I will just hit enter. But now when you drag this down, you can see you are getting repetitive values over here. But you can do that is equal to, and then this value you can take it over here. But because here there are only four values, you can do that by manual process. But if you don't, if there are n number of datas are there, how you will do that? So the first value we have taken out, but it is, you can see it is in the formula. If you can see here, it is fixed for chicken. Okay, so it is fixed for chicken. So whenever we drag our formula down, so this chicken should change to classic, should change to supreme, should change to veggie. So for that, what we will do, instead of hard coding this, I will just delete this and I will select this particular chicken. So we will select 830 and I will just hit enter. So whenever I drag it down, you can see the values are taking. So for second formula, what is taking 831? Then it is taking 832 means nothing but supreme. And for this 833 means what? It is when we drag the formula down, it is changing the reference of that particular cell. Okay. So in this way, we have created our this particular chart. Now what? Sorry, the table. Now what I will do? I will select this entire table. Then go to insert. Okay. From insert, you have to go into this particular map. We have to select, let's find the funnel chart. Okay, so it is in waterfall chart. In funnel chart, you can see this is the funnel chart. Now it is created. Okay, so we have taken it outside and now the funnel chart is created. I will just reduce its size. Okay, we don't want the title over here, but what we want is it should be arranged in such a way that from descending to ascending order. So for that, what I will do, I will select right click in this pivot chart and sort here from largest to smallest. Okay, so you can see whenever I sort this, this will be automatically sorted because all these values are derived from this table because all the formula connections are available over here. So if this value changes, this value will be automatically changed. I hope you have understood. Okay, so this is our particular funnel chart. Now what we have to do is we have to take this and we have to bring it into our dashboard. So first we will take the donut chart. I will just press Ctrl C, bring it into dashboard, and we will try to place it over here. So place Ctrl V, close this. So here it is. Sorry, try to place it here nice and clean. So let's adjust the size over here. Okay. So now what I will do, I'll just select this and I will just increase the size of this. So don't increase too much. Okay, so it should be fitted over here nicely. So now what I will do, I will right click on chart area, go to format chart area, and I will select no fill and I will select no line. All right. Now select this donut chart. So you can see there are white borders to this. We will change the border color of this. So I'll just select this donut chart and you can see a border color has been activated, which is automatic. So it is automatic, but we'll click on solid line and from here we will choose this color. Okay, so that is blue gray lighter 40. So I will just choose this color. And now what I have to do is I have to go to this particular data series. Okay, series option. And here you can see the size of this particular hole. We will select it as 65%. Okay, so this will be our donut size. The next thing what we will do, we will change the color of these donuts. Okay, so just double click on this blue color. So double click, you can see only blue color has been selected. Then go to fill option over here. Then from here we will change the color for this and we will change the color to this particular thing. Okay, so I will just select this color for this. Then for this, I will just double click for this color. And from here, we will choose a yellow color. Or let's choose this particular color. All right. Then for this particular thing, okay. So for this, what I will do, I will change this and I will choose the color as 1 second. This color, and for this we will change the color to this green color. I will choose this green color, and then for this slice I will change the color to this blue color, and for this I will change it to this color. So it looks like for this, let's change it to this. Perfect. Close this, and now we'll select this data labels, go to home, make it bold and make it white. Perfect. Okay, so just take it a bit out. Formatting is important, guys. It should be visually appealing so that Whenever you see the dashboard, it should be eye catching and it should be easily visible. So select these legends, select this white color, this as well. Perfect. I will just reduce the size of this chart so that we will add a title for this. So I'll just select Control C, Control V. So it is over here. Just place it over here. Control C, Control V. We'll place the title for here as well. You see Control V similarly here as well. Okay, so these are what percentage of sales by pizza category. Okay, similarly, Control C will paste it over here. It will be for pizza size. Okay, then select this, click on Format Painter and click here. Oops. Right. Okay. So this is for pizza size, and for pizza size we have to go in sheet 5. So let's rename this. So this is what we will name it as percentage of sales. You can give whatever name you want. Then select this pie chart, go to our dashboard and paste it over here. All right. So bring it over here and place it nice and clean. All right. So then right click, format chart area, no field, no line. Okay. Then select this entire, this one, and I will just increase the size of this a bit. Right. All right. Okay. Perfect. So I will just change these to this color and bold. So here you can see these are overlapping here very much. So select this particular donut chart, go to series option, and you can change the angle here. So twist this angle so that the labels are at other side. Guys, perfect. So now the labels are readable. All right. And now what we have to do is we have to do some formatting here as well. So select this pie chart, then go to fill options, and in line you select the solid line and we will choose this color again. Okay. Then we will change the color for the pies as well. So for this particular, the big pie you can see here, select the big pie, and I will change the color for this as more colors, and I will use the color code for me as 7F3, 7F3 A0B. Okay, so this will be the color which I will be using. Oops. S- Let me do it again. Hashtag 7F3 A0B. Okay, so now this for this we'll be using a color as more colors. Hashtag CC5B12. All right. So this will be the colors for our this particular chart. And the next thing what we will do, I'll just select this, and instead of for this particular border lines which we have, I will just select this black color. Similarly for this as well, I will just select the change color to this particular, that is third black. Now it looks good. Perfect. Okay, similarly this we will change to white. All right. And the next one which we have to bring here is the funnel chart. Control C, come to our dashboard, Control V, bring it and try to place it over here. All right. Then right click and select format chart area, select no line and no fill. All right. And then you can select this line you can see here. So to go to this and select no line. We don't want line to be mentioned over here. and then select this particular funnel chart. And in this funnel chart we will be using a different colors for us. So let's take the color as gradient fill. We will take a gradient fill from here, and instead of angle as 0 degree, we will change it to 0 degree. Sorry, 90 degree. We will change it to 0 degree. And the first gradient stop which we will be using here is, so let's check the final a second. So I will change the color to let's see. I will choose the this color, and the second color for will be, oh, let's see this color, or it will be, let's take this color. One second. And okay, let's take this. Okay, perfect. So this looks nice. All right. And here we will be choosing color for this as white, and format data series. And okay, we will change the cap width to 25%. Okay, so this will be 25%, and color again, we will just change the blue color to a bit light blue color. Okay, so this looks nice. Perfect. So this is our daily trend for orders. So this is the total orders. And now what we have to do is we have to add our what we can say the summary, what output we are getting from this particular charts. So I'll just copy this, Control C, Control V, and I will take this and I will try to place it over here. Perfect. So make sure it is aligned perfectly to this particular box which we have. Then I will just select Control C and I will paste this over here, and I will bring it over here. Okay, so we have to bring, I have to take some, output from this particular thing. So we already have the output here, and I'll explain you what to do about this. So I will just paste it over here. Okay, so now what we have to do is I will just select all of these, select center, then select white color. Okay, and we will be using it as Century Gothic. Perfect. And the size which we'll be using here is, so here we are using 10. So here also we'll be using 10. Perfect. Hit one more enter over here, and for this category we'll choose the color as yellow, and for size we'll choose this as blue. Okay, so you can see classic category, so that is this category, and I will choose this. So classic category contributes to maximum sales and total orders. So you can see this is the classic category, which is, that is 26%, which contributes to maximum sales and maximum number of total orders as well. Similarly, with respect to size, you can see large pizza size. Okay, so this is the large pizza size which contributes to maximum sales. Okay, so you can see the large pizza size here, which is contributing to 45% of total sales. Okay, so large pizza size is the highest selling, we can say, pizza category, and followed by medium pizza. Okay, so and all others are, you can see regular pizza is also good, but extra large and double extra large, those are not that much, contributing to our sales, and not that much performing, we can say. All right, so this is what we are getting an overall idea or the overall summary of these two particular charts. So we can take this maximum and we can highlight this as well with red color, because it will be some eye catching, right? So from this particular thing, what we can do, we can create some summary which will be eye catching, which will be helping our customer that what is the thing, output from this particular thing. So we have to change this as well. So this is what, we'll change it to total pizza sold by pizza category. That is total pizza sold by pizza category. Okay, so this is total pizza sold by pizza category, and this is our sales by category and size. Right, so this is our sales by category and size. So now next last one is remaining is top five and bottom five, that is worst and best selling pizzas. Then we have to add some slicers, and we will add some, summary from, or what insights we are getting from here. So next we will start with our final, that is final chart design and final requirements. So last two, which is the top five best sellers and bottom five worst sellers, and we have to design a bar chart for that. So for that, again, we will go to our pizza sales, and from here we will again create a pivot chart. Go to insert, create a pivot table, click on OK, and I will just name it as best and worst sellers. Okay, so we'll use a best and worst sellers. And now what we will do, I will just select this, and for best and worst seller, we have to find it with respect to the pizza name. Okay, and we want it with respect to the quantity. Okay, so pizza name, and we have a quantity over here. So you can see we have a different pizza like quantities over here, and different pizza, what we can say, different pizza are there, and with respect to that, the total number of quantities which has been ordered with respect to that particular pizza is appeared over here. But we want only top five to be displayed over here. So first thing what we will do, I will just right click on this particular names. I will sort it from largest to smallest, so we can see the top are at this. We want only this top five. So for that, what we will do, you can see there is one filter button over here. I will just click on this, and then you can go to value filters, and you can click on top 10. Okay, so here you can see top 10 are there. We don't want top 10, we just want top 5. So I will just select 5 over here, and we want it by quantity, and I will just click on OK. So you can see there are top 5 quantities we have. And now what we have to do is we have to, check with it with respect to the query which we have over here, whether it is matching the value with the query which we have derived over here. So here you can see 2453, that is for classic deluxe pizza is the top one, and the top fifth one is 237 with the Thai chicken pizza, which is the same value. And all other also you can check the quantities for all others. Okay, and we also haven't checked for this particular size, the what we can say the total pizza by category. Similarly, you can check for pizza category as well. For a classic, it is 14888, and for it is chicken 11055. Similarly, the percentage you can see for large it is 45.89, and for double XL it is 2.0.12. Similarly, this percentage as well. Okay, you can go ahead and check that as well. And we have validated it for top five bestseller pizzas as well. So we'll come back to over this chart. And next, what I will do here is we have to go to pivot table analyze option, and we have to create a pivot chart. So here we have to create a bar chart. I will just select this bar and click on OK. Then what we will do, I will just select all, hide all the buttons. I will just delete this. We don't want these. We don't want this as well, and the grid lines as well. So select this grid lines, and we'll just delete this. But you can see the chart which we have here is, I will delete this as well. It is sorted from ascending to descending. So what we have to do is, instead of sorting this to descending order, we'll sort this by ascending order. So just click here, go to sort. You just click single value, go to sort, and choose from smallest to largest. So when we hit it smallest to largest, this will also change from largest to smallest. So it works inverted options, right? So I will just hide this, and I will just do this like this. Now we have to name this, and we'll name it as top seller. Okay, this is our top seller, and I will just select this now, Control C, and I will paste it over Control V. Now we want to create one more chart, and I will just give the name for this pivot table as well as worst sellers. Okay, so this is our worst sellers, and we want bottom five now. So we'll just click on this button as well. Again, we'll go to top. Okay, and instead of top, we will choose here bottom, and I will just click on OK. So you can see these are our bottom sellers, and we can check with our document as well. So you can see these are our bottom sellers. The Brick Air pizza is at 490. You can see the Brick Air pizza is 490, and the Sata pizza is at 961. So, and all other values also you can check, which are exactly matching, and it is good to go and show in our dashboard. So go to pivot table, go to pivot chart. We'll select the bar chart, select this bar chart, and click on OK. So you can see this has been created over here, and we will just hide this all the field buttons. Don't want this as well, this as well, this as well. Oops, we don't want the labels here, and the grid lines as well. Perfect. Now what we will do, we'll just take this and place it on our dashboard. So copy this, go to dashboard, and we'll place it over here. Just Control V, close this. So it is at top. Bring it down here, reduce this in this way, and now just click here and select the data labels. So you want the data labels to be shown over here. Then right click and go to pivot chart area and select no fill and no line. All right. So we don't want any fill or line over here. Then what we will choose is select this particular bars and go to the series option over here, and the gap width which we need for this is 60%. Okay, we will choose this gap width as, let's say, 60%. Okay, so this will be the gap width for us, and we will change the color as gradient color. And for this first gradient color which I will be choosing is, for me it will be this one, and for second gradient color will be using a color over here, hashtag 7f3 7f3a0b, and I will just click OK. So this will be the color which I will be using. I will just close this and select this data labels, select this and make it bold, select this as well, make it not bold, this color. Okay, perfect. And we can increase the size. Oops. All right. So now next what we have to do is just increase the size, and I will take the name tag here, Control C, Control V, and this is our name for this, and the name which we'll be giving here is, we'll place, just copy this only, we'll save our time. You can type it Control V. Okay, so I will just select this text box, select on format painter, and I will select this top 5 bestsellers by total pizzas sold. So again I will copy this and I will place it over here. And the next thing what we have to do is, here it will be worst, or what, let's see what it is. Yeah, bottom 5 worst, bottom 5 worst sellers. Okay, all right. Now we will bring this chart, Control C, bring it in our dashboard, Control V. We will place it over here. Then right click, format chart area, no line, no fill, and select these bars and choose this as 60%. Then we will choose the gradient fill for this, and the first fill will be green, and for the second fill will be this. Okay, perfect. And I will close this, and we will just adjust, and we will add the data labels, white, bold, this as well, white. Okay, perfect. All right. So now next what we have to add is the, what we can say, the summary and insight from this. So Control V will take the title from here, and we'll try to place it over here. And the name of this will be, so let's see, the name of it will be best and worst sellers. So this will be best and worst sellers. And we will copy the same here from here, Control C. I will paste it over here. Okay, so from here, what your understanding is the best one is the what we can say classic deluxe and chicken pizzas. Okay, so the classic deluxe and the chicken pizza are the best sellers and the great revenue generator. You can see the total number of orders are maximum for these two pizzas. And the worst one is the brick air pizza, and the other, this top five are the worst because there are no so many orders for that particular pizza. So it is a worst selling pizza, and it is underperforming pizza, we can say. And they can do something, they can take some insights, and if they want, they can remove from that particular menu also if it is a worst selling pizza, right? And they can focus on these top five best sellers. So this was the dashboard. Now we want to add a slicer one over here. So go in any of the pivot chart. You can go in any of the pivot chart, select this pivot chart. This option will be activated. Go in pivot table analyze option, and click on insert timeline, and we will be inserting the timeline on order date. So this is our timeline. I will just copy this and come to our dashboard, and we'll try to place it over here. So paste it over here, and we'll bring it over here nice and clean. All right. So right now, if you can see, I will just bring it over here. Right now, it is not activated. Okay. I mean, if you can see, if I'm changing, not all the charts are changing with respect to this. So for that, what we have to do is, I will just right click here and go to report connections. Okay, go in report connection and increase the size of this. So it is activated for this percentage of sales only. So make sure you tick all of this. Okay, make sure you tick all of these and click OK. And right now, if you can see, I will just change this, and you can see the values are changing with respect to that. If I want to see for February, you can see the values are changing with respect to that. Okay, so in this way, you will be selecting this chart. So make this color as white. Okay, and bold. Perfect. So now next thing what we will be doing is we will be adding the color for this as well. So select this particular slicer, go in timeline, and here you can see you can add, or we can say go to this drop down, and you can see new timeline style. Just click on that, and you can give any name. So it will be pizza style. Okay, pizza slicer. I will make it as pizza slicer. And for whole timeline, click on format. The whole timeline is nothing but the entire this particular slicer, what color we want to give or what headings we want to give. So I will just go in fill colors, and I will add a fill effects over here. Okay, and instead of in fill effects, I will be using as a first color for me will be let's say I will take this, and second will be for me this. Okay, and I will just choose as vertical, and I will choose this vertical. Okay, or I will choose this one, and I will just click on OK. Just click on OK. Then header. Okay, so then click on header, go to format. So in header, I will be choosing this font. So header is nothing but this. This is your header. This order date, what you are seeing, it is a header. And from here, I will choose a white color. Okay, and I will make it as bold, and I will choose the color font as 14. Okay, and I will just click on OK. Then selection label. Selection label is nothing but this particular all periods and months. Okay, so click on format, and for this also I will choose bold, and I will choose the color as white, and just click on OK. Similarly, time level, I will just click on format. Time level is nothing but this 2015. Okay, so this is your time level. So I'll just 10, and I will just choose it as blue, and I will make it as bold. I will just click on OK. Then period type level 1, it is not required. I will just go to 2, format. I will just choose yellow, 10. Okay, and selected time block. So selected time block means what? When I select January, what should be the color of that? I'll just go in format, in fill. So when I select January, it should be in blue color. Okay, or instead of blue, I'll just select this particular color, click on OK. And I don't want to make any changes in any other of these particular elements, so I'll just click on OK. Then select this style, and then you can see this new style has been added. I'll just click on that. Okay, so as soon as I hit OK, so you can see this style has been added to this particular slicer. And now let's make it as full screen. So this is the dashboard. So you can see this dashboard is been designed, it has been created first in SQL, then we have created a dashboard over here, and with respect to that, we have validated our result, and finally we have created this particular dashboard. And when I operate this, you can see all the values are changing with respect to what we have here. And one more thing, when I choose years over here, you can see one extra year is added, 2016. So you can choose 2016, it is not showing any data for us. Why? Because it is an error from Excel. There are many petitions has been signed to provide to Excel that why it is showing an extra year, but it is an error and bug in Excel. If it is not having the data, it is still shown into our slicer. Okay, so we just have the data for 2015 right now, so it should be kept in mind. So when I see the quarter, you can see quarter for 2016 are also available, but don't you can say don't choose that. We are only interested in quarter of 2015. So when I choose quarter one, you can see you are getting with respect to that the results are changing. Okay, so I hope you have understood this complete data analyst portfolio project and you have learned something new from this complete data analyst portfolio project. And in this particular project, we are going to make use of two important tools. First one is Tableau Desktop. So now I have taken a new Tableau Desktop workbook file, and in this, what we will do first thing, what we have to do is we have to connect to our data. And to connect our data, we are going to use the MS SQL Server database connection, and we will see how to connect to our database connection. So first what you have to do, you have to connect to our data. So here is the option. There are multiple options are there. So you can see here to a server, and in server there are more than 50 plus options are there where you can connect to our databases, or you can connect to your servers, or you can connect to your cloud databases. Okay, so in this case, we are going to connect to our MS SQL Server. So here you can find out the option called Microsoft SQL Server. Okay, so it is nothing but MS SQL Server, and in this server we are going to connect. So I will just click on it, and here you can see there are different options available. So here it is asking us the server name. So I've already added the server name. Okay, so always remember the server name. I will show you what should be the server name. So you can see this is my MS SQL Server database. So what I will do, I will do, close this, and I will again open it, and I will open a MS SQL Server. So this is the server, MS SQL Server Management Studio. So when I open it, so it will take some time to open. So you can see it is giving me the server name over here. So this is the server name, that is Swapnajit slash SQL 2022. Now remember, this is server name for me, for my system. Okay, so whenever you are connecting to MS SQL Server by using Tableau, it will be different for you. It will be not same which I am using. Okay, so many students and many people are doing mistake. They are using my server name, and then they are coming back to me and they are saying that it is not connecting. Remember guys, you have to use your system server name whichever you have given while installing the MS SQL Server in your system. Okay, so for me it is this, for you it will be something different. Okay, so here I will click connect, so it will open the MS SQL Server. But when I come to Tableau, so you can see in Tableau I have added my server name, that is this is the server name. Then when I come to the databases, here you can see the databases is nothing but PizzaDB. Okay, so this is the name of database which we have provided. The same name here you have to provide, and you have to use Windows authentication. Okay, don't use any specific user, use Windows authentication. This whenever you have to use a specific username. Okay, so whenever you are working on a real-time project in any of the IT industry, in that time you have to use this particular thing. Okay, that is username and password, where a particular username and password will be provided to you to connect to this particular database. But for now, as this server is installed on our local system only, so we will be using Windows authentication and just click on sign in. Okay, so it will take some time, and you can see that particular database has been opened into our system. Here you can see the MS SQL Server. This is the database connection. At bottom you can see MS SQL Server, and the database or the server name is provided over here, and in that which is the database. Okay, so you can change the database from here. Okay, so there are multiple databases available, but we have to choose the MS SQL, that is PizzaDB, and in that PizzaDB we just have one particular table. Okay, so if you come to our server, you can see if you click here in this table, see we just have one table. Okay, so here you can see this is only one table which is available for us, and that is only shown, and that is only brought over here. You can see if it is not brought, you can drag it and bring it over here. Okay, so this is the table which we are going to use. The next what we have to do here is I will use a extract connection. So you can use any connection whenever you are using or you're working on live data, like let's say you're working on any stock markets. Okay, wherever you are working on live banking data, in that time you use the live connection. But when the data is large, okay, it is in millions or in billions, it is recommended to use a extract connection. Okay, and then later what we do, we refresh our extract connection on server or on database or on local. Daily or we can say nightly refresh is provided. So I will use extract connection. Pizza sales is already brought over here, and you can see here is the metadata available. Okay, so here you can see here these are the different types of fields which are available into our file. Here you can see the pizza id, order id, then different which attributes which are there, which I already gave walkthrough on the data in the previous part. And what is the remote field? Okay, remote field name is nothing but this is the source field name. Okay, so source field name is nothing but which is present in the server. Okay, so these are the names which are present in server, and this will be visible for us in Tableau. All right, and in this here you can see the data types are provided. This is the what, this is a decimal or the number data byte, then this is string, and this is date, this is the time. Okay, so these are the data types which are provided over here. And here you can see the sample data is provided. So when I click on update now, so here you can see the first 100 rows are provided to us. You can see the 100 number is present. So first 100 numbers are provided, but you can see there are 12 fields and total number of rows which are there are 48,620. But it is just providing us the sample data. If you want to see first 1000, you can just add one more zero here, and I will just click here, and you can see the first 1000 rows will be provided. Okay, and here you can check whether your data has been connected and populated correctly or not. Here you can see, right? So you can see time is there, then order date is there. In this way you can see the data which has been populated over here, and which I told you, this is the pizza id and order id. The pizza id is the unique column which is a primary key. On each and every row there will be a unique number will be provided. But order id, what is order id? There can be multiple orders placed for that particular pizza. Okay, so let's say in one order 2 pizzas can be ordered. So that is why here you can see 2 is repeated here. Why? Because in that one particular order 5 pizzas or 6 pizzas were ordered. Okay, you can see 5 pizzas were ordered, so we are getting 5 rows over here. All right, so order IDs are, you can say duplicate values are allowed onto this particular order ID. The pizza ID is what we can say is it is a primary key, and that is a unique number available on each and every row. And all other fields you can see here which are correctly populated or not. The next thing what you have to do, you have to click on sheet. So as soon you click on sheet, it is asking us to save that particular hyper file which we have created and extract. So you can choose any location. I will just choose any location for me. I will just click on save, and when I click on save, the sheet will be opened for me. And now what we will do, we will start our designing. Okay, so let's see what is the first part which we have to design with respect to our problem statement is. So first it is asking us to design a KPIs requirement, and for that we have to find out first total revenue. Okay, so we are going to design first total revenue. So for that, what it is nothing but what total price of all pizza orders. So for that, what I will do, to determine the total revenue, I will create a calculation. Okay, so to create a calculation, here you can see a arrow is present over here. I will click here, and here is option called calculated field. Or what you can do, you can click on any dimension or any field available in this data pane. You just have to click right click here, you have to click on create, and here there is an option called calculated field. Or one more option is there in analysis, you have to grow in analysis, and there is option called calculated field. So these questions are asked in interview. What are different ways where you can open a calculated field dialog box, or how you can create a calculated field? Okay, so there are, I have shown you the three options which are available. So I will just create a calculated field, and I will name it as total revenue. Okay, so this is the total revenue, and it is nothing the sum of all the price. So you can see we have the total price over here, so we have to take sum. So I'll just increase the sign, and I will be using the function as sum function. Okay, so this is the sum function. In open and close bracket, what you have to write, total price. You can see the total price has been populated. I'll just click here, and you can see the calculation is valid. So this message should be displayed whenever you are writing any calculation. If it is giving an error, then it means something is wrong in your calculation. So this message should be displayed whenever you are writing any calculation. So I will just click on OK, and here you can see the new calculation has been created. And how to identify if it is newly created, here you can see there is an is equal to symbol added, and it means that it has been created, or it has manually created, or it has been created by using any calculated field. So here you can see in data pane, all this particular, you can say it is divided into two parts. So all the below whatever you are seeing here, these are measures, and all above this line you can see all these are dimensions. Okay, and these are we can see these are continuous. You can see it is in green color, so it is called as continuous fields, and these are called discrete fields. Okay, which have categorical values, and these are what we call them as a facts, okay, or they have a continuous value, continuous changing value is there, right? They can take any value, but dimensions can have any categorical value which is, we can say, fixed value, okay. We can say pizza id, it is either 1 2 3, it cannot change, or it cannot be different from that, all right. So I will not go in very much basics. So first we have calculated total revenue. Next what we have to find out the average order value. But what does the calculation says? Average order value is nothing but it is calculated by dividing total revenue by total number of orders, right? So we have calculated the total revenue, but we haven't calculated yet the total number of orders. So first what we will do to find out average order, first we will find the total orders. So I will write one more calculation and I will name it as total orders. Okay, and you can see the total orders is there, and total order is nothing but total number of order placed. So now right now I have already told you the order id have duplicate values, so we cannot take sum of those, or we cannot take count of those particular orders, so we have to take distinct count of that particular orders. So we are going to use distinct function. So we have to write, because it is having duplicate function, so we have to use duplicate values, we have to use count distinct. Okay, so we are using count distinct of order id. Okay, so count distinct of order id is nothing but total number of orders. I will just hit okay, and now what we have to find out average order value. So I will take one more calculation and I will name it as average order value. Okay, and now it is nothing but what, total, it is divided by total revenue divided by total number of orders. So it is nothing but total revenue, so this is the total revenue divided by what, total orders. Okay, so this is what our average order value. I will just hit okay, it is valid, so just hit okay. So first we have calculated first, second and fourth. Now third one we have to calculate as total pizza sold, and it is nothing but sum of all the calculate, or sum of all the quantities we can see. So I will just create one more calculation field and I will name it as total pizzas sold. Okay, and it is nothing but sum. Okay, so it is sum of all the quantities. So you have a quantity over here, so we just have to name it as quantity. So it is sum of all the quantities. I will just hit okay. So we have calculated the total pizzas sold, and next is average pizzas per order. So this is the last KPI requirement. It is calculated by dividing total number of pizzas divided by total number of orders. So we'll take a new calculation field and I will name it as average pizzas per order. Okay, and it is nothing but total pizza sold divided by total orders. Okay, this is the calculation we are going to use, and I will just hit okay. Now we have calculated all these particular KPIs which we have which are asked by our client. Now next thing what we have to do is we have to bring them into our visualization. So what I will do for that, I will just take the measure names. Okay, so you can see here measure names is available. I will take and put it into columns. Okay, so the measure names I have taken into columns, and I will take measure values into text. Okay, so you can see I have taken measure names into columns and measure values into our text, and you can see a vertical or horizontal KPI banner has been displayed. So here you can see it is a standard view right now. Okay, so it is appearing standard. So what I will do, I will click on entire view. So we have taken the entire view, so it is taking all the space available into this sheet, and it is equally distributing to these particular KPIs. So now what we want is, first is total revenue and average order value. So we just want 5 of the measures to be displayed. For that, what we will do, I will just double click here. Okay, so first we want average order value, we want average pizzas, we don't want count of pizzas, we don't want quantity, we want total orders, total pizzas sold, we don't want total price, we want total revenue, and we don't want unit price. And we'll just hit apply and we'll just click on okay. Okay, now we have to rearrange properly, so that first should be what, total revenue. So what I will take the total revenue and I will drag it and I will place it at top. So this is our total revenue. Then we want average order value. So the second one is average order value itself. Third one is total pizza sold. So I will just drag this and I will place it in between these two. You can see the arrow is been displayed at the left. So I will just place it over here. All right. The next is what, total orders. So I will take this and I will add in total orders. And in this way you have just generated our KPIs. The next thing what we have to do is, you can see the total revenue is displayed. Total revenue, it is a sales. Okay, so we have to give the currency for it. Okay, it should be in dollar, and we have to show one decimal point after this particular value. So how to do that, guys? Okay, so for that, what we will do for total revenue, what you can do, you can right click here, and I will click on format. Okay, so right click on format. You can see the numbers pane has been created, opened over here. Click over here. Okay, then go in currency custom. Okay, I will go in currency custom, and instead of rupees we have to type here dollar. Okay, shift and 4, you have to type shift 4, so dollar will be displayed. We want displays unit to be in thousands. Okay, we have to show it in thousand, and we just want one decimal place, so you can see the values has been changed over here. Similarly, for this also we want average order value should be what? It should be in dollars, and it should be 38 point something value. Okay. So for that, what I'll do, I will just click here, and I will again right click and format on second value. Show here, come here, click on currency custom, place your dollar. Okay, and show one value. And this is what we don't want to show in thousands, because the value is already small. So it can be shown in what we can say as it is, or an automatic value. All right, similarly here also we have to show in thousands. Okay, so these are total pizzas sold, so we don't want to provide any currency over here, because it is a number, because total pizza sold are calculated in numbers, not in any currency or any rupees or in dollars. So I'll just click here. So once you click here, you can right click here, or if you just click here, it will open this dialog box only. Okay, means what, it was already open, but the numbers formatting will be shown for this particular value, or you can just right click and you can click on format. So this has been opened. I will just click on number custom for here. So okay, so number custom will just show for one custom. Okay, or one currency. Then I will show display units as K. Okay, so we want to show it in the form of thousands. All right, and for we don't want to give any suffix or prefix over here. All right, so similarly for total orders also we will convert it into Ks. So I will just click here, go to number custom, one decimal and in thousands. Okay, so you can see 21.4. Similarly for average pizzas, it is a number custom again, and we want to show it for let's say for two decimal points. Okay, and in this way I calculated this. Okay, for average order values also I will show it in two decimal points, that is 38.31. Okay, so in this way we have formatted our numbers as per our requirement. Next thing what we will to do is, I will just click on text. Okay, so what I have to do, I have to um, make the alignment as center. Okay, so you can see in this box it has been aligned centrally, but it is at right side. So for that, what I will do, click on text, go in alignment and click on center. Okay, so as soon as I click on center, you can see it has been centered at that particular box or in that particular window. Again, click on text. I have to increase the size of this font. Okay, I have to change the font and increase its size. So for that, what I will do, I will just click on text, and you can see a three dots here. Click on these three dots and the box will be opened. Select this measure values. Okay, select all of these, and then you have to click on 24. I will be using the font as 24, and I will be using as a uh, font name. I will be using as let's use Lato Black. Okay, I will be using a Lato Black font. Okay, and this will be font, apply and click OK. Okay, so this is the font which we have used. The next, I will just name the sheet as KPI banner. Okay, you have to double click here and you have to name the sheet as KPI banner. So first sheet we have created. Now next what we will do, simultaneously we will start creating our dashboard. So now to create a dashboard, what we have to do, so you can see the second option available over here. You can see my cursor over here. The second option, it is asking us new dashboard. The first one is new worksheet, second is new dashboard, third one is new story. So we have to click on dashboard. So as soon as I hit dashboard, you can see a new page has been opened, which is a dashboard size. All right, and you can see there are different sizes available for our dashboard, and we are going to use a different size. Okay, so I will just click here. Whenever you click here, you have a different sizes available here. When I click on this particular drop down, that is desktop browser, here you can see there are different size available over here, and what I'm going to use is a PowerPoint size. You can see a PowerPoint is nothing but 1600 by 900 size I'm going to use. I will just click here, and you can see the size of the white space which is available here has been increased, and in this we are going to design our dashboard. All right, so now next important thing, if you can see my already prepared dashboard here, you can see the background is a little gradient view with black and blue color. Okay, So now this gradient I have already designed, and it has been designed in PowerPoint. Okay. And I have already made a video on how to create a background for dashboards. You can go ahead in my to my channel, visit my channel and find out that video, or I will add the link in the description box from where you can go ahead and find and see how the background for the dashboards are designed. So here I've already designed. I will be using that particular background directly into our you can say in this particular Tableau dashboard. So for that, first what we have to do, we have to drop an image over here. So I will take an object from here, image. Okay, here you can see image object is there. I will take it and bring it over here and make sure it is selected as tiled over here. Okay, it should be selected as tiled. So this is floating and this is tiled. So make sure tiled is selected. Tiled means what? It will take a specific selected size into our dashboard. It will not take floating. Floating means what? We can move that object anywhere into our dashboard. Don't select floating, select tiled, then take image and place it over here. Okay, so as soon as you drag and place it into this white space, you can see a image or a dialog box has been opened, and it is asking us to choose the image. So I will just click on choose, and I will go and I will show you my image which I am going to use. So this is the image which we are going to use. Okay, so this particular image which I am going to use, I will add these images in the description box, where you can go ahead and download this image and you can use same into your we can see into your system as well, or whenever you are designing this dashboard. So nothing to worry on that. I will add these images into description box and you can download it. So this is the image I'm going to use. Locate that image, click on open, and next is what? You have to click on fit image and you have to click on center image. Okay, so means what? It will take the entire screen size of that particular whichever layout we have chosen. We have to just click on apply. You can see it has been applied and you have to just click on OK. So here you can see and complete image has been taken over here, and this image we are going to use to design our dashboard. So this is a most important thing, guys, how to insert an image and how to design the background. A separate video is available on my channel. All right, so now next what we have to do, we have to bring our KPI banner over here. Okay, so now to bring our KPI banner, here you can see in dashboards. Okay, in dashboard here you can see a KPI banner is available over here, but whenever I'm bringing it, you can see it is taking a tiled view. Okay, so whenever I place it, it is distorted everything. So I will undo now. So for that, now you have to change from tiled to floating. So important thing, change from tile and choose floating over here. Okay, so now you have to choose floating because we want to move our object into this dashboard so that it is been, taking a specific space into this particular whatever background we have designed. Okay, so choose floating and I will now drag it and you can see it can be placed anywhere. So I'll bring it and place it over here. So here title is available over here. I will just right click and I will click on hide title. Okay, so I've hidden the title, and now we will add it in perfect, or we will make space perfect for here so that it has been seen properly over here. Okay, so you can see we have taken the perfect space, and I will just decrease the space somewhat here. Okay, so we will be using this much space. Okay, so we are using this much space only because why? Because if you can see in already prepared dashboard, we are going to use some images icons to be placed over here, which will be taking that particular space at the top area, so that it will give us like what is the total revenue image, or it will or what we can say, it will increase what we can say the design of this particular dashboard. All right, so we have kept some space at the top. Now what we have to do, I will just right click here. Okay, and click on format. Okay, click on this sheet, right click on this sheet, click on format. You can see a new dialog box has been opened over here. Then go to shading. Okay, so once you go on shading over here, click on shading, go to sheet. Okay, the sheet should be selected. Go to worksheet and select none. So right now white color is provided here. I will just click and click on none. You can see here the value, or we can see that particular color to this particular sheet has been vanished over here. Right now here you can see the values are having none any colors. Okay, so but you can see there are two lines appearing over here. So we have to remove these two lines. I will select this sheet again. Okay, and we have to remove these two lines. So go into our borders. Okay, here you can see the borders is available. Click on borders and you can see the row divider. Click on row divider and select none over here. So as soon as you select none, you can see the borders or the two horizontal lines has been disappeared from here. Okay, now we'll close this. Now what I will do, I will select this sheet. Okay, select this sheet, and here you can see a rectangular option is available, which will take us to the sheet from where we have designed. Just click on this. or here also you can click on this, that is go to sheet. So I will just click on this, it will take me to the sheet. And now what the black color what we are using here, we will change this color to white. Okay, so just click on text, click on these three dots, select this entire measure value, and from here colors are available, select white color, click on apply. Okay, so here it is not visible, when you select it is visible, it will be visible in dashboard. So as soon as I click here, you can see in dashboard these colors are visible. All right, so now what you have to do, we have to change the color of this also, that is the what we can see the titles of this measure. So for that what we will do, I will just right click here, click on format. Okay, and instead of fields here you can see a click on measure name, so it is already selected. Then go to font. Okay, go to font, and from here select this particular font, that is yellow. Okay, okay, you can see the yellow has been selected, and I will change it to Tableau semi bold. Okay, I will be using a Tableau semi bold, or let's use sorry, let's use CGO UI semi bold. So you will be using this font very much, so you select this font, so CGO UI semi bold, and I will change its size to 10. Okay, so you can see we have changed it to 10. And now when I click over here, you can see we have properly placed our KPI banner, and this is the first requirement which was for, or which was asked by our customer. Now once we have designed our KPIs, you can see there are different values which have taken from the data source, and Tableau is showing these values. So next thing what we have to do is we have to compare our result, which we have already told you. Whatever we are bringing or showing into our dashboard, whether it is in Tableau or in Power BI, it is always validated by firing some SQL queries. As we have already fired the SQL queries, so we have the document with us. You can see the total revenue which we fired and which we have stored our result. And with respect to this result, if you compare the values, you can see the total revenue is 817.9, and we are getting the same value over here, that is 817860. It's just that we have converted to the thousand. Similarly, the average order value was 38.30, and we are getting the same, that is 38.31, which is taking that up to 2 decimal point. Here also will get the same values. The total pizza sold were 49,574, at the same values we are getting here. The total orders are 21.4, that is nothing but 21.35. Okay, which if we take it one decimal, it is 21.4, and the average pizzas per order, same with SQL queries, we found it as 2.32. Okay, so in this way we have to always compare. If it is correct, we can go ahead. If it is not, we have to recheck whether we are missing any data, if the data brought in Tableau is, has been reduced, or whether our data model is incorrect, or whether we are using some incorrect formulas over here. All right, so now next what we will do here, I will also add the title of our dashboard over here. So now here you can see in title a text is available, a text object. I will just bring it and drag it over here, and I will name the title as pizza sales report. So this will be our title name, pizza sales report. I will select the entire title, and next what I will do here is I will select the font as, the name of this font I will select as Sergio UI Black. Okay, so this is the black font which I am going to use. And next, the size of the dashboard I will be using, or the font will be 19. Okay, the 19 will be my font size. I will just drag it, and I will try to place it at the center. Okay, I will try to place it over here. I will select it, and I will give the color as this particular yellow color. Okay, so this is the color which I'm going to use. Click OK. So you can see this is the name of our dashboard. Next, what I will do, I will add the icons over here. So I will show you how to add the first icon, and the later icon I will add it myself, and I will skip the video. Okay, so the video will be not much long. So now to add the icon over here, again we have to take the image, and I will bring it over here, and I will just choose the image from here. So you can see the pizza sales images are available over here. So all these images, what I will do, I will add in the description box from where you can download and you can use into your dashboards. Okay, so I'll use this particular field. Then I will click on center and fit image, and I will just click on OK. So now here you can use or reduce this by using the arrow buttons over here. So you can reduce the size of this, and you can place it over here. Okay. So in this way, what we will do, we will place each and every what we can see image of each and every particular thing. Once I have placed it, you can I will skip the video, and you can do it in your system. Also, I will add the pizza image. Okay, I will show you one more image how to add, that is pizza image. Choose. This is the pizza image which you are going to click OK. OK. This is the image. I will just reduce this. and I will bring it over here. Okay, perfect. So in this way, what we have done, we will add the images over here. So I have added all the shapes over here or the images over here. You can do it in your system by pausing this video. And now next thing before moving ahead, so whatever values we have designed over here, whatever values we are getting in Tableau, as I told you earlier in the video, we have to validate all this result with our SQL queries, because if the values are differing from whatever we have fired in our SQL queries, then we are doing something wrong. Either our data which is coming into our Tableau from our data sources, it is not coming out completely. Our data source has been not refreshed, or our the data model which we are using is incorrect. Okay. So for that, always remember you should validate the result by firing the SQL queries before putting it in front of your client or before pushing this everything into your production servers. Okay. So now I will show you, this is the query document which we have created, and these are the results which we have already noted down here. So you can see for total revenue it is 817.9k, and we are getting the same result, right? So 817.860, that is 817.9k if we move to the three decimal places over here. All right. Similarly, the order average value or the average order value we are getting as 38.31, the same we are getting here as well. The total pizzas sold are 49.6k, and here again if we do it or convert it into two decimal points, we'll be getting the same value. Similarly, the total orders are 21,350. Similarly, here we are getting it as 21.4k, because the decimal points we are using, so it is 21.4. And the average pizza as per order are 2.32, same values we are getting here. So we are getting the same values, and so we are on correct path, we are getting the correct values, so we can go ahead and design our next chart. Okay, so now we will move ahead with our next requirement, which is there with our customer. So next is we have to find out the hourly trend for total pizzas sold. Okay, so it was first for total orders, but I have missed this. There was an incorrect requirement, first requirement, so I've changed it. So it is what hourly trend for total pizzas sold. So what our customer want to view is with respect to the total, or with respect to that particular hour in a day, how many total number of pizzas are sold. Okay, so he want to find out what the quantities of pizzas are to be sold in respective hours or with respect to that. Okay, so he want to find out the best time which is there in a particular day where the maximum number of orders or maximum number of pizzas are sold. So with respect to that, we have to find out this. So I will just copy this, that is average or hourly trend for total pizzas sold. And what I will do, we have to take a new sheet. So here is a new worksheet. I will click and you can see an entire new worksheet has been there. I will double click here and I will paste it. That is nothing but the name of our sheet. Okay. So now to determine our this particular thing, that is hourly trend for total pizzas, we will be using some fields from our data pane. So first is what we need, order time, and total pizza sold we have already calculated. So first I will take order time and put it into columns. Okay, so this is the order times, and by default it is giving us hour. Okay, so if I right click here, it is by default an hours which we are using. If it is converted by default or by mistakenly you have converted into minutes or seconds, so right click here and click on hours, so it will give you in hours. Okay, and next what I will do, I will take the total pizza sold and I will put it into rows. Okay, so as soon as I put it into rows, by default Tableau is what it is giving us a line chart. Okay, so preferably and most time whenever we are working it times or whenever we are working with date function, it is recommended to show it in the form of line chart. Okay, but in our case there is an out of the box requirement where customer is asking us to show it in the form of column chart. So for that, what I will do, I will just change from your marks, instead of automatic I will change it to bar chart. Okay, so you can see it is converted to bar chart, and instead of standard here we will use entire view, so it will take the entire view of this particular chart. And now you can see the bars are very much large in width, so I will just reduce the width here somewhat. Okay, so this is the width which we are going to use over here. And next what we have to do, we have to break this with respect to the pizza category. That is nothing but with respect to which pizza category the most number of orders are placed, okay, or most number of pizzas are sold. So I will take a pizza category and I will put it into colors. Okay, so you can see as soon as I put into colors, it is taking the colors. So now by default it is taking me this brown color, but for you it might be taking some different color. So if you want to change, how you can change it, you have to click on colors and I will click on edit colors. Okay, and in edit colors what you have to do, you have to choose brown over here. Okay, so it will be something different for you. So I will choose a brown from here and I will click on assign palette. You have to click on assign palette and I will just click on OK. So the color combination or the color codes which I am using, you can use any color codes whichever you want. So this is suitable for me, so I have used this. It is not necessary that you should use the same colors. Now next thing what we have to do, we have to give labels. Okay, that is the data labels. So now to give data labels, what I will do, I will drag this and put it into labels. But you have to create one more peel off here, that is you have to create a copy of this. So for that what you have to do, you have to press control on your keyboard and then drag this. Okay, so as soon as you drag this, you can see whenever I am dragging it onto this particular label, here you can see at below my cursor there is one plus symbol there. Means what? It is created one more instance. So as soon as I release it, you can see it is present over here as well and it is present here as well. Okay, that is in labels. But here you can see in labels, it is taking the labels of this entire categories. Okay, so in each of every stack bar, it is there is one label or what you can say, the data labels are been attached or it is been displayed. We don't want that, guys. What we have to do is we want a label at the top. Means what? The total of all this, or we can see the total of this entire bar, which is you can see 6.7k, it should be displayed at the top of this particular bar. So now we cannot do that because we have to, or we can do that, but we have to do some custom charts over here. Okay, so now to do that custom chart, what we will do, we can see that here is the total pizza sold. I will take this entire total pizza sold and I will place it into rows. So as soon as I release here, you can see two charts are being created, and with respect to these two charts, two marks card are created over here, right? So this first will be for this first chart and the second will be for the second chart. Okay, so now I will click on second marks card. Okay, that is nothing but for second chart, I will remove the color from here. Okay, so I will remove this pizza category. What will happen, you can see only bars are shown over here. Okay, but we don't want bars over here. I will change the chart type over here. So just drop down here and I will select the Gantt. Okay, Gantt means what? It is just giving us a single line over here. All right, and from here what we will do, on this particular Gantt we will change the color of this Gantt. That is this black color, that is some lighter color I will be using. I will just click here. You can see it has been converted to black color. Now what I want to do, I want to create a dual axis chart of this. Means what? You have to merge these two charts and you have to show it as a single chart. So for that what I will do, I will right click over here. Okay, on second field I will right click and I will click here on dual axis. So you can see as soon as I click on dual axis, the chart has been merged. You can see the Gantt is at the top of this particular chart, all right, or the bars. And now next and very important thing, guys, you have to synchronize the axes. You can see there are two axes. One is for bar chart and second axis is for this particular Gantt chart which we have created. So how to synchronize the axis? So you have to right click over here and you have to click on synchronize axis. Synchronize means nothing but the axis sharing, means it is starting from 0 and ending as 7000. It should be same for both the axes. If it is different, you will get some different visualization in front of your client, and that is not recommended. All right, and now what we will do, we have to label now. So I will again open the second card. Okay, so open this second card, which is the last card for Gantt, and take this particular pill. Okay, so how to take it? Press control again, take this pill. You can see a plus mark has been created and put it on labels. So as soon as you put it on labels, you can see the Gantt is showing only one single label over here, which is for Gantt, which is not for bars, it is for Gantt chart. Okay, and if you are getting a label inside the Gantt chart or outside the Gantt chart or inside this particular label, what you have to do, you have to go in label, and here there is an option called automatic, and you have to just click on this particular, that is top. So as soon as you hit on top, it is showing, it will show every label on the top of this particular Gantt chart. So in this way you have to work, guys. Okay, so we have designed our hourly trend for total pizza sold. Now we have to bring this into our dashboard. So click on dashboard, and next thing what we will do, I will just make sure it is a floating. I will just bring this and I will place it over here. All right, and make the adjustment so that it will be looking good over here. So this particular labels I will take for a while over here, and now I will change the title. So sheet name I will change it to 10, and I will name it as font. I will using as semi bold, that is Sejo UI semi bold. The color I will be using as this yellow. I will just hit apply. Okay, Next, I will right click on this chart, click on format, go in this particular shading options. In sheet, in worksheet, go here and select none. Okay. So as soon as you say select none, the color to this worksheet will be valid, or it will go and it will show a transparent color over here, which will take a background. Now next, what you can see, there are axis lines are there over here, right? So we have to remove those also. So for that you have to go in grid lines. Okay, so here you can see lines are there. So for in sheet, okay, click on sheet, and in zero lines you have to say none. Okay, so for axis sticks you have to say none. Go to rows, for grid lines you have to say none. Okay, similarly in columns nothing is there. Okay, then you have to go in borders. Okay, click on borders, go in sheet, and row dividers you have to say none, and in column dividers also you have to say none. So you can see our class chart is now clean, very much clean, right? So here you can see order time is there, which is the axis name. You just right click and click on hide. Similarly, we don't want any axes over here because we are showing the labels, and the title is self-explanatory, so we don't want to give the axis over here. So right click here, click on show header, uncheck this show header. Okay, so you can see it will be gone from here. Similarly, you have to do what some changes you have to do. So you can see the labels, the data labels which are shown over here, we have to format those. So just click on this, go to sheet, then go to labels, that is on the second marks card. Okay, on the second marks card we have added the labels. Click on label, click on three dots, select this and change here. So I will choose it as UI semi bold. Okay, and I will choose 8 as font and color as white. Apply. Okay. So here it is not showing, but in dashboard it will show us. Okay. Similarly, we have to convert it into thousands. So right click here. Okay, then click on format. Okay, right click on this pill, click on format. Okay, a format box will be opened here. Click on numbers, click on number custom, two decimal points, but we want it in thousands. Okay, just close this and come to our dashboard. So here you can see the values are now shown in thousands. Okay, so what one more thing you can do, you can just show for one decimal point. You will go again in sheet, click on second card, format, and instead of 2 we will just select 1. And now when you come to dashboard, now you can see it is showing correct. Similarly, we'll close this. You here you can see we have to change the color of this as well. So just click on this, right click, format. Okay, so as soon as I click on this, here you can see I will convert it to white, and instead of book I will use a Sage UI semi bold. Okay, so you can see the values are changed, and now it is shown in white color. Similarly, here you can see legends are there. I will place it over here. Right click here and uncheck the title. We don't want to show the title because it is self-explanatory. Similarly, click on this drop box, arrange items. Here you can see in multiple columns. Select multiple columns and then we will arrange it like this. Okay. And now right click here, click on format legends, and on here select white. Okay. On font, select here as white, and from here you will choose it as Sage UI semi bold, and we will check it as 8. Okay, and we will choose the color as a little bit off white. Okay, so this color will choose, and I will try to place it here nice and proper at one end. Okay, so in this way what we have done, guys, we have designed our hourly trend for total pieces sold. And from this particular chart, what insight you can take from here is, you can see at the noon, okay, at afternoon 12 to 1, okay, 13 means it is a 24-hour what we can say time zone. So we can say not time zone, 24-hour clock. So you can see 12 to 1. Okay, so in afternoon the maximum number of orders are there, then the orders are reducing in mid afternoon, or after 2 or up to 2 to 4, and again after 5, you can say after 5, 6, 7, the again orders peaks are there. Okay, and then again it is decreasing. All right, so in this way you can analyze the, like, on at which time the maximum number of orders are there. Okay, so at noon, or we can say at mid afternoon, and at early evening you can say the maximum number of orders are there. All right, and in this way you can manage your inventory. Okay, you can manage your workforce, your resources, such that in this particular peak hours you can hire more number of employees, or you can change the shifts in such a way that there are more employees are there, and you can increase your inventory as well. All right, And in this way you have analyzed hourly trend for total pizzas sold. So let's move ahead to our second requirement, and as per our second chart requirement, you can see we have to find out weekly trend for total orders. Okay, so for weekly we have to find, and this time we have to find it for total orders, and in this case we have to create a line chart. All right, so again what we will do, we will take a new sheet. So I will just click on here for new sheet, and I will name the sheet as weekly trend for total orders. All right, and for here what we have to do, weekly trend we have to take, means what we have to deal with some order date field. Okay, so first what I will take order date into columns. Okay, so we have order date. Now we have to convert this into weeks. So how to convert this? So right click over here, and to convert this into week we have to go into more. Okay, so we have to convert here from more, you have to go in options. Okay, so we have to go in customs, and in customs you can see we have a ISO week number, so use ISO week numbers only. Okay, so it depends upon ISO week numbers. I guess it starts from Sunday to Saturday. So and with respect to that, you can go ahead and design these charts. I will just click on OK. So you can see weekly number of weeks are taken over here, like 53 weeks are there. And instead of standard view, what I will do, I will take here entire view. Okay. And now what we have to take here is we have to take here total orders. So I will take total orders and I will put it into rows. And you can see a line chart has been created. But with respect to that, what we want a area chart. So for that, what I will do, I will just go ahead here and convert this into area chart. So you can see this is an area chart right now in front of us. Now what we have to convert, we have to give the color to this area chart. So I will just take color and I will choose this color for area chart, and I will choose the color opacity as 50%. Let's take this as 50%. We'll use an color opacity. And now if you can see, I have to give line chart over here. Okay, above this area chart I will create a line which will be visible for us, and below that we have to show us our area chart. So for that, what we have to do, I will just press Control on my keyboard, and I will take this and I will place it over here. Means what, it will create one more instance. You can see two area chart are there, and two marks card have been created. I will click on last marks card, and instead of area I will choose here line chart. Okay, so now we have chosen line chart, and I will use a color as this color. Okay, so we are using this color over here, and what I will do, I will increase the size of this as, I will increase the light size of this a bit, and next I will just right click over here and I will create it as a dual axis chart. You can see it has been placed over here. And next, always remember, whenever you are creating a dual axis chart, remember to synchronize the axis. I will just click on and synchronize the axis over here. And now we don't want this axis, so I will just click on show header. We don't want this as well, I will just click on hide this. Okay, and now what I have to do is I will take this into our uh, dashboard. So before that, what I have to do, I have to add a average line over here. Means what, we will be showing average lines, so that customer will come to know that what are the average order which are placed weekly. So it will be an average for weekly order. So for that, what I have to do, I have to go in analytics pane over here. So go in analytics, and you can see there is an average line over here. So just drag it over here. Okay, and it is asking us whether to, where you want an average table wise, pane wise, or cell wise. But we want table wise, so just click on table, and you can see an average line has been created. And I will just format this. Go to format. Okay, instead of format, just right click and click on edit. Okay, and here instead of label, you want here value. Okay, and your value should be let's give the value custom. Okay, I will give a custom value. I will name it as average. Okay, I want to name it as a text average, and it should be what, value, then value. So this is our average. I will just click on. All right, and now I will just right click and format over here, and in number custom I will just click on numbers, and I will show it at one decimal point only. Okay, similarly, right click and format, and instead of this line we will show it as this particular dotted line, and we will check a color as blue, or we just go with this particular yellow color. All right, so now what we will do, I will go into dashboard. Okay, and now we will bring this particular visual to our dashboard. Just bring it over here. Okay, make sure it floating is selected. Okay, if floating is there, then and then you can make the changes over here. Right, I will adjust it over here. Next, what we will do, I will just right click over on the chart, click on format, go to shading and say none over here. Okay, so you can see none is there. And now what I have to do, I have to remove all these lines over here. So just select this chart again, then go to grid lines, say 0 lines as none, axis sticks as none, then go to rows, say grid lines as none. Similarly, go to sheets, go in sheet, and for row divided say none, and for column divided say none. Okay, so in this way we have created this, and we will change the title, double click 10, and we will name it as Sagio UI semi-bold. Oops, semi-bold color will be this, apply. Okay, all right, and now we will just format this, format, format, and on left side we want it, and I will change this to 8 and to Sagio semi-bold. Okay, and we want it into black color. Okay, so in this way we are going to show this particular things. All right, and now next thing what we have to do here, guys. Okay, so here you can see whenever I'm selecting this, you can see the average line is been again redirecting, meaning it is recalculating the average line. So to do that, what we have to do here is I will go into this particular sheet, right click over here or right click on this, and you can say show recalculated line is there. It is checked. You have to just right click, you have to just click it. So you have to uncheck this. Means what? Whenever I am selecting any point, this average line will be not recalculated again. Means it will be not shifting with respect to any of the selection of our cursor or by using manual selection on this particular chart. So I will again go into dashboard, and here what I can do, I will just change the color of this particular line to this. Okay, and I will come to dashboard. So you can see we have made it a little bit bold. You can give a white color also over here, so it will be visually appealing, and the line will be clearly seen. Now next also we have to show minimum and maximum labels over here. So I will just go to our chart, and to show the labels I will select any of this, right click, not right click, press the control button. Okay, press your control button, select this and place it on labels. Okay, so as soon as you do, all the labels are shown here, but we don't want all the, we just have to show the maximum and the minimum points. So for that I will go in labels, and here you can see instead of mark label to all, we will choose minimum and maximum. Okay, as soon as I choose this, you can see a minimum and a maximum point is shown over here. That is the maximum weekly orders were 491 and the lowest were 171. Then go to labels, select this, and we will format our labels, choose 8 or we will choose 9 only, white color, and we will choose it as semi bold. Okay, and when I go to dashboard, you can see it has been changed. Now I will change this as well, the axis. Okay, right click, format, and instead of this particular we can see on this particular pane, or let's convert this to white first. Okay, and we'll choose it as semi bold, and we'll choose it as 8. Okay, or I will just reduce this somewhat. Okay, so this look nice. All right, so if you don't want this in the numbering in this way also, if you can go here, you can just go ahead on this area chart. You can right click here, and instead of this you can click on more. So instead of using continuous, you can click here, and you can click your ISO numbers, and you can just click on OK. So instead of this, you can just use this week number. Okay, and choose custom and ISO week number. Okay, and when you go in dashboard, you can see it is showing in this way. Okay, so means what we are showing now, continuous one, and we will just right click here, click on format. Okay, then in axis, okay, choose your axis, and instead of dates, okay, you can choose how you want to show. Go in dates and click on your custom and press 2 times W. Means one, when you press 2 times W, it will show in the form of numbers over here. Okay, as we want, we don't want the weeks to be shown, and you can reduce this somewhat. Okay, perfect, wonderful. Okay, so in this way we have shown here, and if you want, you can create or increase the font size also to 9. Now it looks nice. All right, so now in this way we have found out the weekly trend for total orders as well. So one more thing, again you have to validate this result with what we have done into our pizza sales document that is in this particular document. Okay, so when you see hourly trend for orders, you can see hourly trend, let's say for 11th hour it was 2.7. You can see for 11 o'clock it is 2728, which is correct. For 12 o'clock in afternoon it is 6.8, which is again correct because it is a decimal format. Similarly, let's check it for 18. 18 means at 6 o'clock. So for 18 it will be, let's check it for 6 o'clock. It is, one second, 4.2. So it is here. 16 it is what? 4.2. Again for, let's say for 21, it is 2.5. So again you can see 2.5. So all the values are correct over here. Similarly, let's check for a weekly trend for total orders. So if you see for weekly trends, we have found out the result over here. So for weekly, you can see, let's check it for first week. So for first week, it is 254. You can see it is for 254. Similarly, let's check it for 27th week. You can see in tooltip it is 474. So you can see for 27th week it is 474 here. Okay, and it is with respect to ISO weeks. Here also we have fired the query for ISO week because we want it to be written or to be verified or to be shown the insights with respect to ISO week. It was the customer requirement. All right. So in this way, we have found out the weekly trend for total orders. All right. And now we will move ahead to our next requirement, which is to find out the percentage of sales by pizza category. So I will just copy this. And for that, what we have to do, we have to take again one more new sheet, double click here, I will paste it over here, and this is what percentage of sales by pizza category. And what we want here, it is a donut chart. Okay, so now to create a donut chart, what we will do, first I will select a pie chart here. Okay, so in this particular marks card, select a pie chart, and we want it with respect to pizza category. So I will take the pizza category and put it into colors. So you can see when I put it into colors, it have taken the colors over here. I will take entire view over here. Okay, instead of showing a standard, I will take entire view, and now it is showing into form of the colors. Now what we have to do here, guys, we have to show a donut chart, and we cannot directly, we don't have any option to directly go ahead and choose a donut chart in Tableau. So we have to make a custom chart for this. Okay, so now to convert the pie chart into donut chart, what I have to do, I will just double click into rows column, and you can see one calculation window will be opened or a pill will be opened. Over here I will write average of 0. Okay, I have written average of 0. I will put enter. You can see one axis has been created. One more axis I will create, double click over here. I will create average of 0. Okay, so you can see two axes are been created over here. So one is this pie chart and one is this pie chart. And you can see two marks card have been created over here. So I will go in second marks card and I will remove this. So you can see this color has been blank. Now what I will do, I will right click over here and I will select as dual axis. Okay, you can see a dual axis chart has been created. And now what I will do, I will go in first marks card and I will increase the size of this pie. Okay, so just reduce or increase in this way. Second, go to this pie and select this a bit. Okay, okay, perfect. So you can see the pie has been created, and for this we have to give the color as I will give this color. Okay, so that is black color. Why we are giving black color? Because it will match with our background which is there, and it will look like it is a pie chart. So the color difference would not be there. All right. Now go to our second marks card, and with respect to this, we have to find out what, with respect to revenue, we have to find out this particular pie chart. So what we will do, I will take a total revenue from here. Okay, so percentage of sales, that is nothing but revenue. So I will take the revenue over here and I will put it into angle. Okay, so as soon as I put in angle, you can see the angles have been changed over here. And next, what I will do again, I will take a pizza category and I will put it into labels because we want labels to be shown over here. Similarly, what I will take again, I will take this total, what we can say, revenue, and I will put it into labels. Okay, we want total revenue also to be shown, but we want percentage. Okay, so to show the percentage, what we can do, I will just right click over here. So right click on this pill and go to quick table calculation and click here percentage of total. So this is what table calculation. So as soon as I hit percentage of total, you can see it is been converted into percentage. Okay, and again we want again total also to be shown. So again I will take total revenue and again I will put it into labels. Okay, so you can see we have added the labels over here, but we will format them correctly. So go in labels, three dots. Okay, I will just control X and I will add it over here, paste it over here, and I will add a comma over here, and from here I will just click one backspace. Okay, select this entire thing, and this should be white actually. Okay, and it should be 9. and we will choose it as Sagio UI semibold. Apply. Okay. So now it is not seen, but it is present. Okay, because white color we have given to it. Okay, because in dashboard we need it as a white color over there. All right. Next thing what I will do, I will just right click and I will just unshow this. Okay, because we don't want header to be shown over here. And at center what we have to add here is a total sales. Okay, so for center it is nothing but it is a whole over here and is nothing but a second marks card. So just click on second marks card, take total revenue and put it into label. So you can see at center the label is there. Just see, open the label, press enter, and at the top what I will write here, total sales. Okay, this is total sales. Select this entire thing and I will choose this as white color, a bit white color, not a complete white color, and I will choose it as Tableau semi bold 10. Okay, and I will select this and I will select this as for 15 and take it as Lato. Okay, and I will just hit apply, and for this we will choose it as yellow color, and for here instead of I will take 9 and hit OK. Okay, so in this way we have created this. Now we will go to our dashboard and we will bring this pie chart over here. Okay, I will just reduce this. I will reduce this. Now next what we will change the title over here. Open the title, select 10 font and Sagio UI semi-bold. Semi-bold color will be this. Hit apply. Okay. Okay. And now next what we will do, I will right click over here, go to format, go to worksheet and select none over here. So we will take a none colors. Okay. And next what again we have to do is we have to remove all this, we can say the border lines over here. So for that what I will do, I will go in this particular borders and click on row divider as none, as well as column divider as none. Go to lines and say zero lines as nuns. So we can see it has been created. What I will do, I will just reduce somewhat the size of this donut chart. So I will go here. I will go here first. Okay, in the second, the internal donut, and I will change this color to this black. Okay, let's see. It looks, yeah, it matches with our background. And we will go to the size of this donut. Okay, we will just reduce the size of this donut a bit. Okay, and we'll reduce this as well. Okay, this looks good. And we will go in first donut, choose labels, and we will choose this as 8. Apply. Okay, come to our dashboard. Okay, perfect. So now here you can see we have created our percentage of total sales. Okay, I will just increase this, and in this way we have created our percentage of sales by pizza category. And again what you have to do, you have to match with our SQL results. Okay, so you can see percentage of sales by pizza category. For a classic it is what, for you can see for classic it is 220053, which is exactly matching, and the percentage of total is 26.91. Okay, so if we convert to single decimal it will show us. So let's convert this. I will go here and we have to change it. Right click on this and format, go to numbers, go in percentage, and we have to show it up to 2 decimal points. Similarly, right click here as well, go to format, go to numbers, select the currency custom, select here dollar. Okay, we want to show in thousands and at 2 decimal points. Okay, go to dashboard, and here you can see it has been converted to 2 decimal points, and this is converted to, okay, so it is in rupees. It we have to convert it into decimal. So into dollars. So change this to dollar. Okay, so you can see it has been converted, and if you match for chicken pizza it is 195.91k or 92k. So you can see it is 195.92k and it is 23.96%. Okay, you can see here. So it is giving us an exact match. So in this way we have to validate our results each and every time. So let's move ahead to our next requirement, and with as per our next requirement we have to find out the percentage of sales by pizza size. Okay, I will just copy this and I will paste it over here. A new sheet. Okay, I've taken a new sheet, and here we are going to design our the percentage of sales by pizza size. And here you can see if I show you the already designed dashboard, we are going to design here a custom chart, and this custom chart you can see it is a slider chart. Okay, you can see a slider chart, and in that one slider is there, which shows us the percentage of sales. Okay, and how to create this? This is a completely dynamic, or we can say it is a completely dynamic slider with respect to values which is changed, and it is what we can say custom chart in Tableau, which is not available directly for us. And to build this custom chart, we have to do some calculations first. And these are very much basic calculation, nothing we are going to do which is very much complex. So first I will create first calculation field, which I will name it as max. Okay. And in max, I will take it as average of 0. Okay. Not average of 0, average of 1. So I will take a max value as average of 1. Click OK. I will create one more calculation, which I will name it as min, and I will name it as average of 0. Okay, so one is average of 1 and everyone is average of 0. Okay, now next what we have to do, we have to find it with respect to size. Now when I take pizza size into our rows, you can see it is named as L, M, S, XL and double XL. So what we have to do is we have to rename this. Okay, so L should be given as large, M should be given as medium, and this is a part of data cleaning. So for that, what I will do, I will just remove this and right click on this particular pizza size dimension, then create, go on aliases. Aliases is nothing but we are temporarily changing this name into our workbook or into our sheet. We are not changing anything at data source. Okay, in data source we are not allowed to change anything. We can do it in front end. Okay, and in front end we are changing. L should be named it as what? We are giving a temporary name. Alias is nothing but we are giving a temporary name for this, and L should be, it should be named as large. So L is large, M is what? Medium. Okay, S is what? S is nothing but regular size. Okay, I will name it as regular. Double XL is nothing. XL is nothing but X large. So I will name it as X dash large, and double X is nothing but X double X dash large. Okay, so these are the values, and I will just click on OK. And now I will take pizza size and put it into rows. You can see the names of these pizzas are changed. All right. Next, what we have to do is I will take the minimum and maximum. So instead of taking the minimum and maximum, what I will do, I will take a measure values and I will put it into columns. Okay, so once I put measure values into columns, you can see all the measure values which are there, which are shown over here. But we don't want all of these values. We just want minimum and maximum to be shown. So I will just double click on this. Okay, so I will just double click on this. I will select none, but I want only max and minimum to be selected. So I will just select this two. I will click on apply and I will hit OK. And you can see the values are there, which is minimum is what we have taken as 0 value and maximum was taken as 1 value. So it is ranging from 0 to 1. And what I will do, I will take it as entire view. So you can see we have converted this to entire view. Now what we have to do is we have to convert this chart in such a way that we are getting a slider, or we can see a rounded bar chart. So it is a rectangular chart right now, but we have to convert this into a rounded bar chart. So for that, what I will do, in this marks card, instead of automatic, I will choose this as line chart. So here you can see it is very much funky of line chart we are getting over here. So what we will do, I will take measure names, but press Control, select the measure names, and I will put it into path. So you can see plus sign is there, means one more instance is created, and I will put it into path. Once I put it into path, you can see we are getting a one single line over here. And now what I will do, I will just increase the size. So I will go ahead and increase the size of this line. Okay, so you can see we have increased the size, and you can see we are getting a perfect rounded bar chart over here. All right, so now we have got this bar chart, but what we have to do is we have to show percentage of sales. So how to show the percentage of sales over here? What I will do, I will take a total revenue. I will take total revenue and I will put it into columns chart next to measure values. You can see one more chart has been created, which is taking as a default value as circle over here. And one more marks card is created. You can see the aggregated of total revenue. But instead of line, what you can do here, we can give different shapes to here. Okay. So now in this case, it is very much important. What you have to do here is those who are using Tableau public. Okay, we are going to add a custom shape, but those who are using Tableau public, they are not allowed to add a custom shape into their repository. So if you are using Tableau desktop, you can add this. Those who are not using, what you can do here is instead of line, what you can go ahead and here you can select a shape. You can see it has taken a shape over here. And next, once the shape is chosen, what I will do, I will just right click over here and I will create it as a dual axis chart. So you can see we have created a dual axis chart. But before that, what we have to do, we don't want values to be shown here. We don't want revenue. Okay, we want a percentage of total. So I will just right click here, go to quick table calculation, and we will take percentage of total. Okay, so we have converted this to percentage of total. because requirement is percentage of souls, right? So that is percentage of revenue. Sales and revenue is one and the same. Then what I will do, I will just, we have to synchronize the axis. So just select any of the axis and click on synchronize. So once you do it, you can see the axis is been synchronized. Now I will right click and I will just unhide the axes. We don't want these axes. I will just uncheck these headers. Now what I will do, I will go into size and I will reduce the size. Okay, so not this, control Z. I will reduce the size of this shape. So select the second marks card and reduce this size. Okay, somewhat like this. And what you can do, you can choose a different shape over here. Just go, let's go in more shapes. And before that, what I will do, I will just give color to this each and every bar chart. So go into the first marks card, take this pizza, press control and put it into colors. Okay, and we will change the color. Okay, instead of automatic, what I will do, I will use a summer color. You can see, you can use a summer color and I will just hit assign palette and I will just click on, okay, you can see the color has been given. Similarly, here also, we will take the pizza and we will put it into colors. So it will be taking colors for this as well. And what we can do here is, instead of shapes, what we can do, we will go in more shapes. And here you can see a ratings is there. Instead, in this, you can choose this shape, hit apply. Okay. And here you can see we have taken the shape. Then you can go in this second marks card, go to colors, and instead of 100% the opacity we will reduce the transparency of the colors and we will hit 70%. And here you can see these bars are very much clearly visible, and this is what the percentage values over here. Okay, those who are not having Tableau public, they can use these things. All right, and now those who are using Tableau desktop will use a different shape over here. So to do the different shape, what I have done, if I show you, let's show me the pizza images. Okay, so if you can see in this particular pizza Tableau cells, I've taken a rounded rectangular bar over here. I've downloaded it. I will put this in the description box from where you can download this as well. And what I will do, you have to go into C. Okay, you have to go in Windows C. You have to go in Program Files. Okay, C means what? Wherever your all the program files are been installed. Okay, you have to go in Program Files, search for Tableau. Here it is. Go in Tableau, then go into your Tableau 2022.3, whichever you are installed. Then go in defaults. Okay, and in defaults you have shapes over here, and you can see I've created one folder over here, rounded rectangle, and in that folder I have pasted my this particular rounded rectangular image over here. So this is not required, you can just paste this one. And what you have to do, after you do the pasting of this, you have to close this workbook. You have to save first the workbook, close the workbook, and again reopen the workbook. Okay, once you reopen the workbook, you have to go into the second marks card, go in shapes, go in more shapes, and you have to reload the shapes. Once you reload the shapes, you can go here into this drop down, and here you can see a rounded rectangular folder has been added. You have to just select this, then select this rounded rectangular bar, click on apply and hit OK. You can see a rounded rectangular bar has been selected over here. So what I will just increase the size a bit. Okay, perfect. So you can see we have created this rounded rectangular bar. Now what we have to do, we have to just label this. Okay, means what? We have to give values, we have to show into this rounded bar. So select the second marks card, press control, take this average revenue and put it into labels. You can see the labels is been added, but we want it inside. So select labels, go in automatic, in alignment, select center. You can see center is been there. Now we will format our label. Select this, make it as 8, and we will select as Sagio UI semi bold, hit apply. Okay. Okay, one more thing what we can do, we can just show up to one decimal point. So for that, what we will do, I will right click here, go to format, go to numbers, percentage, and up to one decimal point. Fit. All right. And here we can just hide this label, field label for the rows. So in this, we have created a slider chart. Now we have to bring this into our dashboard. So I will just close this, bring here into this particular dashboard. Now just adjust it over here properly. Okay, just double click on the sheet title, then select it as 10, then we will choose it as semi bold and color as this. Apply. Okay, and now we will format our chart. Format, go to our shadings, select none. Okay, you can see none is there. Then we have to go in sheet and we will select row divider as none, column divider as none. then go to lines, say 0 lines as none, say axis ticks as none, then go to rows, columns, and say grid lines as none. So you can see a complete chart is cleaned now. Then right click and format this, select as white color and select as Sagio UI semi bold. Perfect. And we will take the left alignment for this. All right. Perfect. So in this way, we have determined we don't want the legends over here because those are self-explanatory. In this way, we have determined the percentage. Again, you can validate with our result over here. So you can see for L size, it is 45.89. Same, it is 45.9. For medium, it is 30.5. For medium, it is 30.5. So in this way, you can validate the result and we are getting the perfect and exact result for our this particular chart. Okay, so you can do a pie chart also, but I thought you will learn some particular new chart and you can use this particular chart into your wherever you are working into your industries. All right, so this is one way we have created a slider chart. We can say I have named it as a slider chart, which will give you the progress of how the percentage of sales are there. All right, so in this way, we have created our percentage of sales by pizza size. So let's move ahead to our next requirement. That is the last requirement into this first dashboard is to determine total pizzas sold by pizza category. Okay. So in this, we will do some extra. We will not find only total pizzas sold. We will also find out the total orders because I want to explore you on how to create a butterfly chart and it looks good in where we are showing the two measures with respect to one dimensions, which will give you to or which will help you to compare the two measures. All right, and it will give you more insights as well. So for that, I will take a new sheet and I will just paste it, that is total orders and pizzas sold by pizza category. Again, we are going to make use of pizza category, so I will take a pizza category over here. And what we have to do here is create a butterfly chart. Okay, one bar is in the positive side and one bar is should be in the negative side. Okay, so now to do that, if I show into our already made dashboard, here you can see the total pizzas sold. You can see those it moves into negative side. All right, so now to do that, what we can do here is I will create a calculation field and I will just name it as negative total orders. Okay, or no negative total pizzas sold, and I will just write minus of total pizza sold. It is nothing but we are taking a negative sign over here, and I will just hit OK. Next, what I will do here is I will take measure names, or I will take first measure values and I will put it into rows here. All right, but we don't want all of them. I will just double click over here. I will say none. I just want negative of total pizza sold and total orders, and I will just hit apply and click OK. All right, and I will just hit entire view. All right, so here you can see here at 0, here you can see this is the axis line at the center where it is 0, and here you can see there are positive axis, and from here you can see there is a negative axis. It is nothing but those are negative values. So to make the distinguish between these two lines or between these two measures, what we will do, I will take measure names and I will put it into colors. Here you can see the two measures are being distinguished from each other. So next what we have to do here is I will just go ahead and give the labels over here. So this is the kind of the easiest way to create the butterfly chart. Next what I will do, I will just go in size and I will reduce the size of this a bit. Okay, so this is good. I will do it here. And next I have to give labels over here. So for giving the labels, I will take the measure values and I will put it into labels. Here you can see we have taken the measure values and we have entered it into labels, and we will just go ahead and format our labels first. I will select this and I will take 9 is okay, and we will just select it as Sagio UI semi bold, apply. Okay, and next is what, guys, what we have to do here is instead of this negative numbers, okay, if we are showing the negative numbers in front of client will get confused like why the total orders are in negative sign. So what we will do, we will do some modifications over here. So I will just right click and click on format, and I will go in numbers. So instead of giving any of the number customs, I will go in custom over here. Okay, so you can give your own formattings over here. So what I will do for positive, first what we write, everything should be for positive. So I will give 0 comma 0. Okay, and I will add a colon over here, that is semicolon over here, and I will write in bracket, okay, 0 Okay, means what? If the value is negative, then it should be shown in the bracket. Okay, whatever you write before the semicolon, it is for positive value, and after the semicolon is given for a negative value, comma 0. Okay, means what? It is giving me a thousand separator. Okay, that is 11,050 in this way. Similarly, we will take it for total orders also, and we will go into number custom, and we will have a thousand separator over here as well. So in this way, we have we can say quickly created our this particular chart. And now what I will do, I will just click here and I will show this unshow header because we don't want this. I will just hide this as well. And now our chart has been created. We will go to our dashboard and I will take this chart and I will bring it over here, and we will try to place it nice and clean. Okay, so now here what we have to do, we have to show the legends as well, because one should understand what this legend include, what this color shows. All right, so for that, what I will do first, I will just hide the title. We will be giving the different title. The title will be shown differently. Okay, and here you can see the legend is been here. So I will just place it over here for a while, and we will format the chart first. Okay, I will just right click on format, go to sheets, go here in sheet and click here none. Okay, similarly go to shadings, or for borders go to rows, or directly go to our lines. Here nothing to do, click on zero lines as none, axis ruler as none, axis text as none, go to columns and say grid lines as none. You can see the chart has been cleaned. Now select this, select major values, or select pizza category, because we want to change the name over here. It should be white, and I will name it as, or change the font name to Sejua UI semibold, and we will change the alignment to left. Close this, and in this way we have created our chart. Okay, what we will do, one more thing, we will just reduce the label size. We will make it as 8. Okay, come to our dashboard. Perfect. And now we will just right click over here and I will hide the title. And here what we will do, click here and arrange the item in single row. So we'll show everything in single row, and I will increase this. And I will just increase the size in between these two. Take it over here, nice and clean. And here you can see it is negative. Okay, so we don't want negative to be displayed over here. So I will just right click over here and I will edit the alias. So instead of negative, I will just delete this and I will just show total pizza sold. Perfect, perfect. So you can see we have changed this. And now what I will do, I will just reduce this. And you can see we have to give the title over here. So for that title, what I will do, I will take a text over here and we will name the title as total orders and pizzas sold by pizza category. Okay, then select this, go to semi bold, Sagio UI semi bold, 10 as a size, and color as this one. Just hit OK. So you can see it has been appeared over here. We'll try to place it over here, nice and clean. Okay, so yeah, this is 10 only. So perfect. So now we will just format this as well. So you can see after I click here, what is happening, everything is changing. If you don't want this, you have to just right click over here and it highlight selected items. You have to just uncheck this. So once I select this, nothing will be highlighted over here. All right. And I will just format, sorry, control Z, and I will format the legends and I will give the font color as white, 8, semi bold, and this. Perfect. Can increase the size a bit. Perfect. So you can see we have created this funnel chart as well, and you can go ahead and verify with our SQL queries. I've already shown you how to do that. All right. So I will not waste much time on that. All right. So after completing all the charts, next what we have to do is I will just add the insights over here, right? So if you can see in the different dashboard which I have created, here you can see the different insights I have added here. The same insights we will try to add over here as well. And what I will do, I will just add the title over here first. The title I will add it, I will take the text, and the title is nothing but busiest hours and weeks. Busiest hours and weeks. Okay, and I will just select this. I will take it as 14 and I will take it as Lato and we will take it as white and I will make it as center. Okay. So here you can see that this is our title. What I will do, I will just select this once and I will make it as 13. Or just have to decrease this to 10, I guess. Okay, this is perfect. All right. And now I will just try to adjust it over here. Right click this and I will just select this, go to layout, go to background, and I will select the color for this as this. Or you can use any color if you want. Or I will just go in more colors and I will just select this a pink color from here. Okay, perfect. And now next what you have to do is I will just take one more text box over here and you have to add this. So what I have added here is for hours you can see peak orders are between 12 to 1 p.m. So you can see the peak orders are between 12 to 1 p.m. and also and in evening you can see from 4 to 7 p.m. So that is from 4 to 7 p.m. Okay, so in this way we have created that is 16 is nothing but 4 from 4 to 7 p.m. the orders are again high, and in weeks you can see the 40th week is the highest week which is in the from months of December. So the same what I will do, I will just copy this entire thing, control C, and I will paste it over here. So I will not waste much time. You can pause the screen and you can write it on your own for you. I will just take a text over here and I will paste it over here. Okay, and I will just hit as a center, or I will just hit enter and I will hit center and I will click on OK, and I will try to place it over here. Just place it over here perfectly. Okay. All right. So what I have done here. So what you can do here is you can double click here, and some text I have written in white color, some text I have written in this color. And you can see what font I am using. I am using Sergio UI semi bold and 10 is the font size. Okay, I've shown you everything what you have to write. You can pause your screen and do. And for ours, what I'm given 11 and Lato. That is for title. I've taken 11 and the Lato font and the underline text. Okay. And I will select this, go to layout, and I will give the background color. Go to background and choose more colors. And from here, I will give the color code as hashtag 091355. Okay, so this is the background color which we will be using. So you can see the background color. Then I will control C and control V. I will copy and paste this and I will bring it over here again. This as well, control C, control V, and I will try to place it over here. Okay, and if you can see, we are taking a sales performance over here. So I will just double click and I will name it as sales performance. Okay, so this is sales performance, and I will just increase the size to the top, and we will copy this entire thing from here. Control C, and I will paste it over here again and center. Control Z. Okay, so what I will do first, I will just select this and I will take it as none first, and I will just copy this and then I will paste it over here, center. Okay, then I will select this and I will go to background and I will choose this as background color. All right, so in this way we have added our these things as well. Next what we have to do, we have to add our filters over here. So first, to add the filters we have to add them in sheet first. So first filter which we are going to add is a pizza category. So I will just add a pizza category over here and I will click on use all. I will click on OK, then right click over here and apply to all using this data source. Means what, whichever sheet we are going to create in this workbook, this filter will be applied by default onto those. All right, the next we have to add a order date. I will just select the order date and we have to take the range of the dates. Okay, so we will taking the range of the dates. Okay, right click again, add to this apply worksheet to not only this, all using this data source. Again, so we have added this to all the data source. All right, now how to bring it over here? So now select this particular chart, go to this drop down, and here you can see filter is there. So I will select first order date. You can see this order date has been there. I will bring it over here. I will reduce the size. All right, and you can change the title to Sejo UI semi bold, and I will name it as white color. Okay, and center. Okay, and I will just format this filter now. Format filter, and on body I will choose again as white. Okay, and we will name it as Sergio UI semi bold. Okay, and we'll choose 8 as a font. All right, perfect. And select this. We will go to dashboard or we'll go to layout, and in background we'll choose this color. Okay, which we gave here. All right, I'll just increase the size. Perfect. And next, one more filter we have to add. I will just go again here, filters and a pizza category. So this is the one more filter we are going to add it over here. We'll bring it over here, nice and clean, and right click here and we'll choose is that multiple values drop down. Okay, so this is the filter. Select this, go to background, and we'll use this as a background. All right. And now if you are operating this filter, so let's say I want to see for this particular things, this particular pizzas. Okay, I want to see for supreme and I want to see for veggie. So in this way, whenever we are operating the filter, the values will be changing with respect to that. Similarly for date, if you are changing the end and start date, you can see the values are changing and we are getting the different values for the at particular filters, and we can take the multiple insights from this particular dashboard. All right. Also, we have to add a interactive filters also. So interactive filters means what? Whenever I'm selecting this slice, the values should be changing over here. So to do that, what we can see here, there is an option called as use as filter. You just have to click it. Means what? It is filled means what it is using. So when I'm doing this, you can see the values are changing. Whenever I'm choosing this, you can see the values are changing with respect to that. Similarly, here also you just have to click over here. So if you want to see for medium, you can see for medium. For large, you can go ahead and see for large. Similarly, for RD, you can see I will just click this. You want to see for let's say 6 o'clock, what are the orders likewise. All right. Similarly, for week wise also, if you want to see, you can click here and you want to see, let's say for 7th week, how is the results are there. So in this way, one second. So in this way, whenever, so it is not working for weeks, no problem. So next, what we will do, we will change it for this as well. So we don't want this because category we already have it over here. All right. So in this way, we are going to, you know, design this particular dashboard. Next, what is remaining is here we have to add a date range. Okay, so date range how we can add is we'll take a new sheet over here and the minimum and maximum date. So for that we have to create a calculation field. First I will add a max date, and max date, for to calculate max date is nothing but max, will use a max function. Okay, max of, okay, maximum of what? Order date. Maximum of order date, hit okay. Okay, similarly we will create one more calculation, and it is what? Minimum date. Okay, and I will name it as minimum of order date. Okay, and just hit okay. And now what I will do, I will take minimum into text and I will take also maximum into text, and I will hit here entire view. So you can see the view, two dates are there. Go to text, select as center, select this, and we'll just right click over here or left backspace, and I will add a 2 here. Okay, means what? Or we can add just, or can add 2 here. So this is from date this to this. Okay, so that is this, or we can add here dash only. Okay, apply. Okay, or we'll add 2 only because it will be confusing. Apply. Okay, and we will just format this somewhat. I will choose 8 and Sejo UI semi bold italic, and I will choose this as color. Like okay. Okay, come to our dashboard, select this sheet. Okay, so I will name it as date range. I will name it as date range. Okay, then come to this sheet and take this sheet and we'll bring it over here. Right click and hide the title. Right click here, go to format, go to shape, go to format shading, go to sheet and say here none. Okay, and we will just reduce this. Right. So this is what the date range. Okay, so and it will be dynamic. So whenever new date will come, it will take the maximum date. Minimum date is, it will not change, but whenever further records will be added, it will automatically capture the maximum date and it will show it into this particular visualization. Okay, so in this way we should work. But if you don't want to be changed with respect to filters, so whenever you are operating filters, it might get changed. But if you don't want it to be operated by filters, you have to use fixed LOD. Means if you can enter it in fixed LODs, so that fixed LOD is not affected by dimension filter. It is only affected by context filter. All right. So you might be knowing the operation of filters. Okay, so that is the something we are going to use. The next thing important, guys, we have to add here navigation button. So what I will do, I will name our dashboard first. It is a home dashboard, so this will be our home dashboard. And I will just do, what I will do here is I will just hide all sheets. Means what? Whichever sheets we are using into this particular dashboard, those are hidden over here. If you want to unhide, you have to just right click and you have to click on unhide, so all the sheets will be open over here. So for now I will just click on hide all sheets. All hide sheets which are used in this dashboard are hidden. Now what we have to do, we have to create one more dashboard. Okay, so for that, what I will do, I will just right click over here and I will duplicate this. Okay, so what I have done, I have duplicated this dashboard. All right, and I will name it as best and worst seller. So we are creating our next dashboard, and I will just add here a side. Okay, so best or worst sellers. So now for best and worst sellers, we are going to use a different what we can say different layout of the dashboard. Okay, because whatever layout we are using here, this is for home dashboard. For layout for that particular dashboard, we are going to use a different layout. So for the now, what I will do, these charts are already in home chart, but when we come to best and worst seller, I will delete all these charts because we don't want these charts over here. Okay, we want the KPIs, but we don't want these charts over here. So I will just go ahead and delete this. Okay, all is deleted. And now what I will do, I will select this and I will go to, you can see external part of the image I have selected. Okay, so this is the image is there, or you can go in layout. Okay, also you can go in layout, and in tiled you can see this image is been stored. So we have to change this image. I will just right click and I will click on edit image. Okay, find where the image is stored here. Okay, and then click on choose, and I will select the next image. So this image also I will add in the description box from where you can download, and which is the background of our this particular dashboard, that is for best and worst sellers. I will just click on open, fit center and fit image and center image, and I will just click OK. So you can see the background has been changed because we are using a different background for this. So this is for home and this is for this particular background. Okay, and now what I will do, so this I will just reduce this. I will take this as down at here. Okay, because the size of this dashboard is changed somewhat, and this also you can see I have to increase this downward likewise. All right, so this is the best and worst seller dashboard. So the navigation part I will show it later how to do that. So now we will start designing our best and worst seller charts over here. And as per our requirement, what we have to find out first is the top 5 best sellers by revenue, bottom 5 best sellers by revenue, quantity, and total orders. So first what we will do, I will find the top 5 best sellers by what we can say the total revenue. So here we can see we have designed our chart, that is top 5 pizzas by revenue. So for that, what I will do, I will take a new sheet and I will name it as top 5 pizzas by revenue. Okay, so this is top 5 pizzas by revenue, and obviously we need a pizza name over here. So we have a pizza name. I will bring it into rows, and we want it by total revenue. So here is the revenue, and I will bring it into columns. Okay, and I will click on entire view. So we just want top 5. Okay, so to get a top 5, what we will do, I will press control and I will bring pizza into the what we can say a filters card, and instead of any options here, choose the last option, that is tops, and we can have a direct formula over here, that is by using field, and we want top, so we will choose here top, and we want top 5 over here. Okay, top 5, and we want it by revenue only, so we will choose it by revenue, and I will just hit on apply and OK. Okay, and we want to be sorted by from ascending to descending, as I will just from descending to ascending, so I will just sort it. And what I will do, I will just choose the size as I will reduce the size of this bars a bit. Okay, so you'll use this size, and next what I will take, I will take the aggregate and I will put it into colors. Okay, so I will just press control and I will put it into colors, and I will change the color to let's say we will change it to red diverging. Okay, and I will hit apply and I will hit OK. All right, I will just hide this. Okay, and next what I will do, I will just click on labels. So we have to give labels also, so I will just press control and put it in this into labels. So here is the labels, and I will just format these labels, and I will give the currency for this. So currency, and I will name it as dollar, and we will take it as 1000, and for 2 decimal points. Similarly, what we can do here is I will select this and I will choose this as semi bold, Sagio UI semi bold and white in color. Apply OK. So we don't want this, I will just hide these headers. Alright, and next what we will do, I will just close this and we will go to dashboard and I will bring it into visualization and we'll try to place it over here. Okay, so just place it over here. So with this we don't want, I will just delete this and I will name 10 and it will be semi bold, Sagio UI semi bold, and I will choose this as color. Apply. Okay, then I will just right click on sheet format and go to none. Okay, and I will just go to here, select 0 lines as no, axis ticks, axis rulers will say none everything, and in columns we'll say this as well none. Okay, and what I will do, I will just reduce the size of these labels. I will take it back. Okay, a bit back, and I will format this as well, and I will click here, I will take it as 8 and we will take it as Sagio UI semi bold, and we will take it as a white color, and alignment we will take it as left. Perfect. So in this way we have created our top 5 pizzas by revenue. Okay, so now same thing what we will do, I will just duplicate this and we will find out the bottom 5. So I will just right click and duplicate and I will name it as bottom 5, or double click and rename it as bottom 5, and I will just delete this. So instead of here we have to change the filter. So just double click on this filter, that is pizza name, and instead of top, here we have to show only bottom. Okay, so just click on bottom, click on apply and click on OK. All right, and now you can see this is the bottom 5, but what we will do, we will reverse the axis. So what I will do, I will sort it in ascending order. Means what? This is the worst which will be at the top, and then these are the least worst. Okay, so in this way we have just sorted it into descending or ascending order. So we will come again to our this particular field over here, and we will bring our bottom 5 pizzas over here. Okay, and we'll just reduce the size, and we don't want this. Okay, so these are the top 5s and bottom 5s pizzas by revenue. Okay, now what I will do, I will just select this top 5 and again I will duplicate this and I will take it over here. And now next what we have to show, top 5 pizzas by let's see what we have to show it here is with respect to quantity. Okay, so now we'll show it with respect to quantity, or it is also called as by total pizza sold, or we can also call it as by quantity, or you can rename this by top 5 pizzas by total pizzas sold. Okay, we'll name it as in this way. And what we have to do here is, now instead of total revenue, what we have to take here quantity. So total pizzas sold, so I will take this and I will just place it over here. Okay, so I will replace this, so you can see it has been replaced. I will sort it here, and now what you have to do, you have to change this as well. So instead of total revenue, here you want it by total pizzas sold. Okay, so here it is with respect to total pizzas sold. Hit apply, click OK. Next what, here also the color will be different here, so you have to take this color over here, and the labels also will be different. So this will be the labels. So these are the labels over here. I will format the labels quickly. It will be number, we don't want to give any currency over here, so it will be numbers and we'll convert it into thousands. All right, so in this way we have selected, and we will change the color to, we will take it as green color. Okay, and we just hit apply. Okay, all right, so in this way we have created this, and now what I will do, I will just hide this, we don't want this, and we'll bring it into our dashboard. All right, just take it over here, this will just delete, go to here, and we'll change our labels to Sagio UI semi bold. Okay, all right, so you can see this has been changed. Now what we have to do, we have to change the same, we have to determine for bottom 5 pizzas. So I will just duplicate this, right click and duplicate, and I will name it as bottom 5, bottom 5 pizzas by total sales, or total pizzas sold. All right, now what I have to do, I will just double click over here, and instead of top, what I want with respect to bottom, I will just hit apply. Okay, and now what we want, select this, and we have to want it in descending order. Just this change we have to do, and we will go to back our here, and we will bring our pizza, that is bottom 5 pizza sales. Perfect, and we'll delete this. And what we will do, we don't want any formatting for this particular We'll not convert this into thousand. So what I will do, I will just right click here, format, and we will keep it numbers as automatic only. Okay, and you can see the numbers are directly shown over here because those are in very small amounts, like less than 1,000. So we can show it in the forms of directly numbers, okay, like 934, 937. And always remember, you have to compare this with your this particular chart over here, right? So we have found out the bottom five, top five pizzas. If you compare, you will get the same here. You can see for top five pizzas by quantity, the classic deluxe pizza is 2453, and same amount you will be getting here as well. So if you go for bottom, it is 490 is the least one, and the so for pista pizza is 961, which we are getting the same results. You just have to compare with your SQL results. I have already compared. I know it is matching, but it is your job also that you have to go ahead and match it with your particular results. All right. Now next is what we have to find top five pizzas by total orders. So I will just take this particular pizza and I will duplicate this sheet and I will take it over here. Okay, and I will name it as top five pizzas by total orders. All right. And now what I have to do, I have to take total orders and I will replace this particular thing. So total orders here also we will replace this by total order colors. Here also we will replace this by this particular total orders. Okay. Similarly, if you see the top five, which should be with respect to total orders over here. Okay. Just hit apply, click OK. All right. And this should be in ascending order. All right. And now what I will do, I will just format our this particular thing. We will just keep it as automatic only. Yes, this is automatic, and we will bring it into our visualization. So one, if one is designed, others are very easy to design, guys. So this will close and I will hide this. Okay, perfect. So just let's check once again if we have taken correct. So total orders is correct. Here also total orders. Okay, great. Then we will change the color of this and we will give the color as purple. Apply. Okay, so we'll give a purple color. Then we'll duplicate and I will name this as bottom. So these are the bottom five pizzas. All right. So we just have to double click over here and instead of top, we want here bottom. Just hit apply, click OK, and we want it this into descending order. Okay. And we will go to our dashboard again and we will bring this dashboard into our visualization or this chart. Just close this. All right, perfect. So in this way, what we have done, we have created our top five and bottom five pizzas with respect to our what we can say our requirement. And you can analyze like which is the best pizza, which is the worst performing pizzas from this, and you can manage your inventory. You can give discounts. You can remove the pizzas which are not performing. So in this way, you are giving multiple insights to your business, or you can say your stakeholders. All right. Now we have to change this also. So if you can see with respect to this, what I have done, I have already created over here. So I will just copy this for me and I will just place it over here. Control V. Okay. All right. So I will be using the same. Okay. So you can see the Thai chai chicken pizza is the best performer. Then the classic deluxe is with respect to the quantity, it is the best performer. All right. Then with respect to orders, you can see again classic deluxe is the best performer. So I will just copy this. You can pause your screen and you can copy or you can write it down. Okay, for you. So I will just copy this because I will not waste time on much on this in typing all of these things. All right. And you can see I've taken all of this. All right, so you can just pause your screen, you can write everything down. The same fonts we are using again. So here we are using 12 and here we are using the semi bold 10 and we are giving different colors. Okay, I have matched this like red color with this red, then this green with green and this purple with this purple. So right, so you will get a perfect color combinations also. So always use correct combinations of colors whenever you are designing this. And again, these are also operated by using different filters over here. Okay, so we have different filters here, and with respect to that you can get this particular what we can say the orders of this particular all of these particular things. All right. And always remember, whenever you are showing top five, you always have to click this particular and you have to add this to custom. Okay, because whenever you are operating the top five and bottom five pizzas, always remember you have to add this to context. Okay, this as well to context. is to context, because top 5 and bottom 5 are worked or operated after the context filter, right? So now whenever I'm changing, you can see it will give you the correct result. Initially you saw that these two were showing blank. Why blank? Because it was not bringing up the correct results over here. So always remember, you have to show it this into the context filter. This is very much a important point. I will not spend much time on that. I have already created a scenario based question in Tableau, and you can check my playlist on interview questions, and this is one of the interview questions, why you have to add your filter into context filter whenever you are determining or taking out top 10 top 5 pizzas, or top 5 sales by category, by profit, or by with respect to different top 5 products. So you have to use the context filter in that particular case. All right, so this was the thing. Now what I will do, I will just right click and I will hide this also. So I will hide all the sheets over here. Now next, only one thing is remaining, is the navigation menu to add over here. So to add the navigation bar, what I will do, first I will take a navigation button. Okay, so here you can see a navigation button is there. I will bring it over here, and this is the button for us. I will just place it over here nice and clean. So just so let's do some formatting first. And now what I will do, I will just go to edit button. Okay, so this is the edit button. So for this particular first button, I don't want to go anywhere, okay, because this will be our home button. Okay, and I will name this button as, okay, so let's name this button as home. Okay, I will name this button as home. All right, and the background of this button, I will choose it as this particular background, and I will hit apply. Okay, and the font, I will choose it as, okay, 12 is good. The background should be this particular. Okay, it is not taking any background, just hit okay. Edit button, one sec. Home, Tableau, border is none, and I will just hit okay. So let's see what we will do. I will take one more navigation button. So this will be to navigate to my second dashboard. Okay, and I will place it over here, and I will just double click, and then instead of this, what I will do, I will move it to what we can say, best and worst sellers. Okay, so this button will take me to best and worst and best sellers. Okay, and for this background, I will choose it as let's choose it at blue color. Okay, I will hit apply, and the text of this tool should be best and worst sellers. Okay, I will just hit apply. Okay, similarly for this one, I will double click and I will choose it to home. So it will take me to home, because we are already at home, still it will take us to home, and I hit apply and okay. So whenever it is blue color means we are on that particular dashboard only. So I will press alter. Okay, press alter and then click on this. So it will take us to dash dashboard. So whenever you are working in desktop and you are not in full screen mode, you have to press alter and then click. So you will move to the dashboard. If you don't want to press alter, you have to click in full screen mode, and you just have to click here. You will be redirected to your original dashboard. All right, so in this way. So now what I will do, I have to add the buttons here as well. So what I will do, I will go here, I will just copy this, control C, and I will add it here, control V. So this is my button over here, this is the home button. Okay, and this also control C, and I will add it over here, control V. Okay, so now what I will do, I will just change the color. So whenever I'm based on the best sellers, I will choose the background color for this as this. I will click on OK, and for this, because it is selected on this only, I will choose at this. Okay. So now when I click on full screen mode, you can see, if I want to go to home, I will go to home. If I want to come to bus, west and bus sellers, I will come here. And this means what? It is selected. If I select home means what? It is selected over here. Right. So in this way, it will help us that we are on which dashboard. All right. And in this way, we have created this complete dashboard, guys. So I hope you have understood all the things, all the points over here. And I hope you have learned something. And definitely you can add this dashboard in your portfolio, in your resume, and you can help. This particular dashboard can be helpful for you in the interviews as well. I hope you have liked this video. If you have, go ahead and like the channel, subscribe the channel, and share this with your friends. See you in the next one, guys. Happy learning. Bye bye.